Namaskar and a very pleasant morning, distinguished officials of today's Delnet online program celebrating Library Networking Day, commemorating the 80th birth anniversary of Dr. H.K. Kaul, Shri K. Jayakumarji, President Delnet, the esteemed speakers including Dr. K.K. Banerjee, Mrs. Kala Anjan Datta, Dr. Surbhi Pandey, Professor Nishat Fatima, Dr. Samir Gul, Dr. Trishanjeet Kaur, Professor S. Ravi, Dr. C.V. Ramanan, Dr. Narendra Singh, the eminent attendees including Dr. S.S. Murthy, Vice President Delnet, Dr. P.R. Goswamiji, Treasurer Delnet, the Governing Board and RSE members, librarians, in-charge libraries, HODs, faculty members of various departments of library and information science, library professionals who have joined us from various parts of India and outside, the students of Department of Library and Information Science, the closely known professional associates from various disciplines of Dr. H.K. Kaul, Delnet staff officials at its head office here at New Delhi and coordination units at Bangalore, Hyderabad, and Pune, including Mr. O.N. Safapuri, Dr. Neela J. Deshpande. Ladies and gentlemen, I, Sangeeta Kaul, on behalf of Delnet Developing Library Network, extends a very warm, hearty welcome to all of you to today's online program to commemorate the 80th birth anniversary of our most revered Dr. H.K. Kaul, the founder director Delnet, and to observe the day as Library Networking Day, to pay our respectful homage and tributes to a great legendary. We would like to commence the program with a prayer. I would now like to request Ms. Shriparna Nandi kindly to do the rendition. Shriparna is an AIR artist and is a classical singer and a disciple of Mrs. Shubha Mudgal. May I request you, Shriparna? Please unmute yourself, Shriparna.
इतनी शक्ति हमें मन का विश्वास न दातास कमजोर होना, इतनी शक्ति हमें देना दाता, मन का विश्वास कमजोर होना, हम चले नेक रास्ते पे हमसे भूल कर भी कोई भूल होना, हम चले नेक रास्ते पे हमसे भूल कर भी कोई भूल होना, इतनी शक्ति हमें देना दाता, मन का विश्वास कमजोर होना, दूर अज्ञान के हो अंधेरे, तू हमें ज्ञान की रोशनी दे, हर बुराई से बचते रहे हम, जितनी भी दे भली जिंदगी दे, बैर होना किसी का किसी से, भावना मन में बदले की होना, हम चले नेक रास्ते पे हमसे भूल कर भी कोई भूल होना, इतनी शक्ति हमें देना दाता, मन का विश्वास कमजोर होना, हम न सोचे हमें क्या मिला है, हम ये सोचे किया क्या है अर्पण, हम न सोचे हमें क्या मिला है, हम ये सोचे किया क्या है अर्पण, फूल खुशियों के बाटे सभी को, सबका जीवन ही बन जाए मधुबन, अपनी करुणा का जल तू बहा के कर दे पावन हर एक मन का कोना। हम चले नेक रास्ते पे हमसे भूल कर भी कोई भूल हो ना। इतनी शक्ति हमें देना दाता, मन का विश्वास कमजोर होना। मन का विश्वास कमजोर होना। मन का विश्वास कमजोर होना।
Thank you very much, Ruparna. Thank you so much. As we all have gathered today online to pay our homage to our most respected Dr. H.K. Kaul, the great man with a vision and mission, a true Karma Yogi, whose tireless efforts had undoubtedly transformed the library networking scenarios in India. He had the intelligence of a genius, the futuristic vision of a yogi, and the humility of a wonderful human being with impeccable high values and principles and integrity, whose extraordinary leadership has led to the growth of Delnet, operational from a small 10 by 10 small little room size at India International Center as Delhi Library Network Delnet to its emergence as Delnet Developing Library Network, a self-sustainable single largest library network connecting more than 7,300 institutions in India and outside. With its main head office now at Jawaharlal Nehru University with its 3 coordination units at Bangalore, Pune and Hyderabad. To those from the world of library networking and also those who are the staunch believers of library networking, our most respected and revered Dr. H.K. Kaul will always be considered and remembered as the father of library networking. In his everlasting memory and profound honor, Delnet, along with the entire LIS fraternity, will be celebrating his birthday, that is today, December 21st, as a Library Networking Day every year. Dr. H.K. Kaul was not only a renowned personality in the field of LIS, but he was also a well-known author, poet, bibliographer, and an ardent yoga practitioner and an institutional builder who established Delnet way back in 1992 and also the Poetry Society India in 1984. He was the chairman of the several committees of the Ministry of Communications and Information Technology, Ministry of Culture and DRDO. He was a member, National Mission on Libraries, Ministry of Culture, Government of India, 2012, and the chairman of its working group on National Virtual Library, Modernization and Networking of Libraries. He was a member of the working group of National Knowledge Commission, Indian National Commission for UNESCO, and the member of national committees such as high-powered committees of the Government of India, Ministry of Culture, Government of India, Advisory Board, National Library, Calcutta, Board of Management, National Library, Calcutta, Raja Ram Mohan Roy Library Foundation, also on the board of Delhi Library Board, Committee to review the functioning of the Asiatic Society set up by the Ministry of Tourism and Culture, National Selection Committee, Fulbright Professional Fellowship in Information Science and Technology, Scientific Advisory Committee, Ministry of Environment and Forest, Government of India, Working Group on Libraries and Informatics and Convener, Subgroup on Modernization, Manpower Development, Informatics and Finance, 9th Five-Year Plan, 1997 to 2002, Planning Commission, Government of India, among many other important assignments. He served as a chief librarian at India International Center from 1967 to 2007, and that was a place wherein he conceptualized about Delnet. I also would like to inform you all that Dr. Kaul's first book came out in the year 1972, and he authored and edited more than 60 books besides research papers, over 100 articles in the field of library networking, bibliographical studies, history, poetry, and publishing. He examined in 1970s thousands of rare books on India and produced Travelers India and Historic Delhi, both the books published by Oxford University Press. His book, Early Writings on India, published in 1975, was republished in 2017 by Routledge. Dr. Kaul was also a founder secretary journal and the president of the Poetry Society India, which he also founded. He was the editor of the Journal of the Poetry Society and had been a project director of many literary projects and course director of literary workshops. He had authored and edited 60 books, including 15 volumes of poetry, including Encounters with People and Angels of Hope, On the Waves, In the Deep Seas, Firdaus in Flames, Poetry of the Raj, Poetry India, and many more. Dr. H.K. Kaul undoubtedly pledged and gifted his entire life to the cause of networking and also in strengthening the libraries and empowering libraries and library and information science professionals. We would now like to start the program paying our humble homage to our most reverend Dr. H.K. Kaul. And firstly, we would like to uh, show now the message from our president, Shri K. Jayakumarji, who is right now traveling. And we would like to show you the message and the homage being we would like to say that there has been a little, because this audio has been uploaded onto the portal. We are anticipating some issue right now. So what we are going to do is we will just try to again play this in a little short while. And well before that, we would just like to request, because there has been, I believe, some audio issue which has been coming up from the our portal itself. We apologize for that. I would like to request, we would just like to come back again and we would show you the audio message of our president. And what we would like to now request is, we would like to request Shri K.K. Banerjee ji the former Director General RRLF, and also the former Director of the National Library, and a very close associate of Dr. H.K. Kaul, to kindly pay his homage to Dr. Kaul. It's over to you, Banerjee, sir. Sir, I request you, please unmute yourself. Sir, I request, yes, the video, sir, we are not able to see, but I request you, sir, if you may just kindly pay your homage. Sir, may I request you? Sir, we are not able to hear you. Sir, please unmute yourself. Banerjee, sir, could you please unmute yourself? Sir, we are not able to hear you. Hello? 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 Yes, sir.
Hello.
Sir, yes, we are connected, sir, right now.
Yes, I'm connected on my
Yeah, please,
mobile,
sir.
my Patel.
Yes, sir. No problems at all, sir. You may kindly, sir, speak from the mobile itself.
Okay. You hear me? Can you
Yes,
hear
sir, we
me?
are able to hear. Yes, sir, we are able to hear you, sir. We are able to hear you.
Good morning, everybody. I could have never been imagined that I will join a program of commemorating 80th birth anniversary of late Dr. Kaul, who left us for his heavenly abode last year. Corona pandemic has taken away many lives of our near and dear ones, and unfortunately, Dr. Kaul was one of them. In my long service career, I have had the opportunity of meeting up with many talented, gifted, and erudite persons who have contributed in their respective areas of expertise. But to come across an individual who has founded and developed an institution and has aimed at providing service to researchers and readers in the process is difficult to find. But I have had this opportunity. I had met Dr. Kaul in 1987 when he was busy developing an institution that would put a networking system in place to provide information regarding several resource materials stored in libraries and researches. Delnet Developing Network was formed, and I observed that Dr. Kaul passionately pursued his goal and working nearly 24/7 like his institution. Despite working as a traditional librarian and also a thoroughly mechanical system of networking, Dr. Kaul had a poet's mind. An eminent poet himself, he started publication of Literary Journal of the Poetry Society of India. I still recall an incident in Shillong when we saw him pen a poem impromptu for late Dr. Veena Shah's young daughter in a get-together, regaling the young maiden by presenting the poem to her. As a foundation member of RRLF for 2 terms, I remember Dr. Kaul sharing his ideas about the development of the public library system and were truly innovative. His contribution to the RRLF has been noteworthy, and I personally have received a lot of advice and assistance from Dr. Kaul when RRLF went about conducting seminars on a national level on the public library system or undertake any project for the development of public libraries in India. Again, when as a member of the working group of the National Mission on Libraries, I just find his passion for the development of the libraries of India, and particularly he wanted to network all the public libraries of India in a single networking system. Celebrating the 150th birth anniversary of Tagore by the Ministry of Culture, Government of India was a grand project that encompassed seminar, publications, website development, presentation of Tagore songs, dance drama, plays, etc. The programs cut across boundaries to be held outside the country, with cultural exchange programs being put in place. New Delhi hosted 2 Tagore stage presentations, play Muktadhara and dance drama Shab Moje by well-known groups from Bangladesh. And the programs are inaugurated by the then Culture Secretary. RRLF was to provide the logistic of celebrations. I fondly recall how Dr. H.K. Kaul and Dr. Sangeeta Kaul came forward to help my colleagues to set up the show, providing them with the nitty-gritty that had the who's who of Delhi who attend the 2-day ceremony held at Kamani Auditorium, New Delhi. A mastermind working on a specialized area of networking, Dr. Kaul was an effective troubleshooter. I recall from my personal experience an incident that happened during the centenary celebration of National Library, Kolkata, when organizing an international seminar along with Dr. P.B. Mongla. The program was on the brink of disasters, courtesy several dissecting groups of the National Library. At that time, being a member of the Board of Management of the National Library, Dr. Kaul, the level-headed person that he was, handled the entire situation deftly and made the celebration successful. A Kashmiri Pandit, very handsome and attractive, Dr. Kaul had the ability to make a person wherever he went, be it beyond his friends or his colleagues. Extremely generous, Dr. Kaul had a helping hand for anyone who needed his assistance. Several organizations received unflinching help from Dr. Kaul. I am personally a non-believer of the concept of rebirth because I think that there is no refinement or pleasure on part of the so-called quote-unquote God to send the man or woman in the same world to experience same sufferings again. But if I come across, or you come across, any handsome, soft-spoken, well-behaved, generous man, working tirelessly and meticulously, and motivating his colleagues and people to achieve something for the betterment of his professional arena, we may identify him with Dr. Kaul. With this, I pay my tribute to a friend and advisor to me. Thank you, Dr. Sangeeta Kaul, for inviting me to be a panelist in this commemorative program. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you indeed. And he always fondly used to call you as KK. And we're really much grateful to you, sir, for being there with us this morning. Now I would like to request Mrs. Kalanjan Datta, the former director, American Center, New Delhi, a very close associate of Dr. Kaul. Mrs. Kalanjan Datta, as you all would be aware about it, has served at the American Center Library in New Delhi for more than 2 decades. And she's actively involved right now with the Delhi Library Association as its secretary. And prior to that, Mrs. Datta served also as a documentation officer in the Indian Council of Social Science Research and has got many recognitions from the US government for her outstanding achievements in the field of libraries. It's indeed a profound privilege for me now to request Mrs. Kalanjan Datta ji to kindly pay her tributes on behalf of the LIS fraternity. May I request you, Kalaji, could you please just switch on your webcam also? I believe there is some issue right now happening with the webcam. If you can just we are just trying to do that once again. It worked. It happens in the online. This is what happens at times in the online. Can you just press, because it shows it's being paused. So you can click onto it. Kalaji, can you hear me?
I have already clicked on it, but it's not working.
But it shows it's paused. So that means if you can click on back again, or you can just push the button.
I got a request from your side twice, and I clicked on it twice, but the screen doesn't show it.
Let me just try to do that yet again.
Webcam closed by organizer.
No, I'm just doing that yet again, sending you the request.
Now, yes.
Yeah.
Now it's on. It's on now.
but
do I have to share my webcam?
Yeah, you have to share your webcam. Yes.
I've
We are
just shared
sending
it.
you the, yeah. Yes, now it's fine. Perfectly fine, Kalaji. We are able to see you. We are able to see you, Kalaji.
But I can't see myself.
No,
Is that
perfect.
okay?
But we have, but that's okay. We are able to see you well.
You are
Please.
able to see me, so I
Yes,
don't
yes.
exactly know where to look.
You just look straight into the screen and you'd be
Fine.
looking into, yeah, please. Thank you. Thanks, Kalaji.
Thank you, Sangeeta, for inviting me for this occasion when we are remembering Dr. Kaul. And I'm feeling very sad today that I have to do this, but I will be doing it for a friend, Sangeeta, you, and my most revered Dr. H.K. Kaul. Namaskar, dear friends. Today I remember Dr. H.K. Kaul, a library specialist, author, poet, an institution builder, a cultural stalwart, and a great visionary with profound respect and reverence. He was widely known, highly respected, and highly sought after library professional. He was a member in several high-powered committees in several governmental, educational, and cultural bodies. Dr. Kaul built up the India International Central Library into an institution of great repute. A very charming and charismatic personality, he was internationally known as an expert in library networking. He established Delnet, which is the biggest, most efficient and effective library network in South Asia. We are really indebted to him for this pioneering work for all library fraternity. He also had the distinction of founding the Poetry Society of India to promote Indian poetry and to promote interests of Indian poets. He believed strongly that a harmonious, happy, and peaceful world can be created through poetry. As an author, he wrote several papers, articles, and books on various issues of paramount importance in library and information field, history, travel, yoga, and poetry. A great visionary librarian, he truly believed that knowledge is real power. He believed that a country that wishes to prosper must have the treasure of knowledge and easy access to information. He believed in connecting with like-minded souls around the big cause of knowledge sharing and worked towards the broader vision of uplifting libraries for the human society. A real Karma Yogi, a knowledgeable man, with great humility, he was chosen by the government of the United States for the Fulbright Scholarship and for the International Visitors Program, as he was a great library leader and influencer who had the innate abilities to multiply and spread knowledge through resource sharing. I had the honor of inviting him as library expert, as a panelist and speaker for several educational and cultural events at the American Center. He came across as a learned librarian and made the library community proud before the international dignitaries at the US Embassy sponsored library events, seminars, and discussions. Kaul Sahab, a man who touched many lives, always had a friendly smile for one and all. He will remain a sparkle of knowledge, wisdom, and poetry in our hearts and minds. He was a man with strong positive vibes and could spread happy and peaceful feelings around him. He was a great spiritual person, a soul who believed in the basic human ideas of helping, caring, and sharing with fellow librarians in big cities to remote towns and villages all across. He offered all support to libraries to bridge the gap between libraries and the users. He was deeply concerned that footfall was shrinking in number of uh, uh, people coming into the library in all over India. He advised to reinvent libraries, to transform libraries into spaces of human interest and use by introducing educational and cultural programs to become relevant and more useful in changing times. I had many opportunities of being his guest at the India International Center and the Delnet premises and shared with him great friendly moments, memorable times which I will cherish all my life. We had many lunch meetings with American delegates present. And I would say, he would say that sharing food was sharing love and care in our Indian culture. He will live on with his strong legacy he left behind in the form of the pioneering institution Delnet, with an able and fully committed leader Sangeeta Kaul, heading it as the torchbearer, and a dedicated team of able professionals. Though his physical presence will be missed by library community and the users of Delnet facilities for a long, long time, he will live on as an enlightening institution and guiding spirit. I wish and pray that Delnet reaches new heights and keeps the flag flying high and higher. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kalaji, for being there today and for being such an immense support to us for the years altogether. Much grateful to you for your presence today. No words to express how grateful I'm feeling right now with your presence. Thank you so very much indeed. Thank you. Now we would like to start off. We have the very first session that we need to do is now on the leadership skills for LIS professionals, and we have with us Dr. Surbhi Pandey. I'm requesting Dr. Surbhi Pandey ji, if you may just kindly switch on the webcam, and also we would like to request you for sharing the screen. So we are sending it to you, the request. It's an immense pleasure for us to welcome Dr. Surbhi. Please unmute yourself. Could you please unmute yourself?
Yes, and good morning, Sangeeta ji.
Yeah,
very good morning.
Very good morning, Suruchi. Very good morning. Indeed, pleasure. Welcome.
Indeed.
Welcome.
Yes, yes.
Thank you so much for being
Thanks,
able to take out
Sangeeta ji.
yes.
Thanks for inviting me, especially on the birth anniversary of Dr. H.K. Kaul. And I was listening about his leadership skills and how he has contributed to the library community. So indeed, I think thank you for choosing me today for this session.
It's a profound privilege. It's a profound privilege, and you are indeed the best, person to really take the things forward and to tell us about the leadership skills, because that's what all our attendees today are waiting to hear from you. And I take immense pleasure in introducing Dr. Surbhi Pandey, who is serving as an assistant professor at Indian Institute of Public Administration. She has a PhD in computer science with an MPhil, and also the digital marketing, as well as in data science. The main areas of specialization of Dr. Pandey remains the cloud computing, cybersecurity, and data analytics. She has more than around 2 decades of professional and academic experience, and she has been a principal member of Educational and Skill Development Services sections, SSD of the Bureau of Indian Standards. She has been also decorated with the prestigious Indian Army GOCC Western Command Commendation Card, and has been a certified Microsoft Office specialist in data analytics, BI tools, also the trainer of cyber awareness programs in data security, and trainer of soft skills and change management. And we had noticed in the month of November, we had a wonderful program, wherein she was a guest speaker and spoke about change management. She has been imparting training to the senior officers of defense and administrative services in the area of cyber strategy, cyber diplomacy and peace, defense procurement, data analytics, and artificial intelligence. Dr. Pandey also imparts training to the senior officers of customs and indirect taxes, and also to NESIN, Faridabad, and Pan India. She has imparted training to more than 1,500 judges in the area of cybersecurity and fraud investigation. Transformational leadership, that remains the topic of today's deliberations that she is going to take today. Interpersonal skills at the level of district judges and subordinate services of the Uttar Pradesh state, besides many more accomplishments and awards that she has to her credit. Profound privilege in welcoming you, Dr. Pandey, and thank you so very much for taking out time for us. Indeed, it's a proud privilege for us, and we really look forward now to hearing from you about leadership skills, what the library and information science professionals needs to acquire, and yes, all of us would like to emulate the best of the leadership qualities what Dr. Kaul had, and that's how he has been able to take Delnet to the heights wherein we stand today. So we really look forward to the deliberations, and request you if you may just kindly share your presentation file, and it would really be wonderful. And we really look forward, and thank you once again for being there with us. It's over to you, Dr. Survey.
Thank you so much. Rather, it is a very, very big responsibility you have given me on my shoulder, that on his birth anniversary, who itself is a leader and a visionary, and talking about the leadership skills. So I think a very big task has given to me, and within 30 minutes, I'll try and do it. As you know, I am a good storyteller also, let me also tell you. So it is always, my presentation is with the storytelling only. And yes, there is a small presentation, because the more we see, we remember always. This is how I believe. Is my screen visible to everyone?
Yeah, Dr. Survey, it's visible. If you can just put it in the slideshow so that our attendees can view it better.
Just a minute.
Yes. Yeah, sure.
Is it now visible?
This is very perfect, Dr. Survey. This is very perfect. Yes, please.
So I really don't know which slide is visible, because my hands are a little tight with this platform. I struggled last time also, but is the topic visible? Leadership and organization.
Leadership and organization. Yes, very much, Dr. Survey. At the right place. Yes.
And good morning, each one of you. And today we talk about leadership skills, and we all are leaders. First thing is that we all are leaders. You know, if I'm referring my previous discussion, that little penguin, and how that we all are playing the role of leaders, how we have to lead. So with that connect, I would request, before I start my opening case, that what is this leadership, and how Dr. H.K. Kaul as a visionary has contributed a lot to the, the library, especially library in India. If I just take the example from there, and to connect with our own lives here, wherever we are as a leader, and how we are going to lead it, I just wanted to communicate all my participants. You just close your eyes and think about the three leaders with whom you admire the most. The three leaders whom you admire the most. Please pen down their names. The three leaders in your life whom you admire the most. You can write your answer in the chat box. So I can't see the chat box answers and all, but
no one has responded as of this moment.
Okay. So let's wait for another 1 minute. So let's wait for another 1 minute. That whom you think is a leader in your life, the three people whom you think is a leader in your life. Can you please pen down?
Yeah. One is Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. Other one is Dr. S.R. Ranganathan, who is being considered, he's a father of library science.
Okay.
Dr. H.K. Kaul, and Shri Narendra Modi ji.
Okay. Wonderful.
Yeah, I'm just reading Mahatma Gandhi. This is sent by Varsha Das.
Wonderful.
Again, Subhagyavati Gupta said Narendra Modi ji. Professor Manoj Kumar Sinha has gone for Dr. S.R. Ranganathan, Dr. H.K. Kaul, and Shri Narendra Modi ji.
Wonderful. So I can see the repetition of the name, the three leaders whom you think admires you the most. And I may now request.
Yeah, Swami Vivekanand also.
I was expecting a name of Vivekanand ji also. Gandhi ji, Vivekanand ji, the current Prime Minister of India, and so on. Dr. H.K. Kaul, on his birth anniversary, when we're talking about leadership skill, he is a visionary. Any other answer whom you thought of, they are the leaders in your life because they admires you or you admires you the most, the three leaders.
Mr. Bal Krishnan Dupe has said, my father.
Wonderful. I was actually expecting
our parents. Yeah. Someone has said Shivaji Maharaj. Also, Dr. Daisaku Ikeda by Varsha Das.
Okay.
So they are
Wonderful, wonderful. So the point is here is you have jotted down the 3 leaders in your life whom you admire the most. Can you please pen down the 3 qualities of those leaders which admires, you admire the most because they are the leaders in your life, and the qualities, the skills and the qualities. I'm sure you know the difference between the skills and the qualities, right? So I'm talking about the qualities. What are the 3 qualities which you admire the most in the leaders which you have just penned down or listed here? The 3 qualities, not more than that, just 3 qualities. The 3 leaders, the 3 qualities. I'll give you another 1 minute to think over it. The 3 qualities of the leaders whom you admire the most.
Is one. Then someone has said, Ms. Varsha Das has said, respect towards his, no, Varsha Das has said, they demonstrate humanistic values.
Yeah.
Humanistic
So
values in own
I just
life.
request you just give me the adjectives or the qualities, right? Not the
Surely.
statement, just the qualities.
Okay, fine.
You think the qualities which these leaders have, right? And
Integrity. Integrity is one.
integrity.
Decisiveness.
Okay.
Humanistic, being more humane, humanistic.
Mm-hmm. Wonderful. Integrity, decisive.
Dedication.
Dedication, wonderful.
Time management quality.
Time management, wonderful.
Someone has also said for motivation skills, communication skills. Discipline. Transparency is yet another one. Transparency.
Discipline, transparency, wonderful. See, many of the qualities they have already jotted down, right? And today we're talking about
accessibility.
Okay, accessibility, wonderful. Accessibility, right? Any other qualities which you, as a father, when you said Mahatma Gandhi, Narendra Modi ji, when you said Dr. H.K. Kaul, right? The leaders which you have mentioned and the qualities which inspired you the most or you admire the most, the qualities. So I've got few qualities which you have penned down.
People's management.
People management.
Inclusive philosophy, down to earth.
Okay, down to earth. Okay.
Collaborative, humility.
Yeah. Collaborative, humility, humanistic. Okay.
Yeah.
Wonderful. All right. So you have already given me, so many qualities that inspired you and you admire the most in the leaders which you have penned down. Slowly we will take those qualities and you might have heard about the slogan also, the leaders are born, but the leaders are made also. So there are so many debates are going on at times. There are a lot of debates on the bad leaders and the good leaders. At times there is a debate on who is the boss and who is the leader. Is the boss is the leader, and what is the difference between the boss and the leaders? At times we discuss about is the managers are the leaders, or what is the difference between the managers and the leaders. So every time there are a lot of discussion which is going on, and when we talk about the leadership, I'm sure you must have read about so many books written by that Simon, who is a TED speaker about the leadership, John P. Cotter again about the leadership. So there are many people, who talks about the leadership. But when I talk about outside speakers, and the authors, it is the Simons who talks a lot and the John P. Cotter. When we come to the India, we admire so many, whether it is a Buddha's philosophy or whether it is Swami Vivekanand, Chanakya Niti on leadership. So there are so many in an Indian philosophy also, whether it is when we talk about Bhagavad Gita to understand the leadership. So we also have our own mythology to understand the leadership, the qualities from our own leaders and from the outside people also who demonstrate leadership. It is not just by the virtue and the chair the leaders are there and you started admiring, but leadership is all about action. Whatever you have mentioned and penned down so far, you admire those people because you have seen something in the action. There is some action in that, and with that action, you started admiring those people because they have contributed. they have contributed. You always like the people who has given the best in terms of the action, not the rest. So we give respect to the chair. And by virtue, there are the leaders at the chairs, but we remember only the actions and the best people and the best leader in our life. So with this remark of the qualities which you have just penned down, let me introduce an opening case. Today I'm going to administer two cases to understand, is the leaders born or the leaders are made, and how we can develop this leadership skills. At any moment of time, we slowly and gradually may learn and out of this leadership. Probably if you just see the history of our own Dr. H.K. Kaul, if you imbibe all those qualities, you may develop those leadership skills in your own personality. But nevertheless, today I'm going to narrate these two small storytelling, just 2 minutes or 3 minutes, to understand what is this leadership. So the Prince and the Ship, the story, I'm sure if any one of you have heard, it is a very famous story on the leadership, the Prince and the Ship, to understand what is the leadership again. So the prince, there was a beautiful kingdom, and the prince got that as a legacy after his father expired. He got that kingdom, beautiful kingdom, and he is now heading as an emperor of that king. So at the very young stage of 21, he started this journey of as an king, emperor of that beautiful kingdom. What happened, slowly and gradually, there are a lot of crises are arising. There are so many crises slowly and gradually are coming and arising. The people are getting sick. The farmers are not working well in that kingdom. And slowly and gradually, there are so many thefts. The kingdoms are getting into a very worse shape slowly and gradually, though we have an beautiful emperor, we have a king there, but slowly and gradually, there is a lot of suffering amongst the villagers there. They started losing their village, they started losing their agriculture. There is a lot of loss in the farmer side. There are disease, the plague has happened, and that actually ruined the health part of also that emperor. So there are so many distress was going on, and suddenly what happened one day, the another king who attacked this beautiful kingdom and took over the charge of this prince's kingdom. So finally, this beautiful kingdom and emperor of this prince is no more as the prince of that kingdom, and was walked away, thrown out of that beautiful kingdom. So he has become nothing, from the king to nothing, just an ordinary man who is lying down on the street and thinking, what happened wrong? What has happened wrong that I got that as a legacy from my father, a beautiful kingdom and an emperor. I have all the prosperity there. But slowly and gradually, within a 5 years of time, I lost everything. Even the quality, health, prosperity, wealth of my own got deteriorated, and many of the villagers and the people there in the emperor, they also moved out, and my own emperor took over by my, the enemy, they took over, and I couldn't do anything. मैं कुछ भी नहीं कर पाया. What happened wrong? So he was just sitting one side and thinking about it, and then again he thought, let me go and meet my friend, my dear friend, my best friend. Probably he could help me out. So after a miles traveling of the miles, he has preached to his friend's emperor, and the moment he started entering into that emperor of his friend, the kingdom of that friend, all the guards and the security guards and all, they didn't allow that prince to enter the friend's kingdom, because he is in the shabby dress, he is not wearing proper dress, the tear clothes and everything very shabby. So they were like, he is a beggar, so they didn't allow that beggar who was a prince to the friend's emperor. So then he thought, let me do a job and change my color, clothing and everything. So he has done a 3 months of job there in the same emperors of the friend, and finally with the smart clothes and everything, one day he got an appointment to meet his friend. So the moment he walked to the friend's emperor, they gone face to face, right? So there's a face to face talk, and he said, I'm your friend, I was that emperor, but I lost everything slowly and gradually, and I took over by one of the enemy. I was in your village from last 3 months, but because of the shabby dress and my own hulia and hal, nobody is allowing me to enter your emperor, and now finally today I got the appointment. This is what has happened. I really don't know what to do. I wanted to take over my legacy of my father again. So he was like, okay, it is not that easy. I can only help you in a very small, milestone. If you wanted to earn, if you are not in a good condition, if you wanted any help in terms of the money and support, I can help you out. He said, what kind of support you can give me? He said, I can only give you 100 ships, right? He said, I can give you 100 ship. You can start your business with this 100 ship. And then slowly and gradually, it's up to your capability, you can grow. So he has given 100 ship to his friend to open a shipyard. You become a shipyard, and then started working on it, and then open your own business, and probably with this you may grow. So he has given that 100 ships to the friend. Along with that 100 ship, again this princess came back to the shipyard and started looking after the ship. What happened? There are wolves around, that shipyard. And one night, what happened? The wolves enter into that shipyard and attack all the ships. So next morning, he lost all the ship. And again, he back to the friend and saying, dear friend, I lost all my ships. The wolves enter into my shipyard and they attack all my ships and they all died. I really don't know what to do. I lost the ship also. He said, nevertheless, I have given you 100, but this time I'll give you 50. So again, I'm giving you 100 ship. You can work over it and start, looking after, and probably you can take up your business from here. So along with that 50 ships, again, he back to the main courtyard and again looking after the ship. And the same story repeated again. Again, next morning, some wolves enter into that courtyard and attack the ships, and all the ships died next morning. And again, princess was disappointed, and again back to the friend with the same, grievances that you gave me 50 ship and I lost all 50 ships. He said, this is the last attempt I'm giving you, from 100 to 50, and now you left with only 25. Think over it, what is going wrong? Think over it, what is going wrong? You lost your own father's kingdom. You lost my all 100 ship. You lost 50 ship, and now it is the 25. And after this 25, I am not in a position to help you out. So then along with that 25 ship, again, he back to that same space and was thinking, what is going wrong? He started thinking what is went wrong actually, that how the walls enter, ye walls kahan se enter hote hain, and how they attack my ship. Because with this ship only I can do a business, and if this time if I lose all the ship, I'm not going to going to meet my friend and ask for another help. So I really have to think about what is going wrong. So he started thinking about what is went wrong. So the moment he started thinking over it, then he thought there are certain corners where we have space, जहाँ पे ऐसे कुछ gap हैं जहाँ से balls enter होते हैं, and night I'm sleeping, I'm not awake, so they enter into those gap, they enter inside that courtyard and attack my ship. So then he filled those gap, their complete wiring of was done, and then whole night he started remain awake to take care of the ship. So the moment he started taking care of the ship whole night, and then he started having few laborers also who take care of the ship in the daytime, he take care in the night, and then in the rotation. So he started taking all small measures, or looking after their own ship, looking after the people around them who's working for this prince, and slowly and gradually he was able to interact with that ship. And back to the friend that, dear friend, I understood that what went wrong, that how I lost my emperor, how I lost my ship 150, and now I'm intact with this 25. Now this 25 has doubled into 1000. So the story ends here, the prince and the ship. That 25 becomes 1000, and with that 1000 he started earning a lot of money, and back with the money also to the friend. So I just request my audience, if you can post your answer, that what is your understanding with the prince and the ship, what went wrong, and what is that leadership, what is the one skill which is very important in the leadership. How this prince by virtue was a leader but lost everything, and after losing everything, again he geared up from the experience, from the loss, from the failures. He started learning that what went wrong. What went wrong is an experience or the failure, that is fail, F-A-I-L. first attempt in learning of this leadership exercise. With that failure, it understood that what went wrong and what is the one trait of leadership quality is very important. The one quality which is a very important quality of any leader with this story. Can I get some answers in the chat box? The one quality? I hope you understood the story. Yes or no? Yes or no?
Dr. Surbi, no, we
Prince,
haven't posted yet. Knowing the
no
problem
issues,
of
no
the
issues.
public, yeah. No answers
Okay,
yet, but yes, they are.
okay. Okay, so the prince and the ship, I'm sure you understood the story. The prince who got that kingdom as a legacy, right? And he started taking everything granted that I am a leader of this beautiful kingdom and an emperor, right? He started taking everything on right, but actually not paying attention to the well-being of the people around, the followers, the teams. You know, the praja, जैसे हम कहते हैं ना, अपनी प्रजा का ही ख्याल रखना बंद कर दिया, and he is in that mindset that I am the leader of this emperor, and slowly and gradually he lost that. And when he reached to his friend and seeking an help, again he got something as a gift, but that gift also he lost that as ship, because again his casual approach, that he's not looking after the ship, the team, right? And again what happened, he lost that 50 team of ship. With this failure of first attempt in learning, right, experience of losing every time, at the end he learned that what was missing, that I was not looking after my own team, I'm not looking after my own team. Because of that team I am a leader. Because of that kingdom is because of the people, and because of that people you are the king. So you are the king, you are the leader because of the people. The people have chosen you as a leader. So you have to take care of the well-being of those team members. That is the first quality of the leader. And that is what is the message I wanted to communicate with the prince and the ship. You are the leaders. You are chosen to be a leader. People have chosen you to be a leader. Then you have to take care of the well-being of the team, that collaboration, right? Somebody has mentioned the dedication, the ground to earth, right? Looking after your own team, collaboration. You have already mentioned those things in some other form. So those are the traits and the qualities of the leaders. You are the leader because of the team members who have chosen you as a leader. So first thing is you have to look after the well-being of those people. You have to take care of those people. Because of them you are the leader. So that is the first trait we have to understand. In many books, in many ways, you may find the people have listed out communication skill, right? Team management, integrity, attitude, right? Lateral thinking, decision making, right? These are the qualities. But the first thing is that humanity which you have actually penned down, that humanity, that team management is very important trait of any leader. Now there's another case. With the case, definitely I'll summarize the whole thing. This is another case of Gandhiji and a young boy. I really don't know how many of you have heard about this story, but again, I will narrate the story to understand that what is again that leadership, right? And how that leadership has actually demonstrated by Dr. H.K. Kaul also to each one of us, that with this story, we can probably try and connect it with that Gandhiji and young boy. So what happened, there is a young boy and he's a fond of eating sugar. He's a fond of eating sugar, and he eats so much of sugar, that his mother is actually fed up of his quality of eating sugar all the time, not eating the food and the proper meal or the balanced diet, but eating sugar all the time. So she was really fed up, and this boy is not listening to the friends, to teachers, or to mother. So then she thought, then she thought, let me take this young boy who's very stubborn, right, not listening to me, take me this young boy to the Gandhiji because he admires Gandhiji the most. So then he took his boy to Gandhiji and said that, sir, he is fond of eating sugar all the time. He's not taking any of the meal. मैंने इसको मारा पीटा सब कुछ किया, but he is not listening me even to the teachers or the friends. So can you please counsel my boy that not to eat too much of sweets or a sugar, otherwise it is very adverse effect of this on his health at a very early age. So the Gandhiji is quiet. He didn't say anything. He said, I can't do anything at this moment. You come after 2 months. So the mother is little surprised and annoyed also that all the way I have come from my village to Gandhiji's ashram, and for this to say, to get this answer of no. So she came back, with highly disappointed that I have come for a remedy, but I didn't get any message. He said no to me. He said, come after 2 months. So after 2 months again, the lady again, back to the Gandhiji's ashram with the boy, and again asked the question, sir, he is still into this journey of eating sweet and he has not given up, though I tried everything. And you told me that come after 2 months. Now, can you please guide my kid or tell my kid to not to eat sugar, and why you have done it now you are saying, and you have done it 2 months ago. तो गांधी जी कहते हैं कि 2 महीने पहले तक मैं भी शुगर ही खा रहा था, and therefore I have not scolded your child and not guided your child, but now today I have stopped eating sugar, so I am in a position to tell your young boy to not to eat sweet. So that is another quality of this leadership. I'm sure you got the answer. What is that quality? What is that quality of that leadership? The second quality of leadership, lead by an example, right? That, that shown the path. You said, somebody has actually shown me the path. Led by an example. That led by an example is something Dr. H.K. Kaul, led by an example, has done and contributed so much. Is an example to see and imbibe those quality in our life, that this is what this leader has done. I should also imbibe this quality, and that is what is the small message from that Gandhiji and young boy's sweet story, that led by an example. If you telling something, to your team members and other people to do, first you have to imbibe those traits in your personality. So that is another second trait or a skill of leadership. Now there are so many things, to talk about leadership, and we have a limited time, but to summarize everything with this small stories, that how you become a good leader and how we can enhance this a quality of leadership, rather than getting into the debate of somebody is born leader, somebody born with a silver spoon, somebody by virtue is a leader, but by virtue may you lost your leadership. If you just compare the prince and the ship story, to maintain that leadership, to have this quality, the first thing is that you should be a self-aware of yourself, right? If you wanted to be a good leader in your life, you should be a very much self-aware of your own abilities. That is your art of thinking abilities. You should be very good in your thinking abilities. Then if you think your thinking abilities are so large, then you have a lot of solutions. You have a lot of alternate way of thinking the process. You can see the larger picture. Whenever you're doing anything, you can anticipate certain things. That is a visionary. Somebody said, that this leader is a visionary. Dr. Kaul was a visionary, and with that vision, he anticipated so many things. That visionary things, that vision comes from the self-awareness. So that self-awareness skill is very important trait of any leader, whatever the leaders you have penned down. You just think, and if I wanted to be a good leader in my life, I should be first self-aware of myself. I have to, broaden my horizon of thinking abilities. I have to see the larger pictures, that macro things, rather than getting into every small micro things every now and then, right? And you have to anticipate certain things. If this will happen, what will be the solution? If this will happen, what will be the solution? And after 5 years, maybe this may happen. So you have to have that vision. That is what is the self-awareness. Somebody said punctuality and discipline. Yes, you have already listed that skill when I was floating those questions. Punctuality. Now, this discipline is very important. You might have seen few people, they complete their task in a stipulated time, right? They know how to sequencing the task also. They take a very timely decision also. It is well said, if the decision delayed, there's no meaning of that decision, right? So you have to take a very timely decision also. So this decision, completion of task in a limited time, that punctuality, that time management is a very important trait of any leader. If somebody procrastinate the things, may not delay, not in a position to take a decision, that delay something is taking you into the journey of bad leader, not into the good leader. If you're not able to complete your task in a limited time, then again you are not a good leader. You're getting into the category of again the bad leader. Now the responsibility and decision making. There are many people they don't want to take any responsibility. The first thing comes is we have to take the responsibility. Whether it may went wrong, it may goes, there may be a right, maybe a wrong, but take decision, take responsibility, take ownership, take responsibility, accountability. Then people will recognize you as a leader. If you will not take a decision, if you will not take a responsibility, you're not going to be a good leader. Why I'm saying so, there are people, they take a lot of responsibility. So if they take responsibility, they will demonstrate their skills also. When they demonstrate their skill, taking responsibility is a challenging task, but there is an opportunity also. You might have seen in your organization, there are people, they take a lot of responsibility. And with that responsibility, they demonstrate so many skills also. And slowly and gradually, they recognize as a leader, right? So with that, taking responsibility, and then showing and demonstrating those skills is adding to their leadership skill. And that recognition is also coming up with that. So that responsibility and decision making capability is very important. Then don't think about the result always. If I take this will happen. If this will happen, people may say this. So don't, anticipate failures always. If there is a failure, accept it. If there is a result, good, but take responsibilities. At times I have seen in the government organization, people do not take responsibilities. With that responsibility, there are a lot of burdens also come. And then with that burden, they don't want to take the challenge. But if you just see in the reverse, the flip side of it, when you take responsibility, it's an opportunity. You will get a lot of tasks, you will show those skills and qualities, and you will emerge out as a leader, adding to your own leadership skill and adding to your own experience. With the experience, you may become a leader also. Another trait of this, give others a chance. It is very important. At times we become very insecure that if I give it to this someone, I will lose my own essence. So it is not that. Encourage others. Don't feel insecure, right? Give those tasks to others also. Delegation is also very important. Give respect to the other members. Participative approach is very important, right? Support others, encourage other, guide other, mentor other. This is very, very important. You might have seen in the hierarchy, when there is a horizontal hierarchy, people do not want to delegate the task to the own subordinate. They feel insecure. Don't do that, because with that, actually, it is not the professional way of dealing it. If you encourage others, you can give them certain tasks. If you support them in that, you are opening your own window of collaboration. So that collaboration, I think somebody has also listed. So that collaboration may come if you give chance to others. Inspire and motivate others. We get inspired by Honorable Prime Minister. We get inspired by Vivekanand ji. We get inspired by Gandhi ji. We get inspired by so many, the leaders which you have mentioned. That why we inspired? Because of the direction, by the example which they set. So that inspire and motivate others is very important. Set an example, motivate others, guide them, give them direction. It is very, very important if you wanted to be a good leader. Now, learning. I always say in a word, there is a word called earn. Learn, earn. There is a word inside learn is earn. So keep earning new skills, because this new skill is opening new horizon for you, right? Opening your own mindset, right? And then this is how you will guide others. So this keep learning funda of earning new skill is very important if you wanted to be a good leader. Give strength to your teammates, right? You have to actually support your teammates. If you just remember the prince and the ship story, if you just remember the another story, that is the Gandhiji and the young boy, right? Strength to your teammates is important. That prince with the ship, somewhere that helping the team, the emperor, the villagers, the farmers, the people because of whom I am the king, I am not looking after them very well. And slowly and gradually, I lost everything. So give strength to your teammates. That's very important. Now, next is problem solving skill, right? Now, this problem solving skill is very important. By virtue, if I'm a leader, right, I'm a good orator. See, good orator is not a good leader, right? But I must say, listening skill adding to the good leadership quality. Problem solving skill is something, when you try to resolve the problems. You might have heard about empathy, right? And people say that your emotional question should be higher than your intelligent question. IQ will take you to the job. You will get any job because of your IQ, but your rest of the performance and survival in that job or your all elevation, right? Your promotion is based on your EQ. That is empathetic question, right? Emotional intelligence question. So that is something you should have that empathy, right? You should have that problem solving skills, getting into the shoe of somebody else, understand the problem, understand the flip side also, understand the hard work behind anything, right? Think of alternatives. If one thing is not working out, you think of another plan, right? So go with the multiple plans. Do not get hyper. Maintain your cool. Whenever there is a crisis, the leader maintain the cool and think of alternate solutions. So this is what is the combination of thing is the problem solving skills that makes you and recognize you as a good leader. Now, if you start listening someone, right, I really wanted to hear you all rather than, listen to you all rather than just talking. So that is listening skill. If you have a great listening skill, if I have some grievances, right, and I walk to the room of my own director and I speak everything, and if I'm heard, you may find that the problem is resolved. And I may recognize that leader as a good leader, that madam के पास जाके तो बहुत सारी problem resolve हो जाती हैं. If I go to Dr. Sangeeta, she is such a good listener कि at least I was heard and I'm feeling relaxed. My grievances are heard. I'm feeling relaxed. I wanted to put across so many points and she has given me a point time to give my points also. So that listening skill, again, adding to your leadership quality, you will slowly and gradually recognize as a good leader if you have that listening skill. Now, what is this effective communication? I always say, this communication is not that vocabulary, the phrases which we use. That effective communication is that there should not be a gap between the two parties, right? There should not be a gap. There should not be any communication gap. If there is a gap, it is not an effective communication. Remember the two hands, right? We clap when both comes together, right? They join, the both comes together. This is what an effective communication. If both the parties collaborate and talk, right, then this is an effective communication. There should be not a gap. So these are the few traits which I believe, when I see a lot of leaders, when I wanted to imbibe certain leadership quality in me, that starts with me. That is my own self-awareness, my own thinking capabilities, my own time management, my own responsibility capabilities, my own behavior of giving chance and dealing with the others. How I am a motivated person or not. If I am not a motivated person, how I'm going to motivate others? How I'm working with my own teammates. Do I have my own problem solving skill? Am I a good listener? Am I an effective communicator? So those are the things starts with I and then you will become a we. So this is the few important traits which I thought in this small story of two princes and Gandhi ji I've narrated, and what make you the best leader is something which you have already penned down to me. There are many things to discuss. Whenever you think about your leadership skill, make your this golden circle. Whatever you're doing, why, how, and what. This golden circle is very important. When you are in any organization and you are in your journey of leadership, or you are a leader, this is the Simon's model. Always say, start with why I'm doing something, how I'm going to do it, and what you're going to achieve out of it. This is very important. Now, another is I'll end up with this small quotation. Leadership is not about being in charge. That prince is in charge of that kingdom. I am so and so and in charge of this. No, leadership is not being in charge of anything. Leadership is about taking care of those who is in your charge. So taking care of your well-being of the people around you. Leadership is about taking care of those who are in your charge rather than you being in charge. And that is what is the story of the prince and the ship, and the action, the inspire, and the motivation is the Gandhiji stories. So thank you so much. I really enjoyed this session. Thank you, Sangeeta ji.
Thank you so very much. Thank you. Can't thank you enough, Dr. Surbhi, always for delivering such highly motivating talks. And we could still see that people are posting, the things about the fascinating ways of storytelling that you have. You have got such a beautiful quality of the storytelling, because it's more an image that you are, you are impacting the psyche of the attendees, and it's not.
Thank
And
you,
it's
Sangeeta
not,
ji. Thank you,
it's not, I'm sorry, just for a second. I'm sorry. I think it is, just for a second. Stop it. Stop it. I'm extremely sorry, because we have not been able to, play the message. So that came in between. We were just trying to see. So thank you so very much for delivering such a highly motivating address and truly a stimulating one. If a time permits, we would just like to take one or two questions from the attendees so that they should feel that they are fully being participative in that. So the quick two questions for Dr. Surbhiji, because she has a paucity of time. She has been able to take out time for us, though being there in the online programs today, and it was really so very kind of her. Just two questions that we may be able to take it. So please kindly raise your hand if you may like to quickly ask any question to Dr. Surbhi. We would be really happy we will be very happy to take the question, and will be requesting Dr. Pandey to attend to your questions. I'm quickly sifting through the questions. I know that you are also in a great rush because you have to take yet another session. I'm just trying to see. I'm just trying to see that can we take some question, but it seems that we have a number of questions which our attendees would be interested. But let me just try to get connected with Miss Akanksha. Akanksha, you have raised your digital hand. We have unmuted you. Please unmute yourself if you may like to ask the question.
Yeah, please.
Akanksha, could you please unmute yourself quickly if you may like to ask a question? I think, this is what happens. I think, Dr. Surbhi, I know that you're hard pressed for time today. We would like to really take the questions in the next session that when we have with you. And very shortly we are going to, because I know that today you are being occupied with many things, but you have been able to see to our request, take out time and setting, the examples for our library professionals, that how they can become the good leaders for tomorrow. And I really liked your last statement.
Because I have my session with the judges at 11:15.
Exactly. Yes.
It is really very short, 30 minutes to justify this topic of leadership. But this is how I thought with the storytelling, I may try and imbibe these leadership qualities, which you already demonstrating right in front of me, and with the process. So thank you,
Dr.
and
thank you so very much. God bless, and really, really much grateful to you, for being there with us today. Thank you, Dr. Surbhi. Thank you so much. Thank you. It was indeed a great honor. Always a pleasure to listen to Dr. Surbhi, who is very, very kind and supportive of our activities at Delnet, and always accedes to our request. Now we would like to, before we show you the Delnet documentary, which has been our schedule, we would firstly like to now broadcast the message being delivered by our the president, Shri K. Jayakumarji. Because of technical issues, we have not been able to play it, and this is in homage to Dr. H.K. Kaul from Shri K. Jayakumarji, the president. There is an issue, we are not able to play it our portal. We have been trying hard to do that, but there is some technical glitch. We would like to see to it that we are able to do it today. We have been trying, but there's some technical issue which is coming. The voice is not coming through the portal, and we sincerely apologize for the problem that is being encountered through the portal. We would like to now, firstly, we would like to see to it that we are able to listen to the message of our president today. We are trying hard to take care of this technical glitch, which has not really happened, but today we are encountering that problem with the portal, that though the video is playing, but it's not showing, we are not able to listen. In the meantime, we would like to firstly take you and show you the Delnet documentary, which was made on the occasion of the Delnet Silver Jubilee year. That was of 2017, and wherein you would get a chance to listen to Dr. H.K. Kaul, and also about his entire vision and the great work that he did in conceptualizing and establishing Delnet.
Users community is greatly benefited due to Delnet's constant endeavors to collect, store, and disseminate information as well as offer needed computerized services. I sincerely pray and wish the beautiful collaboration of Delnet with its member institutions continue by many-fold and maximize the use of information and knowledge in the coming decades of the 21st century.
25 years is a landmark in the history of any institution, and it is a time to celebrate. I had the privilege of being a member of its governing body and also treasurer, and I hope that Delnet will grow from strength to strength in the coming years.
For me, it's a mission. And when you are in a mission mode, for instance, if you are digging a tunnel in the hill, until you reach the other end, you don't come back. Either you are finished or you go ahead. There's no other way.
The credit must go to the founder, Dr. Kaul, and his dedicated team, which conceptualized the first concept, they evolved the concept of Delnet.
My main concern has been the good of the country, disseminating information, networking libraries, information available in the libraries, spreading it, giving it to the users. And for that, I had thought of big projects where the country would benefit. Our journey is long. It's not the end of the road in any case. Hurdles that come across are not hurdles to stop you, though the people who created the hurdles would not understand why they are doing that. But I now feel whatever they were doing, that benefited me in taking a rigorous course, a better course, and we are now independent as a result.
In India, particularly, the resources are comparatively limited for arranging all these libraries. So this networking helps even a poor person to get access to all these things. That way it is expanding not only knowledge for the general society, but also penetrating deep into the layers of the society where normally you don't reach.
Suppose an engineering student, he doesn't have enough money to buy the textbooks or a book which has been prescribed by the institution. If he can borrow it for 10-15 days through Delnet, I think it is a great service to the students who doesn't have enough resources to buy their textbooks or their reference books. In that way, it is helping the poor people, poor students, and helping the society also. Because you see in the public libraries all over Delhi, the Delnet have membership, and the public libraries for old retired people, they also come. They can borrow it through Delnet and just give it to the reader who wants to read. It's promotion of reading among the older people, among the poorer people. In that way, Delnet is contributing to the society.
In the realm of expansion of knowledge, it has served a great thing, and it has now about 6,000 member libraries, and including 8 from outside India.
Even outside, we have members in USA, Oman, Sri Lanka, Nepal, Bhutan, and even all nooks and corners of the country. They are being networked. All prestigious institutions, they are the members of Delnet. Delnet basically is more into providing and inspiring, the resource sharing among the libraries, the resource discovery as well as the resource sharing. We work, in fact, with that missionary zeal and die-hard spirits that we possess to ensure that the information needs and requirements of our user community, of our member institutions are being met.
We don't take any grants. This financial support is based on membership fee. It's a nominal membership fee. Since 1999, we have not increased it. The reason being, we are not a commercial body. We don't want to make money.
And the membership fee is very nominal, 11,500 that we just simply charge. For past 20 years, we have not increased that membership fee.
At present, Delnet has 6,000 institutional members, and it also has 3 crore bibliographical records, which the member institution can use for their day-to-day services and for the purpose of reference.
We have to prove that we are useful. I started in 1998 the National Conventions on Knowledge, Library and Information Networking. That is one major thing which we are organizing every year.
Happy to be here for the inauguration of the 19th National Convention on Knowledge, Library and Information Network, organized jointly by the Tezpur University and the Developing Library Network, New Delhi.
I also started the annual lectures, Delnet annual lectures in 1998, and then the lecture series. We have experts coming from different parts of the world or from India who come and speak.
Dear friends, India has embarked on the mission of skilling 500 million people by the year 2022. These 500 million people, mostly youth, will need to be empowered with the knowledge from books and journals as well as, hence the role of libraries will be very important in this domain.
Delnet is not just simply a library, it's a library network. So if someone joins Delnet, so they become in part a member of those 6,000 libraries because they're able to reach out and can access that material through us.
At Delnet, we have the conference facility, we have other facilities, workshop facility.
Delnet is also organizing the training program for the technological upgradation, for the skill development of the library staff, and so that they can adopt this technology.
We have to do research in new issues emerging, new softwares, new technologies coming in, and when we are satisfied, we pass it on to our member libraries. This is going to be the most successful library network. It's already a successful network and providing service to millions of people, scholars. We are trying to empower the librarians. They should be able to provide better service to their users, quality information they should be able to provide so that the users come back to the libraries. Because I'm 100% sure web resources per se will not be able to satisfy the needs of the users. We need knowledge experts. We need knowledge experts who are going to pick up the best knowledge, the quality knowledge.
There has been an expansion of higher education during the past 15, 20 years. Many new libraries have come up. Many government libraries are struggling to get funds for their subscription. In that scenario, if we get an organization or promote an organization, expand its activity like Delnet, then it helps other libraries to share their resources, to develop their manpower, and also to contribute towards the overall librarianship in the country by way of sharing their expertise, the technological upgradation of the libraries, which is very important these days because now we are all in an internet-driven society.
The Delnet is the largest library network in entire South Asia.
And I'm proud to say as an Indian that what OCLC is doing to the worldwide libraries, similar services Dalnet is providing to Indian libraries or Asian libraries in a much prompt, less complicated manner because there are a lot of complications in WorldCat and OCLC, and Dalnet is very smooth and very simple way of getting material from the other libraries.
In our organization, for example, IGNCA, we have many books in the field of art and art history which are very expensive, and not less than 4,000, 5,000, maybe 10,000. So those books, if we can share with others, which the other libraries do not have, so it is a great benefit, and it is some sort of, you can say, the cost effectiveness. If they are used more, then we are happy that we are contributing to the society and we are helping the other art institution, art schools, and the libraries like Asiatic Society, Kolkata, Mumbai, to pursue their research with sharing our resources with them. And Delnet has a very good service that is called interlibrary loan, and every day I think the Delnet person come to our library, bring books which are very expensive or rare type, and they return it very efficiently after 10-15 days after the use of the library.
If you come to JNU, every research scholar knows that this article or this book I can get from the Delnet. We have a kind of even online link to the Delnet services where research scholars are supposed to directly place the request, and the kind of confidence we are having in Delnet services because of its prompt delivery.
Our prime motto is to ensure that the user's requirements, in today's day and time, especially with the financial crunch, you have scarcity of funds, in the institutions, and one must really come forward in making the best use of Delnet.
Like whenever a new book recommended by a faculty, first the request goes to our concerned officer who is coordinating with Delnet to first check in Delnet. If book is not available through Delnet, then it go to the acquisition department to further process. So we are so dependent upon Delnet for new book procurement because we know that our budget is limited and we cannot buy each and every book required by that. And it's a collection of the resources, the databases. It is at par with any international network.
In their mission of disseminating knowledge of modern way of doing and fantastic service Delnet is doing, throughout the country and neighbors.
I always believe libraries are the great creator of new knowledge, new wisdom, new ideas, and it ignites your intellect. It stirs your soul and creates a new vision in you. And that is why all the progress which has been made by the human civilization has occurred when the new knowledge has come, like the Renaissance of the 14th century, 15th century, like the French Revolution, the rights of man, and so on. And now recently the climate change, the silent spring, this is somewhere written in Europe and America, and then it traveled everywhere, and now it is easily available everywhere.
Delnet is a lifeline, for researchers and scholars of the country, and we really feel, touched, in fact, with the kind of connections that we have been able to, develop with our researchers and scholars of our member institutions. And because in the previous time, pre-era of the networking like Delnet, they had to search a lot, in finding the references. But now with the assistance of Delnet, at a single window search, they will be able to find it out, what resources are available, and it's definitely creating a difference in the lives of the researchers and scholars, because they're able to access not only the resources within the country, any nook and part of the world are being networked, through Delnet. And even we have the international reciprocal agencies, through which Delnet, collaborates to ensure that the information needs of our researchers are being met.
There must be about 300 or more queries coming in, all kinds of. You see, we provide reference information, we provide information on articles, we provide information on books, we provide information on any other subject, experts and other things, all kinds of, and from all over the country, it flows in. And by the evening, the replies have to go, or there are some that are deferred where the information is not available. There is a separate research work going on those, how to collect those resources.
I myself got some idea out of it when the slums were being relocated and new things were being made. I always made a point to make some library there which will make it available to the poor. And I also believe that the government should give more encouragement to such organizations, because they are the foundation plank of the society. And more you help them, more the society benefits. Moral tone of it, the social tone of it would certainly improve if we have such organization.
National library policy in India is must, because libraries are not properly integrated, library issues are not properly addressed. Even more than 50% states are not having library act, and library cess collected by some of the states are not being used uh, properly for the libraries.
I have been promoting the idea of establishing knowledge centers. Now, what was the purpose of establishing knowledge centers? Because in each discipline in the universe of knowledge, there is so much information coming in around the world. There have to be experts who should select the quality information and put it in the knowledge center. Now, on that subject, all kinds of information from books, manuscripts, websites, interviews, dialogues, discussions, panel discussions, lectures, all this together on a particular subject which has been vetted by experts comes as a knowledge center. And this knowledge center, when it is on the web on a particular subject, it can be used by anybody in the world. I had gone to the United States also. I had given a paper on this subject as to how at international level countries can collaborate in developing these knowledge centers and provide this information even at a small fee to anywhere in the world. So therefore the quality information will reach the people and the latest information will reach the people. Otherwise, if you access any commercial Google or any other site, there are millions of hits. One is confused. You get tired after half an hour, 1 hour of search, and you get frustrated. And whatever you pick up, you use that information. And that gets passed on in the universities also. You get PhDs, you get whatever masters and others.
Knowledge has been transformed from objective and certain to subjective and personal.
Now, I think there is a major challenge before us, and knowledge centers have to get established. We are establishing a knowledge center in Delnet for public.
The greatest tool is knowledge. So the message is, it doesn't matter who you are if you have vision and determination to achieve that vision through constant acquisition of knowledge.
I went to UK, USA, Canada, and some other countries to study how networking of libraries was done, how information was networked. So we started giving training to library professionals, and it was Delnet that for the first time among libraries in India in 1991, we started the email service, which was with the courtesy of NISAT, and about 26 libraries benefited to start with. Delnet was registered as a society in 1992 with Dr. S. Vardarajan as the president and myself as the director. IIC trustees, who were very gracious, they said, we'll allow you to use about 2 cubicles in the library for Delnet. They were small places, but at least 3-4 persons could work. Whatever resources were in the libraries, we compiled their catalogs into one union catalog so that everybody could know what is available in other libraries and they could borrow. You see, we had a special software where anyone could send a request through email, and the records, the message information will go from our server back to the user. So that was something for the first time it was done. And eventually, the problem was that software vendors were giving software to libraries at a very higher rate, expensive rate. Libraries couldn't afford it. So I was very much against this, and I was wondering that we have to really find a solution to this. It has to be cheaper solution for libraries so that more and more libraries can benefit and get modernized. So I established a small software unit in Delnet, in the IIC library itself, and we started working. So to begin with the Ministry of Culture, Government of India, they sponsored the project for National Bibliographic Database. Now this project was very important, but we had content in different Indian languages that was also to be computerized. So we took up special projects like Asiatic Society Calcutta, Asiatic Society Bombay, International Institute of Tamil Studies, they had records in Tamil. Asiatic Society Calcutta had Bengali records. Punjabi University, we did Punjabi records, and all that. This was for the first time among the libraries in India. We created these records in languages and were made accessible.
We want to make our presence felt in the lives of the researchers and scholars. So where they are, we would really want that the presence of Delnet should be felt, and we are very happy to see that it's happening.
The book connects the people. So many couplets he has written, Tirukural. Nowhere he is talked about Tamil Nadu or his own language, what he has written. Nowhere he talked about which country he belongs to. Can you see the nobility of a mind 2,200 years back? He says one place, which is my favorite, Tirukural. Whatever may be the depth of the river, or lake or pond, whatever may be the condition of the water, the lily flower always comes out and blossoms out of that water, whatever depth it is. Similarly, if there is a definite determination to achieve a goal, even if it is impossible to achieve, the man succeeds, man or woman succeeds.
This was a huge task, and we had to create special software, mark-based, these are international standards, for the first time in India.
We have the major prestigious, universities, nearly 300 universities which are a part of our network. We have all prestigious engineering colleges and management institutions, including the big IITs, the IIMs, engineering colleges, medical hospitals, even, they are the part of the network and greatly benefited. And I would also like to mention the accreditation bodies like AICT, All India Council for Technical Education, NAC, as well as the JNTU Hyderabad, they have, incorporated Delnet in their handbooks to encourage that the library professionals, the libraries should come forward and using Delnet services. Yeah.
Then we did lot of national events, and we also did something internationally. The membership rates were kept the lowest. Since 1999 to this date, we have not increased the membership fee. And before the advent of the web, World Wide Web, what you see today, in 1999, I went to Pakistan. Bajpayee ji had also gone to Pakistan at that time, and Islamabad and Lahore, and then to Sri Lanka, Colombo. I gave online demo to our resources, and they appreciated that there was so much information available on Pakistan or on Sri Lanka in the Delnet database. So 2-3 things we did. One was that the membership rate for SAARC countries should be the same. We didn't increase it. For international institutions, a rate was also limited, just to $500, the minimum. Over the years, we arranged so many programs where international experts were concerned. Delnet, Developing Library Network. I felt that the network has to remain in a developing mode and to provide access to information, serve the people, serve their users. Now we have at this stage about 6,000 institutions as members, and we have from 8 countries. Some scholars are using it. And within India itself, lakhs of students, teachers, and other scholars are using the service. Now today, if anyone is working on any information, within half an hour he will find what is available on this subject, what has already been published, and we have about 3 crore records in our system. A scholar writing a research thesis is stuck for 6 months because of one document, one article, or a book. And the message comes to Delnet, and the network manager will find out the information from all kinds of sources, and within hours the information would reach. The basic principle with Delnet is it covers all subjects and caters to all types of libraries, whether it's a school library, a college library, university library, research library, and the fee is the same. A representative of an institution has the equal right. It is not that a bigger institution will have a bigger right and a smaller institution will have a smaller right. That's not there. So every individual representing an institution, however big or small it is, they have equal rights here. They have access to all information. Now, you see, in 1996, we got land from JNU, and JNU administration has been very kind. We are grateful to them. They gave land to us, and all our resources are available for students, teachers of JNU, and scholars, and it's a great resource here, and it's a great environment. We really like it. Well, so far as the building is concerned, I will tell you, when JNU gave us land, we had almost no money, and we had to construct. I said, we'll construct. So we raised money through our activities, and the Ministry of Culture, when Mr. Jagmohan was the Minister of Culture, he gave a grant of 1 crore. And thereafter, we have raised a lot of money through our activities, through our services, and you find these 2 buildings which are here. Even the architect, C.P. Kukreja, I told him, I have no money to pay you. You have to prepare the drawings. He said, I will do that. When you get the money, you give me. This environment which you see here is beautiful.
You will certainly realize. Can you all repeat with me, if you don't mind, young fellows? Will you repeat? When I, you're not eaten, when I wish upon a star, makes no difference who I am. Anything my heart desires will come to me.
The greatest gift Indian gurus gave to their disciples was knowledge. And the greatest contribution Delnet is making and will always make is to offer quality information resources and knowledge to its member libraries and their users. The journey of Delnet is on and will always remain on. We are never going to stop.
May God bless you all, friends.
We would like to once again pay our respectful homage to Dr. H.K. Kaul, the great visionary. Now we would like to start the next panel discussion, which is on future thinking for building best futures, revamping the LIS education in India. We have a very distinguished panel with us today, comprising of Professor Nishat Fatima, the head Department of Library and Information Science, Aligarh Muslim University, Aligarh, and also the University Librarian at AMU Aligarh. We have yet another, we extend a welcome to Dr. Samir Gul, the Associate Professor of Department of Library and Information Science, University of Kashmir from Srinagar. Welcome you, Dr. Samir. Thank you for joining us. I have immense pleasure in welcoming Dr. Trishanjeet Kaur, Professor, Department of Library and Information Science, and also the head of the department and former Dean, Faculty of Education and Information Science, Punjab University, Patiala. We welcome you, Dr. Trishanjeet Kaur. It's a pleasure to have you. I have immense pleasure in welcoming Professor Dr. S. Ravi, Professor and Head, Department of Library and Information Science, Central University of Tamil Nadu, Tiruvallur District. We welcome you, Professor Ravi. It's an immense pleasure for Delnet and for each one of us to have you with us today at this forum. We have a very important panel discussion today, and the panel discussion is centered around the theme Future Thinking for Building Best Futures, Revamping the LIS Education in India. Why we have chosen this topic is because this topic was something which was very, very close to Dr. Kaul's ideology of changing the entire curriculum. He always used to wonder how to really get the kind of a manpower which is required in the libraries. And we used to deliberate at times, and he always used to wonder that what should be done and how Delnet can play a role. Because what we find in our libraries and the manpower, the skilling, there comes the issue of to get the trained manpower, to provide the proper skill sets to our young library and information science students. We are very happy that today we have a large number of our students of Department of Library and Information Science also who have joined us. So we must thank the HODs, the faculty members, especially of our departments of Library and Information Science, to ensure that there is a good participation by the students, because what we are deliberating today, especially in this panel discussion, is something which really holds a great significance for each one of them. I have immense pleasure firstly in introducing Professor Nishat Fatima, the head Department of Library and Information Science, and also the University Librarian at Aligarh Muslim University. Thank you very much, Professor Fatima, for joining us from Aligarh. It's indeed a profound privilege for us. Professor Fatima has been teaching in the Department of Library and Information Science at Aligarh Muslim University since 1997. And she is currently the professor and head at AMU. She secured her first position in MLISC and has completed her MPhil from Delhi University prior to doing PhD from AMU. She has to her credit more than 50 papers, which she has published in national and international journals and also in conference proceedings. Her areas of interest centers around reference and information sources and services, cataloging, theory and practice, and management of libraries. She has she has supervised 4 PhD students, and few are in the stage of submission very soon. She also worked as a warden, Abdullah Hall, and assistant proctor at AMU, and is a life member of ILA. Profound privilege. Thank you very much, Professor Fatima, for joining us from Aligarh, and it's really, really a pleasure for us to have you with us today. We have from Kashmir, Jammu and Kashmir, we have Dr. Samir Gul, who has joined us from Srinagar. Pleasure in welcoming you, Dr. Samir. It's a pleasure to have you joining from Srinagar. Dr. Samir Gul is an associate professor, Department of Library and Information Science, University of Kashmir. And I'm very much pleased to tell you that Dr. Samir Gul has a teaching experience of nearly 2 decades now, and he has been associated with many professional bodies of international and national repute. If you really see his profile on the Kashmir University's website, you will get deeply impressed by seeing the impact factor of the journal articles that he is publishing. And I'm very pleased to share with you all that he is a very reputed author and has published extensively with the leading publishers, including Springer, Nature, Elsevier, Taylor & Francis, Emerald, Sage, IGI, UNESCO, and many more. And with an H index of 7 through Web of Science, 8 through Scopus, and 13 through Google Scholar. And he has a passion for scholarly writing. In the corporate life of the university, he is also the coordinator of UGC Human Resource Development Center and coordinator, Directorate of Internal Quality Assurance at University of Kashmir. Dr. Samir Gul has served the departmental journal Trends in Information Management as an associate editor since 2011. Besides serving as a coordinator, departmental seminars and academic events, member DRC, and also the coordinator, departmental examinations. He was also the associate editor of Kashmir Journal of Social Sciences, published by School of Social Sciences, University of Kashmir during 2017 to 18. Immense pleasure in welcoming you, Dr. Samir. Thank you very much for joining us today, and we really look forward to the deliberations. It's a pleasure now for me to welcome Dr. Trishanjeet Kaurji once again, the head and the professor from Department of Library and Information Science, and also the former Dean at Faculty of Education and Information Science, Punjabi University, Patiala. Dr. Trishanjeet Kaur is a well-known name in the field of library and information science, and has she has gold medalist throughout in her master's as well as in the bachelor's degree level, and her areas of interest includes academic libraries, disaster and preservation, LIS education and training. If you happen to see her profile, it's really quite an impressive profile, which clearly indicates the profound contributions of Dr. Trishanjeet Kaurji. She is being associated with a large number of national professional associations and also of the international professional associations, including American Library Association, has been a member of the International Relations Committee, Subcommittee Near East and South Asia from 2009 to 2011, International Association of School Librarianship, and also the Canadian Library Association. She has to her credit, she has to her credit a large number of honors, awards, and recognitions. And this is really indeed very heartening to see that at an international level, she got many recognitions besides receiving certificates of appreciations and recognition of information literacy and cultural awareness workshops at Michigan in USA, awarded partial travel grant to participate in present paper in the Continental Conference of LIS 2015 in Chicago. She has been invited speaker in large number of international programs. She also has to her credit number of scholarships that she received, including GRF and also the UGC National Education Test for Junior Research Fellowship. And she has been there in the Department of Library and Information Science at Punjabi University, Patiala since 1986. It has been a long tenure, and she is also serving as a head of the department for the third term since 1st July 2021, and also is a director, Constituent Colleges of Punjabi University, Patiala. Profound privilege in welcoming you, Dr. Trishanjeet Kaurji. It's a pleasure that you have been able to join us today from Patiala. We really look forward to the deliberations. From Southern India, we have Professor S. Ravi, the Professor and Head, Department of Library and Information Science, Central University of Tamil Nadu, Tiruvallur District in Tamil Nadu. We take extensive pleasure in welcoming you, Dr. Ravi, and thank you very much for acceding to our request to be there with us. I'm very happy and pleased to share with you all that Professor Ravi is a Dean, School of Communication, Professor and Head at Department of Library and Information Science. He has more than 40 years of experience, 11 years as a university library at the University Library in Annamalai University, and 29 years in the Library and Information Science postgraduate teaching, research, and academic administration. He has been, he started off his career as a lecturer, then reader and a professor, and has been serving at the Department of Library and Information Science, Central University of Tamil Nadu since 2017. He has also involved in a large number of international collaborations and served as a mentor for Commonwealth Diploma in Youth Development Work and Commonwealth Certificate in Youth Development Work at London for 5 years from 2007 onwards. He has guided more than 20 candidates for PhD and more than 45 for MPhil, which speaks volumes of his commitment to the teaching profession. He also has published more than 48 papers and has received 6 awards in recognition of the work that he has been doing. He is also a Chief Vigilance Officer, Member Executive Committee, Member Court, formerly Dean School of Communication, Nodal Officer, Central University Portal, Nodal Officer, UGC University Activity Monitoring Portal, and many more. Profound privilege in welcoming you, Professor Ravi, to today's panel discussion, and we really look forward to hearing your expert comments. I would just like to brief you all. We have got 1 hour with us, and what we intend to do in this 1 hour is maybe 15 minutes more because there has been this session was scheduled for 11:30. So I would just like to brief that what we intend to do in the first round is we would be firstly requesting all our 4 distinguished panelists of this session in around 15 minutes time to give a little insight into your views, and you may touch upon, we are talking about the future thinking for building best futures, how really to revamp this allies education, what are the strategies to be in place, how do you foresee that, what is the kind of a new skill sets which are being required for the students, who is going to do, whom do you think that besides the departments doing it, what kind of a new thinking has to come into place, and who will be really collaborating? Because since we are celebrating the Library Networking Day, we also have to see how collaboratively we can come together and can do something more, which is currently being happening. And that's what the deliberations of this panel discussion that we would like to see. And also the proposed role for a library network like DELNET. As I said earlier, Dr. Kaul always had been very much concerned on this fact that how to bring in, he always used to speak about it, how to bring in the transformation in the libraries by having and also empowering our library professionals, and right from the place wherein we are providing them, where they are being taught in the departments of library and information science. So without standing any further between you and all the attendees of this webinar, so firstly, we would request you all kindly give us maybe a little overlapping of the things because we are deliberating on the same. But yes, indeed, after that, we would like to take the questions and also to see what are the takeaways, what are the things that we really foresee that we should be able to implement. So the immediate things that we can do, and also the long time kind of plans that we may hold it. All of you are a very one of the most expert panel that we can have. You have got extensive experience in being with the teaching in the departments of library and information science. So firstly, would be requesting our distinguished panelist, Professor Nishat Fatima, to kindly share your views. It's over to you, Fatima, please.
It's a pleasure that we are here in the galaxy of eminent people, and we are discussing what we can. Am I audible?
Yes,
am
very
I audible?
much. Very much.
Okay.
Yeah, very much, Fatima. Yeah.
So I'm thankful that we are here in this eminent people's galaxy, and we are discussing the revamping of library education and keeping in view the present environment, the challenges we are facing. That all of you know that India is amongst the first few countries. We are first few in the world that we have started library information science education. And we have seen almost more than 100 years of library information science education and programs. And now it is more like in the professional that we are facing challenges, and the competencies we want is that today the change which we have seen in the ways and means of managing the information in the library. The information and communication technology which we are seeing has completely revolutionized, completely changed the process and the information seeking behavior of the patterns of the user. This basically tell us for the revamping, for the change in the library information science education, in the schools of library and information science. And what we can see is today's education system demands for greater amount of flexibility. Like we have to be very flexible, we have to adapt things, we have to inculcate new things in our syllabus, new technology in our syllabus. Flexibility from LIS educations and calls for close cooperation of LIS professionals for getting new skills and like competencies. And that way we can get the more trained professionals, we can get more trained students to work in the libraries. Now you know that we are in the Web 2.0 age, and we are heading towards Web 3.0. And the competencies of Web 3.0 we have to incorporate in our syllabus, like the basically the thing which we are there in 3.0, we have to adopt that. We have to incorporate in our syllabus, because nowadays, and especially in today's environment, what we are seeing in COVID environment, we have to concentrate on services. So we have to be more towards services. And the students, all of you are experiencing this, that students, they are not coming to the library, researchers, they're not coming to the library. We have to provide services to the user. So like earlier, what we used to have reference services, now we have to provide information to that we are providing since long. But still, in today's environment, we have to provide a lot. Every time they are sitting at home, and whatever they are asking, we have to provide it through the help of different technologies and all that. And now you can say that they're getting, and now this will be there after this COVID environment also. Like this is the mindset of the users. They have changed. They will want this information like that only. So this thing we have to incorporate in our syllabus, how to help the users, what technology we have to adopt to help the user. So that is, and they will want the uninterrupted services from the user, from the library. So we have to be everywhere, and we have to be everywhere all the time. So that we have to think about how to provide. We have to incorporate big data, we have to incorporate artificial technology, we have to be more, you can say, interdisciplinary in this manner. So that will be the part of our coursework, that should be there in our coursework. So we have to change ourselves, and for that matter we have to change. But still we have changed a lot, but still we are like lagging behind from other countries, developed countries and all that. Another thing which we are experiencing nowadays, that we don't have any body to recognize that, like in engineering, in medical, and other subjects, they have their own body which recognizes the course, which gives the framework for the course and all that. So what we have UGC, but UGC doesn't give us the proper framework. UGC tells it about the broader framework, and then we have to develop our coursework and all that. So what we are experiencing here, we have to like adopt new education policy 2020 in like from next year or so. But I was discussing with few professionals, few professors and all that in the subject, and other professionals in the body, in the library, that what we have to do now, because after completing 4 years of graduation, where they will go, whether they will come for BLISC or they'll come for MLISC, and what we have to do. Because earlier what we had 2 years integrated course, and we have seen lot of problems in that, and people and the schools, they basically like changed their pattern, and they basically came to BLIB and ISC, not they didn't adopt for integrated course. So that is there. So what we have to do after this? So lots of problems are there, but the we should start, and how to fit in this 5.3.3.4 framework. If somebody is doing undergraduate course of 4 years, then where he will go, how to how to adopt that, how to as we are here in our university, we provide subsidiary subject at BA level also, undergraduate level also. Then how will we provide that? Because there is no framework for that. I have read all that. I am in the committee also, but I have not seen that any direction is given for all these professional courses. So that is one of the problem, because when students go in the market, they basically the minimum qualification is MA BL ISc for professional assistant, or BA BL ISc and all that they want. So we have to change all that. In keeping in that in our in the mind, we have to see what we have to do in new education policy also. So this is one of the problem before us. So with all this, we may say that with all these challenges, we have to go with the flow, what we are experiencing, what challenges we are facing, what we have to, and then we have to devise our own syllabi and adopt the opportunities and cope up with the challenges, and make the students to do the multitasking and make them able to grow in the environment. In addition to the traditional subject, we should try to include the ICT tools which we have in our syllabus, but still more modern ICT tools we have to adopt, research tools we have to adopt, so that they can develop their own system. And then searching electronic resources, electronic information, we have to revamp, and what we have to include new technologies in that also, instead of providing reference services. Though we are not we have done a lot in the libraries, we have done a lot in the syllabi also to change all that, but still LIS school should extensively use technology in imparting education, especially in the environments. Since last what we are seeing since last 2 years, we have to basically we have learned a lot in these 2 years, and on that basis we have to make our syllabi more more practical oriented, we can say that. Okay, with this I will say that this is the need of the time, that we have to include all that in our syllabus. Thank you
very much, Professor Fatima, for sharing your expert views on this, and many takeaways from your deliberations that you have made. Requesting Dr. Samir Gul to kindly let us all know about his feedback.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Sangeeta, for first of all inviting me to this wonderful panel, and it was really wonderful to be a part of such a wonderful program. It's really a privilege for me to speak in front of this august gathering, and equally I'm thankful to all the panelists, Dr. Trashanjit Kaur, Professor Nishat Fatima, Professor S. Ravi. Dr. Sangeeta, can you please just allow me to share my screen? Since
Yeah,
I have,
sure.
I think, 5 or 7 minutes PPT, so that I can just share it with you.
You can accept it and open we are able to see you. Just open the presentation file, Samir. Yes.
Is it visible?
Yeah, this is visible. Perfectly fine. Yes.
Okay, fine.
You have to move this screen. You have to, yes.
It's like you are just able to just visualize it on the screens of yours also.
No, this is fine. We need not to do now anything. You just move, this pop-up which is coming in between. If you can just scan just for a second. We have already given you the control of this. Just
Sure.
for a second. Just for a second. We have already given it. You just you can just move away this pop-up which is appearing of this GoToWebinar in between. You know, under your presentation file, it's showing. No, you have to move it. Take it away. Take it away. The present this entire screen is visible. These webcams are visible. Just move it. You can. That's fine. I think Samir, we are able to see it now. Yes.
Okay, fine. So, in fact, good afternoon to all of you, and it's really a privilege to discuss about a topic that speaks about the revamping of LIS education in India. And since there are so many things which, in a very less amount of time, can't be discussed, but my main focus will be on those courses which have a technological, what we call as base in them. And another focus of mine will be the introduction of a course that will speak about the scholarly communication courses. Since these two courses, one being the technological side and another one is the scholarly communication one, it speaks about various dimensions of the LIS schools and the persons that they are grooming in the form of librarians or information officers or information professionals. Because our LIS schools, they create skillful manpower, they provide that advanced training courses to the people who are just growing as librarians or information officers. They help in the progression and growth of their careers so that ultimately they can just help in the progression of our society, and India as a whole can be recognized as one of the, in fact, important, in fact, research platforms. And it also speaks about the competence and the learning environments which can be incorporated in our library sectors, because our scholars, faculty members, or students who are directly or indirectly involved with the research and academic activities, they can be highly benefited by what we are learning in our LIS schools. So when we are just talking about the future of these LIS schools and the courses that are supposed to be brought into light in these schools, one has to just think about those courses which will just tarnish away the image of that librarianship, which was earlier have, like, it was just built up that librarians are exclusively meant for just issuing and returning the books. Because even if, like, when new students in our universities get enrolled for MLIS or DLIS, they always just say that, okay, what is the main fun of having a librarian when issue and return can be just done by anyone? In fact, I think the lady that is appearing on the screen, Jessie, it used to be one of the serials that used to come. I think I was just doing my PG at that time, Jessie Koi Nahi. And one of her bosses says that you are not eligible to become a PA, you are more eligible to become a librarian. So that was an image, a stereotype image of a librarian that we used to have, that, okay, librarians are very shabby and they're not, like, good looking, they're not smart enough. So which is totally not true, because nowadays we have librarians that are professionally competent, that are professionally developed, and they're more smarter and more competent the way the people from other fields like banking sectors or private institutions look like. So, since technology has dominated every sphere, and I think COVID has done wonders when it comes to LIS schools or even librarians, because it has created a virtual bond between the users and the librarians. So, we sitting at our homes, even if I'm in Srinagar, where we have -6, and it's really so chilling here, but still I can just enjoy the services that Dr. Sangeeta is providing from Delnet or from other institutions all across the globe. So that is only possible when technology has been embraced, it has been just deliberated upon the schools which are offering these courses. So the main thing that every school of LIS has to take into consideration, that we should just embrace the technological domains wherever they are, so that the services that are offered by these libraries, they can be just offered in the best possible way with the adoption of the technological domains. So when we just talk about the national education policy. I think Professor Nishad Fatima has already discussed about the NEP that speaks about the quality universities. I won't use quality universities, but I'll speak about the quality institutions like Delnet or any other university that offers various types of courses to its users. And NEP always speaks about the quality education, but that too keeping in view the technological domain, because technology has just done wonders in offering the services. So wheresoever we get a technology, say if we just talk about COVID, before COVID no one knew about Zoom or Google Meet or even go to webinar, but thanks to COVID, though it is a big problem all across the globe, but it has come up with some prosperity that teachers, librarians and other professionals all across the globe, they have embraced the technology that in real sense has connected the global bondings between the professionals. So as schools of Elias, we need to incorporate the digital library systems or IT library systems as core papers rather than as an optional one. Because usually we just take these digital library systems or information literacy systems or information, these support systems or IT based systems as optional papers. But my main concern will be that all the schools should just incorporate them as the core papers, because it will help to get sensitized with the new and changing technologies. Not only that, but it will also help us to observe the utilization component of the technology in the context of better IT based libraries, which is really the need of an hour. And apart from that, it will help the students to travel across the sea of technology so that the real NEP vision about the libraries can be achieved. So, talking about these Elias programs, I think Professor P.B. Magla, one of the iconic figures in the field of library and information science, he spoke about these programs that they should be designed in order that they should be able to equip the students with the new knowledge and techniques that can help them to handle a sort of like immediate job requirement in an efficient manner. Because it's not only about getting a degree, because along with getting a degree, the immediate concern of a student or a scholar is to get a better job. So our courses should be just designed, they should be orchestrated in such a way that immediately after the completion of the degree, they should be able to get a job. So our courses should be more job oriented. Even NEP also propagates that. So to develop programs, procedures and services on modern lines in future, where the use of various modern techniques, computers, etc., they could provide better services, quicker services and efficient services for the users there. So it's a sort of like moving from the traditional inward and looking at an outward emphasis. And it can only be just achieved when we have a technological adoption, which is quite evident from the courses that are just budding in various Elias schools all across India. So change in a curriculum is all about learning not only the basics, but advanced courses. So the courses that we just teach in our Elias schools, be it basics or advanced, so they should be having a balance with the change in the curriculum, so that if we are changing the curriculum, ultimately it should not be for the sake of fashion or for the sake of UGC regulations or our own university regulations that we are changing the curriculum. But ultimately, the main emphasis should be that we should have a job oriented curriculum. In the picture, we are able to see that with every single person, we have a robot with him. It simply is an indication that every person should be backed by the robotic technology. Here, robotic doesn't mean that exclusively robotics will change the things. I just consider robotic here as an IT supplement to a person, that he or she should be well acquainted with various types of IT based skills that he should be able to justify himself in the job market. So it will be all a fusion of the people, processes, technologies, and along with them, the strategies that how to be adopted, that how these people, processes, and technologies can be turned towards betterment and progress. I think Delnet is doing wonders like that, because Dr. Sangeeta, along with late Dr. Kaul, when they visited our university, we had a deliberation of Koha, and it was really wonderful to see at that time, long back, I think it was 2009 or 10, that Dr. Sangeeta Kaul deliberated upon the Koha, and our young librarians were trained with a technological skill. So it simply means that a strategy was adopted by Delnet so that the people, processes, and technologies can be just mitigated with each other so that something best can be achieved out of them. In fact, my main stress is about big data analytics, because nowadays it's not only about traditional libraries. Delnet, along with all the universities all across India, they are doing wonders because we have the adoption of smart libraries, whereby virtual concept is more embedded with the for the provision of services or various types of resources. So, talking about these big data analytics, if we just talk about a smart library, it's not like having a look which can call it as a smart. For me, smart library is all about the creation of smart environment, which can be only achieved if we are having a technological base which is strong enough. We should have mobile access to various sources, resources, and services. Creation of new knowledge can be only achieved if we have a strong technological base. Then apart from that, adaptivity is all about it's not only about just having better things, it's all about adaptivity, because sustenance is all about adaptation. It's only those persons that sustain which basically believe in adoption. Even if we see at our homes or in our workplaces, the best people who thrive are the ones who are adaptive to change. So we as librarians or people who are running various types of Elias schools, we should be adaptive enough to just accept new technological domains or new technological forms, so that the librarians or the professionals who are working at different institutions, they will be geared up with new types of services, and ultimately they will bring laurels to their respective institutions. So smart technologies, it's all about just adoption of various types of emerging and budding technologies for running a specific library there. Then smart detection of knowledge, because there is good knowledge, there is bad knowledge. Even COVID has just taught us about the misinformation and disinformation. So we should have various types of technological dominations with us, various types of smart technologies with us that will help us in the smart detection of the knowledge. It simply means that our Elias courses should be smarter enough to just have that thing in their curriculum that will help us to detect the best knowledge that can be incorporated and passed on to the users or the clientels to whom we as librarians are serving. Then smart and innovative services, Delnet again is doing wonders like that. So then apart from that, my main focus will be the user behavior. Because nowadays, when we have technology in our hands, the behavior of the users is dramatically changing now. And I think having the big data analytics as a part of our curriculum, that is very much important. Because this big data analytics that will help us to understand our user behavior. Through big data analytics, we will be able to understand the personality traits of our users, because as librarians we should be able to understand our user clienteles. So whether our users are neurotic, they are extrovert, they are introvert, having any sort of big five personality trait in them, we as librarians should be able to understand what our user clientele is all about. So we can have a sluggish type of user to a very knowledgeable or an intelligent type of user. So big data analytics, using various types of analytical tools like sentiment analysis, opinion analysis, text-based analysis, we will be able to understand our users. So having this big data analytics, we can understand the personality dimension, that whether our users are neurotic, extrovert, open, or agreeable, or conscientious, so that we will be able to offer our services in accordance to the behavior of a user. So I will strongly propagate that as Elias schools, one of the courses should be also based upon the big data analytics, then apart from that, it will also help us in the development of a course that will speak about the personality development. Because if we are able to know our users, we should also be able to develop the personality of our librarians so that they will be able to deal with the kind of person in accordance to his or her trait. Second important curriculum that I will strongly propagate is about scholarly communication. Because nowadays, scholarly communication is talked about all across the globe. Even Delnet is doing wonders by offering various types of services to its research, what you call as researchers and academicians. So if we are offering something which can be of what we call as benefit to the scholarly community, so that they will be able to know how to create the knowledge, how to evaluate it, how to publish it, how to disseminate it, how to preserve it, and how to reuse it, that will automatically bring these laurels to their academic institutions. Because if I, as an institutional member, am able to just publish something better, so that will give or boost the academic scores of my institutions. Accordingly, every scholar or a student who becomes an excellent researcher, that will help his institution to reach to better heights, because we will be able to represent our institutions through better publishing platforms. So better publishing platforms means that it will help our institutions to get better citations, better H-index, other metrics that will give better recognition, and ultimately the ranking of our institutions that will be boosted. So these are some of the additional courses that we are just teaching in our school, that is University of Kashmir. So with these words, I'll just thank all of you. And if the LIS profession adopts and keeps on changing with the changing times, that will help our respective institutions to get a boosted enrollment. And that in turn will give a better recognition to our institutions. So with these words, I thank all of you for the patient listening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Samir, for deliberating so wonderfully and in such a scintillating manner. You have opined upon the various things. It feels like, where we are truly being inspired. Everyone has been inspired truly to become the smart librarians, the smart professionals, and also to make our libraries more smarter with the implementation of the state-of-the-art technologies and lot many other things. It's not only the technologies. You have very wonderfully have also mentioned that how we have to talk about and think about, bringing into our curriculums not many aspects which remains right now unaddressed, and you have so wonderfully deliberated on this. Much grateful, and it's immensely going to contribute towards the recommendations of this panel discussion. Lot many. Thank you very much, Samir, and much grateful for your time and efforts that you have done for this panel discussion. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Now we would like to move to our another distinguished panelist, Dr. Trishanjit Kaur, who has joined us from Punjabi University, Patiala, head of the department and also the dean. It's a pleasure once again, Dr. Trishanjit ji, and we look forward to getting your views now, how to really revamp the LIS education and what is the future thinking that you have with you for making the best futures of our library professionals. It's over to you.
Thank you, Sangeeta. Am I audible?
Yes, very much, very much.
Okay. Okay. First of all, I would like to thank you, Dr. Sangeeta Kaul, for inviting me on board as a panelist. And I would like to sincerely pay my homage to late Dr. H.K. Kaul, whose 80th birthday falls today and is being rightly celebrated as Library Networking Day. A lot has been talked about by Dr. Professor Nishat Fatima and Samir Gul. So I'll be skipping that part. I mean, I will not do the overlapping. So I have not prepared any PPT, but I had divided my talk into 5-6 points. First of all, quickly, the environment where we are in, that is the LIS profession. With the what is the current scenario. So like you already mentioned in my introduction, it's been almost more than 35 years of teaching and research that I've been in this field. I've seen lot many changes in the LIS profession, because the information landscape is changing worldwide. You see, we have now moved on from traditional libraries to automated to digital to virtual, and God knows what is next. And ICTs, they have widened the horizon of LIS profession. We all know that 24/7, and library going beyond the boundaries of the four walls, and there's uncertainty there. Now, that is the main thing, the change, the fast pace of the change which is taking place, that we have to keep pace with the changing environment. We here means the LIS educators. So we have a lot of responsibility in that. And then there are many challenges. You see, there's that economic divide. On one hand, we have state-of-the-art libraries and information centers. And on one hand, you see, there are libraries with bare minimum facilities, but they are libraries. And then there is the digital divide also. And to that, I would even like to add my own this thing, that it's the location divide. See, there are good libraries, great libraries in Delhi, Bombay, metropolitan cities, but in smaller towns and villages, you rarely get to find those things. And individually, personally, I feel that you see, whatever seeing is believing types. In '83, while I was doing my bachelor's, I got an opportunity to spend a week in Delhi and visit the American Central Library, and that is the time when I really visited there. I saw a reference service being provided on phone. Whatever we had read in books, I actually saw it. So that image, that what a library actually is, was built in my mind, that okay, this is what a library is, not the library from maybe my college library from where I had graduated. So I'll come to that later on, how this visits, they can kind of play a big role. Then we have to understand, where are we now? Where are we? We are at, I think it's been years that we've been having conferences and seminars and debating and discussing that we are at crossroads. Of course, I think it's we much beyond that, because of the changing environment, because of the fast changing technologies. We need new skills, and most important is these is, I'm getting worried, is about the mindset. The mindset, when we hear things like statements like coming from very educated people, do we really need libraries? Google is there, internet is there. Do you think we need libraries? Why should we give grants to libraries? So that really bothers me, that really worries me, because the foundational values, that is access to information, protecting intellectual freedom, preserving cultural heritage, and valuing our diversity, they will always remain there. So we are in an environment where we are managing change, I believe. And in this ever-changing environment, where there is a tug of war going on between the relevance of L and I, that is how much of I component, like Samir Gul has very well elaborated on that, because now earlier we were saying that there has to be a balance. I don't know now. How can we create a balance between the traditional L and the I, that is the information technology, IT component? Because if the environment is changing, then naturally we have to introduce more of I. So that is when I say that the tug of war is going on, that what will encompass the LIS curriculum. Do we totally ignore the core papers? Do we just add and talk about technology? No, that is also not possible. Why? Because when I say we have different types of libraries are there. On one hand, we have the research and information centers, but we also have to cater to public libraries, rural libraries, So then what is important? Who are the future employers? Because that is also very important component. What do they want? What are the skills they are looking for? So we have to take into context that also, take into mind that also, and plan our content, that is the syllabi accordingly. So as all of you know, I don't have to repeat it, that UGC model curriculum, it's now almost 2 decades old, and one committee was made, but I don't know what has happened. There was some work was going on. Ma'am Fatima would know better about it. But you see, the thing is, does one size fit all? No. We can't have uniformity, and we can't say that everybody, it's mandatory to have this for every LIS school, because of local history, because of local needs, because of local, so many things are there which we have to keep in mind, and they cannot be ignored. So, but you see, the main thing is, what is lacking in our LIS education today is First of all, accreditation. We have to talk about that. Who has to take the responsibility? Unlike ALA in USA, the American Library Association is accrediting the courses. We seriously, first of all, what we need is, of course, content is important, but then some body, some association has to come forward to take this responsibility of accreditation. And here, role of national library associations. I don't want to go into detail who did what and what is lacking. That's not my area of discussion today. But whatever is required, first of all, that has to be accredited. And then now we are talking about, as I told you, see, there are school libraries. After all, they are the future employees. Now, I think one of the panelists was talking about 2-year integrated course. But still, BLive is relevant. Why? Because for school librarianship or for any other jobs, diploma or BLI is required. Otherwise, it would be so good if we could go in for. I personally tried to go in for 2-year integrated course, 1 year BLive and 1 year masters. In that, when you get time in between, the students could go in for internship to get hands-on experience and stuff like that. So we have the employers I was talking about. They are the schools, the government schools. Then we have private schools and public schools. We have colleges, universities, public libraries. There is Central State Library also, and then there is your rural libraries are there. Research and development centers are there. Museums, archives, they have their own special needs. So of course they would be needing state of the art technology also, how to do preservation, digitization and everything. But then it's a very kind of a difficult situation when I think about it, that when I say where are we can't just leave library history and move only forward for technology. Here I'm reminded about my visit to US in '93 for the first time, where when we went to University of Maryland, they still are having, I checked up, a dual degree, and that is with history department, that is called HILS. It is full name, it is called History and LIS, HILS. So it's a dual degree by Department of History and Department of Information Studies, which is College of Information Studies. So in addition to this dual degree, they are also having courses like information management and community planning, things like that. So that means, when we really think about it, that one size that will not fit all. That is one thing, I'm for sure. Number two, when we look at the future, you see, the future is that we have to have the our prospective future librarians for traditional libraries also. When I say traditional, I mean print-based, totally, smaller libraries, for smaller towns, okay? And then on the other hand, we have to, prepare librarians for people working in DELNET, prepare people working in advanced research and development centers. So that means now the time has come that we need specializations and super specializations. There was a time when I joined in '86 that I could teach all the subjects, because we didn't have masters. So I remember teaching all the papers, the 8 papers, annual system was there, as we were only 3 of us. And today, if somebody says that you teach ICT paper, I'm sorry, I cannot. I get from when anything to do with technology, I'm not tech savvy, I get anxious. Even yesterday when there was this dry run, I was so anxious. Can I use my phone? What if this happens? What if that happens? That's the way I am, and I accept that fact, that I'm the one who would rather go and look at the card catalog than as opaque. Somehow technology gives me anxiety. You can call me old school one. I try to be to keep pace with the changing times, but that's how the thing is. So anyhow, moving ahead, you see, when we talk about courses, as Samir Gul has very beautifully put up in his PPT, we could go in for web design and anything. It is endless. The list is just endless. How we can empower the future librarians, how we can train them with as many skills as the market requires. But the thing is, The thing is that we have to prepare librarians for rural libraries also, for a village library also, for a small town like ours also, and a metropolitan library also. That is my concern. That what are we going to do that? We cannot ignore the local needs. My main concern is that. Then for that we have to be flexible. The answer is what? We have to be innovative, we have to think out of box, but on top of that we have to be flexible. And you see, the libraries, as they are changing, library as a place is getting more importance, of course, with all the services and facilities like you are giving. So the content part, it really needs to be worked upon, because on one hand we need the core papers, the optional papers, and there has to be balance between web designing and preservation and conservation also. Then next, third point which I have taken is the students, the stakeholders. You see, again, there are many factors when we keep in mind about the students. I don't know, I have been in touch with people from all over India also, and even abroad also. They have this problem and issues which I'm going to talk about. One thing is, we take pride in diversity, but students, they prefer regional language. Coming from different economic backgrounds, everybody is not so fluent in English, and they expect the content to be in their own regional language. I remember talking with Dr. Karsi Dappa when I was at Harvard. Even he said the same thing, that students, they want, ma'am, but we have made English compulsory. So that sometimes students leave our course when they are forced to have to be taught in English only. But since my university is, I take pride in that, because it's the second university in the world to be named after a language, and we are offering option to students to study in Punjabi language. Even PhD can be submitted in Punjabi. So that problem is taken care of in our university. But in many other universities, you see, students come from GNDU or other universities where they want to do in the regional language. So that is one. And you see, the limited mobility part, professional mobility. When I talked about my 83 visit, now how many students, when I asked them, they've not been even to Chandigarh, which is just 1 hour away. So it's a big thing for them visiting Delhi and visiting good libraries. And we, in Punjab University, Chandigarh, they have made it compulsory library visits. Even we make efforts, it's due to Corona that we couldn't take them. But now, fortunately, you have virtual tours. You can show them in the smart class, some good websites. Give them an idea, basically, what a library is. What are they supposed to do? Because back home, when their relatives or their parents ask them what is being taught in library science, you just have to issue books. You just have to clean the books. People don't understand what exactly LI's profession is all about. I've had students from law department, from psychology department, whose friends were students of my department, just asking me, ma'am, can we attend the class, just to know what is being taught in library science. So that's, I think that that is a tragedy, that we have not been able to really what should I say, place importance. I will not blame ABC or the education system or whatever. That is it because of lack of importance to libraries that we are giving, that people have to really understand? They really have to stop us and ask us, what are you teaching? What is this subject about? How do you train? I say, I make librarians. So, well, or whatever they understand. So anyhow, so this is, in my area, affordability of education is another important issue. I'm sure Fatima ma'am would also agree with me. We can't, raise fees. We cannot, and that is directly related with then what kind of infrastructure, what kind of facilities we are providing to them. Because the state universities have their own issues. Central universities can afford, state universities cannot afford. So it's very easy to say that we should have computer labs, we should have software, we should have this, we should have that. But when it comes to actually buying things, when it comes to the practical part, then we are at a loss. And of course, who would not love? I tried to build a computer lab. We all did, all by rotation, all the heads came. But then on one hand, we are increasing the number of seats, and the number of computers, they are not that much. They are not sufficient. So that those challenges, those problems are coming when we talk about infrastructure. RUSA has been very helpful. We've had smart classrooms. and we are trying to make optimum utilization of that. But then from books and journals, we are moving to e-resources. Like Samir Gul said, yes, Corona was a blessing for me, because I remember in 2000 or sometime I went to ALA conference in Washington, and I met a professor of San Jose University who wanted to do some collaboration with me, and she said, ma'am, we are taking only online. And I had not heard anything much about what to do online teaching. I said, okay, sorry, ma'am, we are having the traditional face-to-face kind of a thing. And now, of course, we had to learn everything about Google Meet and Zoom, and we took classes. And the best part was that what I enjoyed most was teaching at 9 p.m. No bell, nothing. Students had their dinner, and that the flexibility it provides. I mean, so that is what it is, that you can record your lectures, and then students can listen to them anytime they feel like. That convenience part is there. And let's not forget that we have this distance education mode also. We have not talked about that. So this, if we are providing LIS courses, whether it's BLib, whether it's even diploma or masters through distance mode, you see, I'm sorry to say here, to make a statement, it is injustice, I tell you. Because many times what has happened is that yes, there are good students, they clear net exam also, they are hardworking, because all depends on the individual efforts, I would say. Otherwise, if you ask them full form of ACR2, in one of the interviews, I remember the student had no idea what I'm talking about. What is ACR2, or what is CS list of subject heading? No. So that, please, we have to keep in mind. If we are talking about future librarians, let's not forget that major part is coming from distance education also, be it any university. So there somebody has to be responsible. When I talk about accreditation, that means that course, of course, will be accredited too, and we need quality librarians, because they are going to be the future librarians. So that is another challenge. We have to handle that also. And yes, and I agree with Samir Gul when he talked about personality development, because now is the time we do get guest faculty from social science department, psychology, management, computer. It's in intermingling. It's a great experience, because library science is all about knowledge. It's about talking about different subjects. We are expected to know about little bit about each and everything. So that way it helps, that networking helps. So time is, what we need is resource sharing and networking in allies education also. And we can make use of online platforms at local, state, national, international levels. When I just took over as head, this Corona was going on, so I said, why not have lectures from all my friends, whatever relations I have made. So I started, first lecture was from Pakistan, Muhammad Rafiq. It was online. So I'm planning series of lectures, I have one every month, and that way, yes, you do come to know what all is happening around the world also, because let's not forget, international librarianship is a very important part, which is not being taught as much as it should be. When we say that the world is a global village, well, then I ought to know what is happening in Europe, for example, in LIS, Royal College, or whatever, USA or other countries of the world. Then the next important part is the faculty part. Faculty is, are we talking about quantity only? Are we talking about UGC norms only, that we need so many teachers, 1:10 ratio, or what about the quality part? So the quality, they're like, again, Dr. Samir Gul, I will skip that, publishing and training, because I believe in lifelong learning. That the concept of we have to opt for lifelong learning, training, continuous professional education and development, because it is not that, I never learned computers, because when I did my master's in 1985, when I passed out, I think we saw one computer which was very big. Never learned or never was taught about computers. I learned that on my own. In 90s, I remember, typed my own PhD thesis. That was the first thing, I remember learning all the basics of computer. But that's how it is, and you have to, otherwise learn, what do you say, lead or follow or quit. You have to quit otherwise, because this is one profession which pushes you, which pulls you, that get up and get on going. So as I said that you see, we have, of course, e-Pathshala is there, MOOCs are there, and we can content creation is important by the faculty. Exposure, international visits are important. International exposure. It's not that international exposure should not be misunderstood. Even visiting, I would say, Delhi, a good libraries in Delhi, that's equally good. Interacting with people, knowing where the LIS profession is going, and that is important. Certain things, you cannot really get from reading books or articles. Then the delivery part, of course, we have the traditional face-to-face or chalk and talk method, but now, as I said, we've had classes online and we are still going strong with that sometimes. So internship is something which is lacking. That should be made mandatory, where we have hands-on experience. And when I was walking in the morning, I was thinking of this panel discussion only, that when you talk about future, it is not like that song I was reminded of, Ke Sara Sara, whatever will be. The future is not for us to see. But yes, we have to see the future. If we have to remain relevant, if we have to, remain in the business, we have to revamp the LIS education. So we cannot predict the future. I don't know, 30 years down the lane, what the libraries are. Of course, libraries will be there. There will be print, not like Lancaster, who predicted there will be paperless libraries. No, more and more paper is coming. Of course, hybrid libraries are there, but I really don't know. And so when you don't know, that means you need to prepare more. And for that, of course, I would give prime importance to accreditation, to revamping of the LIS curricula, keeping in mind local needs, flexibility, and specialization. I think I would end on that. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Trishanjit ji, for such an exhaustive deliberation and lot many takeaways from your deliberations. Accreditation of LIS schools, which is, I think, all of you have said it together, that there is a greater need for that, and you have very rightly pointed it out that there has to be someone has to take the responsibility of seeing to it that the LIS schools in the country gets proper accreditation, so that the course curriculums are being well framed, and then they are uniformly also. And also, one of the most important things, which is really in tune with the future employability, for whom are we developing these professionals? What are the kind of the skill sets which are required? What are the kind of requirements? What are the expectations that we have? What the employers are expecting these young students to do once they come out, from these departments? You have very so wonderfully deliberated on these. So thank you so very much. There are not many other things that you have very in a pinpointed manner. You have also spoken about this affordability of LIS schools. And also this one of the major aspect that we find in a country like India, vernacular languages, you have the regional content. That there are students who are not really able to pursue further because of their non-familiarity, or they don't find it comfortable enough to pursue it in English. So that's a major one of the challenge that we even find it in in access to information. Certain regions that they really want more content to be there in their own region's language, and what you have also pointed it out, that the schools of library and information science, they are also encountering the same. So thank you so very much, Dr. Trishanjit ji. Indeed, much grateful to you for your efforts and time in deliberating so beautifully, wonderfully on this theme of our panel discussion. Much grateful to you. Now we would like to move and take you to the Central University of Tamil Nadu, Thiruvarur district in Tamil Nadu, where we have now Professor S. Raviji, the professor and head of the Department of Library and Information Science, our professional colleague with such a huge, great experience that he has. And we really look forward to hearing now from Professor Ravi. May I request you, sir, to kindly deliberate on this theme and to share your views.
Am I audible?
Very much audible. Yes, Professor Ravi.
Good afternoon to the galaxy of panelists, as well as Sangeeta Kaul, and the erudite audience all over the country, even abroad, who are visualizing and hearing this discussion on revamping of LIS curriculum. And first of all, I would like to pay my tribute to Dr. Hari Krishnan Kaul, who was the founder of Telnet, originally Delhi Library Network, later it is named as Developing Library Network in tune with the pillars of library science. I would like to add the fifth law say library is a growing organism. Likewise, library network is always a growing organism. That's why he aptly and appropriately renamed as Developing Library Network. And I am so happy with you, and I'd like to share some of my thoughts on the quality of library and information science, quality assurance, many aspects. And my colleagues have touched upon almost all area of the syllabi and all-round approach have been made. Quality assurance in library information science education. In our country, University Grants Commission, which was established in the year 1956, is the catalyzer in taking the quality assurance of the university, colleges, as well as assurance of quality in these institutions. And NAC is an autonomous body established by UGC in the year 1994, which they are periodically accrediting and giving grade to the universities. But coming to the subject-wise accreditation, unfortunately, we don't have such a kind of the library and information science program accreditation. The Indira Gandhi National Open University, when they started the Distance Education Council, they started course by course approval. And later on, it is now transferred to University Grants Commission under the name of Distance Education Bureau. And they are doing course-wise approval even every year. We don't have such an arrangement that results in mushrooming of library and information science school without any basic fulfillment. No faculty member, no infrastructure, proper classroom. And everywhere we see the increase. Quantitatively, the number of schools are increasing. Whereas in the foreign countries, you see in the case of US, the American Library Association, they are giving accreditation, and their focus, actually they are focusing on the systematic planning, curriculum, faculty standards, students, administration, finances and resources. And coming to our country, and unfortunately I would like to say about there is no uniformity in curriculum. As our esteemed colleagues say that uniformity in curriculum we cannot think of, because taking into consideration of the diversity of our country and the different requirements in different arena. But to some extent, the core content, the core stuff of that various courses, we can have uniformity. And one unit we can give the liberty of flexibility. In such a case, we can have a sound reorganization of the syllabi, taking into the input of all the people who are involving in library information science education and research. Coming to nomenclature, though UGC say that they have issued a gazette notification that it should be only by SE, but many institutions still are not adopting, they have different styles. These things are resulting in enormous problem to the people who are studying. When they apply for some position in the UPSC as well as the State Service Commission, and they simply see what is there in their gazette, what is there in their rule book, and they are not giving approval to even one word is not in tune with that thing in their book, which they are not accepting. And another one is there is a lot of teaching positions are vacant. Even now, the government of India is taking a drive to fill up all the vacant positions. And we are supplementing with just faculty. Just faculty also, there are a number of restrictions. They say that nowadays UGC say that you have to engage and you should not be given any order. A lot of, but with recruitment of this faculty, they are following as if we are recruiting the regular faculty. It takes a lot of time, and that results in loss of energy, loss of students' time, and it is giving an abrupt in teaching and learning methodology. And even the lack of infrastructure, even Madam also told about the institutions which are not in a position to fund much or to equip the department in a state-of-the-art way. As far as central universities, we are really fortunate. Over here also nowadays it is a big struggle to establish a department with all the minimum possible requirements. But still we could do, but the state universities, unfortunately, they are not realizing, and very poor infrastructure and library facility also. The department library, many universities, they don't have decentralization. There is no department library. They have to depend on the universe library. And it is all another area we have to think of. Some places, there are still having dual responsibility. The universe librarian is taking care of the Department of Library and the Information Science, and how to be justified both. Both are very tight, and they have a lot of work flows both in library as well as in the department. But still, this we have to seriously think of. And another area I would like to focus is the network. Actually, this is the developing library network through which only we can satisfy the information needs of our people, even our students. We are not in a position to purchase the ever increasing number of documents, and the Delnet coming to the rescue, and they are really a catalyst, and they are providing all necessary resource sharing as well as the various information services available. And thanks to the Delnet. And another certain things I would like to share is establishing a department nowadays is many universities are coming up with the formulation of a new department. In some colleges, even I don't know the other states, in some of the colleges it is increasing. Every college they start with their autonomous. Colleges are made autonomous, given autonomy by the university, and they simply start. The library, they start the program in library information science. And other than the library in college, nobody else is there. And for what we don't know, but from the college itself, they are finding the candidates to get admitted, and they are running the course. Wherein I believe the answer to you, how they can maintain this kind of quality when things are changing, dynamically changing in this scenario. This is also parallelly happening that we have to seriously think of. And another things I would like to share is regarding the registration to PhD program. And PhD is highest degree in library information science. And the UGC is having a lot of regulation to how many number of candidates we have to take for PhD and who should be the guide, what is the eligibility of guide. But that is also not seriously taken by some of the institutions. This I am also throwing to the light of this genuine part. And these are all the things I would like to say. I would like to share on the part of me because so many things have been already deliberated. Thank you for the opportunity given. And I would like to hear more from the participants so that we can very well justify in what way we can do better in the years to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ravi, for further adding to the deliberations. And also you have focused on a couple of things which we had not covered up, during our deliberations. So much grateful to you. Also talking about the autonomous status to be given, to the schools so that they have a more freedom to work and to do as per the needs and requirements. Much grateful to you for being there with us this afternoon and for sharing your views on this important topic. Now, we would like to make the floor open, and I would quickly like to take firstly a question which is from which has been posted already in the chat box, and this is from Ashaq Hussain Warfai, who said that he's feeling humbled and wants to know that international librarianship should be incorporated in library science curriculums, and if any university is offering any course relating to the international librarianship and related areas. And also, I want to know why the internship of the library science internship in the library science departments is not made mandatory for the completion of BLISC and MLISC courses. So, two things. One is to have this international librarianship to be incorporated in the curriculums, and second one is why we are not thinking about making the internship of our young students mandatory so that they get a chance to, as being also deliberated by panelists, because once you go visit the library, see the things in action, it altogether, it widens up your horizons. So who may like to, our distinguished panelists, who may like to, give their views on this? Who may like to say, because you need to raise, because so that I can unmute you from here. Who may like to say that why we are not able to have this internship? Dr. Samir, would you like to say something? Yes, I've unmuted you, Samir. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Sangeeta, for giving me an opportunity to just respond back to the query of Mr. Ashik Hussain. I think when it comes to just practicing librarianship, uh, earlier in our university, we used to have that option that it was made mandatory that there should be a hands-on training for the students so that they will get acquainted with what we call as the basics and the advanced things that we just teach them in the department, and accordingly a practical exposure, which is very much important because the way doctors have their residency period, which basically exposes them to the real medical science dealing with the patients, to understand their psyche, to know how they feel in a hospital, how they are treated. So that's totally different the way they are just taught in a medical school there. So same happens with the field of librarianship also. I'm also of the opinion that there should be a hands-on training, and I think a synergy should be there between the department and the libraries, because ultimately the libraries are the product of our schools. The people who are basically just running the libraries, they are the product of our schools. And surely once they get acquainted with the practical exposures, like of information processing or information dissemination or how to deal with the clienteles, our students can be highly benefited when they get that practical knowledge from the people who are exactly working on the real grounds there. I think last year we have routed a proposal to our worthy Vice Chancellor. I think because of this COVID, then we had some problem in our state, and especially because of the COVID-19 there, the proposal got a bit delayed. So, but we are expecting that we have routed a proposal that I think 2 months course should be there, in which I think for a week's time, 2 or 3 hours will be given to the students so that they'll get acquainted with the procedures that happen in Allama Iqbal Library. Earlier, we also used to have a tour. I think we visited Delnet, we visited American Center and other libraries in Delhi also. And during that tour, those educational tours, we always acquainted our students with various types of working libraries there, so that whatsoever is not available in our state, because we are a bit geographically what we call as a bit dislocated state because of harsh winters, then we have very bad weather here. And like in comparison to Delhi, we don't have so much avenues in our state. But I think Ashik was my student, perhaps. If I just remember, he's the same Ashik Wafai, perhaps. He has also visited with me and Dr. Shabir to various institutions in Delhi, where we exposed them to various types of technologies, various types of services that are offered all across Delhi-based institutions, so that the things that are better at different places, they can get acquainted with them. But at our local level, we are also trying our level best, because ultimately the things are to be just taken care of by the authorities, and we expect that some positive what we call as development will happen, and we may also have that course in our curriculum there.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I think Professor Nishat may like to add to this. Yes, Professor Nishat, I've unmuted you. Please kindly share your views. Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Sangeeta. And we started this training program, internship program, few years back, but because of some problem or the other, we couldn't carry it on. But now we again thinking to start it, because the problem is the administrative one. Sometimes the problem of finances comes, then we suggested don't provide any stipend to the user, to the students, but still some training, some sort of training should be given to them, because there is a lot of difference between the theory and the practice. So whatever we teach, they have to implement it in the library, and they learn a lot when they go to the library to work there. So that is a very good thing if we start training programs, internship programs. So again, we are starting, and the basically the positive point is that the head and the librarian is the same person, so we can do a lot in this direction, and otherwise something or the other happens. So we are also thinking is in this direction, and we are quite positive about it, that we will be able to start it. And a lot of works are there in the library which like if we give a chance to these students, they can do that work, and that will have a very positive impact on the library. Okay, as Professor Trishanjit Kaur said that like people ask what you do, what you teach, what you do in the library. You don't have to do anything. You have to just keep the book and get the book for the user. You have to give the book to the user. Nothing. You don't have to do anything. So it's not that. Lot of work are there in the library which these people can do if we give chance to them. So it's a very important thing and very positive thing for the library as well as for the user, for the students. And the first question was that international librarianship. Though we don't have paper on international librarianship, but still we give some introduction of the education, library science education at international level, or what libraries are doing at international level. So it's not that we don't touch that topic. We don't have a proper paper, but in every paper we give some knowledge about international librarianship. So that is but it's a good suggestion that we can start one paper on international librarianship, in which we can incorporate all the areas of international librarianship. So that is thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Trishanjit, if you don't mind, I have yet another question, because there are a couple of questions which have been posted, and I would like to request you to answer that. And this question is coming from Professor Jaideep Sharma, head of the Department of Library and Information Science at Indira Gandhi National Open University, one of the well-known name in the fields of library and information science education. And the question that has been raised by Professor Sharma is that the issues raised in the discussions have been realized since long. What are the reasons that we are not able to attend to them? They are not being attended to by us. What are the things that you feel are the major constraints in getting those things which we really want to implement them? This is for you, Dr. Trishanjit, if you may kindly just give your views why we are not able to implement what we have been realizing for long that they should be done. So what is the desire to do and the will to do, and then what are the gap areas which are happening, because of which we are not able to see that change happening? It's over to you, Dr. Tushinjiji.
Thank you. Well, Jaideep is a good friend of mine, and I know he's working in one of the prestigious universities which is doing so well. And probably, that IGNOU can be a landmark for other institutions, distance education at least. And I would rather request him to take charge of, contributing something, to do something to evolve some standards or something like that for distance education program. What we need is I think young energetic professionals who should come forward to take on this responsibility, because enough is enough, as Jaideep has totally said, and I agree with him, because it's been decades, not years, I would say it has been decades, that over and over we are saying the same thing, and it doesn't make sense at all. So first of all, you see, first of all, again, I would go in for that, the accreditation. Who has to take responsibility? Whether it is ILA, if we go as per international norm, that ALA is doing that, or is it UGC or ITLIS or whatever? Somebody has to. It is the responsibility of our National Library Association to at least debate about it, to at least fix some responsibility, or suggest an agency, or something needs to be done. That is number one. Then number two is, we've already had National Knowledge Commission, and I don't know what all has been done by that. Ma'am Nishant is, I think, on the phone. Anyhow,
No.
So that is one. And then DEC is there, Distance Education Council. I'm sure they also have some standards for laying down for distance education programs. But what about LIS? So it is somebody from LIS, and a person like Jaideep, he can probably evolve, make a team or something. Seriously, I mean that. And something can be done about distance education program also taken care, because we have to have an apex body, and then make some subcommittees. That's immediately a thought which is coming to me, is coming like that. Somebody has to first take the responsibility, own the profession first, and then there are n number of ways that you can do a thing. That is, if you really want to do it. So if we are just going to shift blames or shift responsibilities, then I'm sorry, we'll just end up with the n number of reports, committee reports, which will be just catalogued and kept on the shelf and collect dust at the end of the day. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Dr. Tushanjiji. And yet another interesting question, again from Dr. Jaideep Ji, who has asked whether should teachers also work in libraries for some time to be good teachers? Who
Yes,
may like
I
to
would. Yes. Because in my own department, I have two teachers who've had experience from who have worked in libraries, and I find that they are better in many ways. And yes, I would. If we are talking about internship for students, why not us? Why not us? Yes, we should have. Maybe again, a system has to be evolved, that at what stage, at what level, I would say at different levels, you could go in for working in the libraries. Yes, I'm for it. We need change. We
Thank
have to
you.
think about. Yes.
It has really generated lot much of deliberation, and I can see that Professor Fatima and also Professor Ravi may like to also say something. Okay, please.
On this question, I can give my own example. I was teaching in the department when I came here. I have seen lot change, and we used to teach all those things, but doing practical is a different exposure. I mean, there is a lot of difference between theory and practice. You just teach many things, but when you do something in the library, you like, जैसे कहते हैं ना, सब कुछ खुल जाता है. That is like दिमाग जो है, that is like open, So that is a very good suggestion, and very good. If we start that, it will change a lot. Very good.
Thank you, Professor Nishat. And now requesting Professor Ravi, please kindly share your views on this. Yes.
Professor Devi, a very appropriate question regarding the teachers. Why not they go to the library? It is pertinent and need-based. It is always, we are in the classroom and we teach the students like explaining an elephant to a blind person. Definitely it needs, that they have to go to the library, and the teachers, they have to increase their hands-on experience, what is going on, though we learn to some extent. This is all, digitally, virtually, and why not we go? And most of the departments, like the science departments, are very near to the central library. In my case, it is in the first floor of the library. and it is a very appropriate situation, and we are doing it. Another one regarding internship, we do have internship right from the department was established. At the end of the second semester, students are supposed to go to various libraries countrywide, IIM, IIT, and even NIT. They go 30 days. They have to stay there. They study the organization, administration. They took active part in all the routines of the library, and they are submitting a report. It is one among the core papers we have. So in that internship we do have. Regarding international lectures, this is a new phenomenon. Just now I come across through madam, and definitely we will do it. Then international librarianship as a course, this department specific discipline. Definitely we will launch it very soon. We are now revamping our syllabus that we will do it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Ravi. Yes, Dr. Samir may also like to say something. Yeah, Dr. Samir.
Okay, thanks a lot, Dr. Sangeeta, for giving me this opportunity. In fact, the first question that was even asked by Dr. Ashik Wafai, which I just forgot to answer, I think that pertained to the international librarianship, which I think Dr. Trishanjeet Kaur has already answered. But I think though this is one of the best papers one can have in their curriculum, I think this paper should be more technology based or technology oriented, because the way Dr. Trishanjeet has said that she is conducting a sort of webinar, so that this will be a sort of like practical paper where we can just have people from different parts of the world who can give their deliberations as a part of webinar. Because if we just consolidate it into one single paper, that will be a documented paper like librarianship of US, Pakistan, Bangladesh, or some other country. Since librarianship is a dynamic concept that always goes on changing, so the people who are at the helm of affairs, who are working in their respective countries, we can have webinars that will just act as a practical paper, so that everything that gets up worked in their respective places, we can just share their experiences at our places. And regarding another question that Dr. Jaideep Sharma, in fact, Professor Jaideep Sharma has asked, was pertinent to that whether the teachers from various schools, they can teach in the libraries. I think I'm also of the opinion that the teacher, wherever he feels that he's not able to understand a concept through the theoretical way, I think the libraries can give him or her a practical boost. It will expose him, dose him with the practical things that will only get cleared up in the practical environment. I'll just tell an example that when I started teaching scholarly communication paper, I was not aware about so many concepts. It was only something that was what we call as bookish concepts that I just went through. I understood it, and it was something that was having a circumference that had a limited boundary there. But when I worked with publishers like Sage or Elsevier as a reviewer or as a writer, I just came across so many things that were only made clearer to me through the practical exposure with Sage or Elsevier. So that was not possible when I was just teaching that as a theory concept in the class. So when I worked with Elsevier, when I worked with Sage, only that practical atmosphere helped me to just get a better or a clearer picture. So I am also of the opinion that Professor Jaideep Sharma is okay in just justifying the fact that even teachers can be best if they just teach in the libraries there. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you indeed, Dr. Samir. And we must thank Professor Jaideep Sharma ji for asking this question, which has led to so much of interactions and deliberations, and much thankful. We would quickly like to make the floor open for questions. And well, before I do that, I would also like to say, when we are talking about international librarianship, Dr. Trishanjeet ji was mentioning that she is planning to have some webinars or sessions by international speakers. So we would also like to say that we do keep on involving large number of international speakers, and it can be a collaborative effort. The talent is there, for all departments of library and information science. We can do that, and we really want our young students, to be a part of these deliberations and get benefited out of it. So we are there to be a collaborator in this, and both ways, like, whenever we come across, so we would really be, and that's one of our agenda now, is to reach out to the departments of library and information science in the country. Though our major focus certainly remains the library networking, but we really want, in order to fulfill that, we get the right kind of, our young students should be, because it's all online happening. So whether it's a 1,000 attendees or it's a 10,000 attendees, our major goal remains for knowledge sharing, and how to empower not only our library professionals, but our young budding professionals who have to get benefited out of this. So we are there to support and to collaborate. So we really look forward to the opportunities, and we do have this platform of GoToWebinar, and we'll be very, very happy to have collaborations done. So Delnet is there, since we are holding this discussions that who owes, but in certain things that you feel that we can do, especially in imparting this online lectures, programs, and inviting speakers to let the students get benefited, with their expertise, we will be very, very happy, to do that. With the permission now, with all of our distinguished panelists, quickly, we are making the floor open for questions. We are just making the floor open for questions now. You have any questions, we will be very happy. Raise your digital hand. Some very new terminologies all of us are now learning in this online environment. So the digital hand, please raise the digital hand, and we will be happy to give you an audio control and get you connected. I can see that we have, I believe, I'm just sifting through the list of our attendees and could see that we do have with us, you have to give me a minute because I'm just trying to see that, but we have Mr. Girdhar Gopal, who may like to ask a question. Mr. Girdhar Gopal, could you please unmute yourself and ask the question? I will just say, because of paucity of time, we'll just say the name once, and if you're not able to do that, we'll move on to the next attendee. Mr. Girdhar Gopal, if you can just unmute yourself and ask the question. Mr. Girdhar Gopal, if you may just like to ask a question, unmute yourself quickly. No, not able to do it. Let me just see if we have someone else who may like to ask a question. You are most welcome even to post a question in the chat box, and we will be happy to take the questions even from there. But I could see that we do have Dr. S.S. Murthy, the Vice President of Delnet, and currently in Hyderabad, and he may like to say something. Sir, may I request you please unmute yourself?
Am I
yes, sir, we are
now?
connected. Yes, sir, you are audible very much, sir. Yes.
A lot of technologies, requirements, and other related requirements for LIS education have been discussed. But one crucial thing I noticed is not covered in any of these deliberations. That is effective communication required for a library or information professional. This is very, very crucial, cutting across all using of technologies in all branches of library and information science, because this is without this, any library or information professional cannot be effective in his service or profession. That is for content creation, for even for anything, information provision also. It is not just enough to take a request from a user and search the internet or search the databases, download the papers and pass on to the user. It has to be summarized and made into a capsule in the form which answers the query of the user. And that aspect is not being given proper emphasis. Even this is not the problem with the LIS for education also, but even engineering, medical education also, this is being felt. So some IITs have already incorporated effective communication in their curricula at BTech and MTech level. And it must be given due emphasis in LIS education also, because, and I have found very, very, very poor communication in the candidates which I used to, whom I used to interview, and also recently also whose papers I see in LIS journals. And this is another problem which cannot be developed during the LIS course. Even at the intake level, people with good communication, reasonably good communication skills must make into selection. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you so much for highlighting this very, very important thing. Yes, we have Dr. Ravi who may like to say something. Yes, Dr. Ravi.
Sir, for sharing your concern. I would like to bring to the August body. We have a core course on personality development communication in the first semester itself. In fact, I am teaching that subject, which is well taken. But anyhow, maybe some of the other department schools may not having this kind of program. But we started the department in the year 2017. From the very beginning itself, we have this course, and in fact, that's a very interesting and what Professor Murthy shared is the appropriate concern and apathy, because many people are so alike. Lot of potential they have. Unfortunately, they are unable to express themselves. That is a real problem, and we are taking care of, and to the extent possible, we do our best, and we have a course on personality development and communication. On various aspects we are covering. It is a one semester program. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Ravi. And we can see that lot many takeaways. We are going to make the deliberations, recommendations out of this panel discussion, and something which we can immediately think about working on. There can be certain things which requires more policy decisions and other things, but certain things I think all of you would agree, and lot many of our attendees and especially our experts also from other distinguished schools of library science would agree that there are certain things which are within our own achievable things which we can definitely can think about. So thank you so much, Murthy sir, for asking this very pertinent question. And this definitely many of the schools can immediately think about having it as one of their, especially for effective communication. Now we have Dr. Anuradha Seth who may like to ask some question. One of our attendee, Dr. Anuradha Seth, we have to wind up the session, but as it's all because of our wonderful deliberations by distinguished panelists, that lot much of interest it has generated in the attendees. Dr. Anuradha Seth, could you?
Okay.
Yes, you are connected. Dr. Anuradha, you are connected. You have disconnected yourself again. Please unmute yourself and ask the question. Yes, you are connected right now. Go ahead. Go ahead and ask the question.
Good afternoon, ma'am, and good afternoon, all the panelists holding this prestigious program, and especially a very specific comment for Samir sir. Sir, you are an exemplary and visionary mentor representing the state as a panelist of the program. Congrats, sir. And ma'am, since I am not from the teaching faculty, but as an holding the administrative post as a librarian, I have seen that students coming out from the universities and having the degrees of this master science, they do not have on-hand practical experiences of the management library softwares and many other such related activities on in-house activities which can manage the library system. So as a librarian, I would suggest that in the syllabus such kind of practical experience at least for a period of say 2 to 3 months or internship courses should be introduced. Hello. 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 Hello.
Thank you very much, Dr.
Hello.
Yes, Dr. Yes, Dr.
Hello.
Anuradha, thank you very much. We are able
Yes,
to hear you. Yeah, thank you very much. Dr. Anuradha was from Government College of Education, Jammu. I hope I have got it right, Anuradha.
Yeah. Yeah, ma'am, it's a great problem because students do not know how to manage library softwares. So it will be my request that this should be a very important part of the syllabus to have internship programs so that the students from the universities can be hired from by the colleges so that they get the on-hand training programs for managing this software.
Well taken note of this. Like, we have taken a note of this, and this is definitely our panelists also have univocally echoed about on this issue that yes, we need to have this, kind of an internship programs. I would just like to quickly mention, we were talking about as being, highlighted by Dr. Murthy sir about the communication skills, and this is in the chat box. Professor Jaideep Sharma ji has mentioned that IGNOU does offer a course on communication skills in BLIS as well as on technical communication in Masters in Library and Information Science. That's really praiseworthy, Professor Sharma, and definitely you must have immensely contributed in incorporating these two in the program, in the curriculum at the IGNOU. Thank you very much. So quickly, one or two questions now more, because since we are inching towards having the next session, we were supposed to have a 1 hour break. But that's really the magic of the library networking, or the magic of networking of the professionals altogether. We have Dr. Suresh N, who is wanting to ask a question. Yes, Dr. Suresh, we are connected. Quickly ask your question. Suresh, we are connected. Please ask your question. Mr. Suresh N, could you please ask your question? You're connected right now. Suresh is not able to do that. I'm just now, for the last time, going from alphabetically A to Z. So this is the last time we are just going through the entire list of our attendees to see if any questions, because we have such a distinguished panel of experts, and we really don't want that any of your queries should remain unanswered. So we are just quickly trying to see if we have any question which still remains as a pending. We can see that, okay, we have Professor Jaideep Sharma ji who may like to say something. Professor Jaideep Sharma ji, it's a pleasure to have you on board today, and it's a pleasure.
Thank you, Dr. Sangeeta. See, our librarian friends, in fact, we also feel that we should have internship, practical hands-on exposure. But I believe that as faculty, we always want that to happen, but it can happen only with the collaboration of our librarians, our librarian friends. Because at IGNOU, we have been trying hard to have internship. It's not possible because we are present all over the country, in fact, outside the country also. So it's only with the help and cooperation of our librarian friends that we can do it, because our students will go for internship only in libraries, so they have to do it. Really, to bring it into action, it is a two-way effort that has to come in. It's not that we do not want, it's not that our students don't want, but it can happen only if libraries allow us to do it. So it has to be a two-way effort, then only it's possible. Thank you.
Professor Jaideep ji, I would just like to mention that DELNET will be happy in some ways if we can be of any help. Reason is, since we have now more than 7,300 institutions across the country, you talk about any state, right from Tamil Nadu, 960 institutions, to Maharashtra, more than 900 across the country. We do have libraries and we do have inroads. We know who are our professional colleagues, who are taking care of these libraries. So if you think there can be, it's like we would do that bridging up work, that we have the students, we have the departments running there. You want to put them and place them in some internship programs. We can mention, okay, these are the best libraries, best libraries in a way that wherein students also will get to know many near things. So we'll be happy to have some kind of, maybe as a pilot run in certain states. We can think about doing it, because we have the libraries, you have the students who are ready to get trained, and we can help in doing a kind of a bridging work in getting you closer to the libraries, and libraries would get helped in having these young students to manage their work, and in the process they will get trained. Definitely. I think Dr. Trushanti ji may like to say something. Yes, please, kindly. Yeah, Trushanti ji. Please unmute yourself. Please unmute yourself.
Sorry. Our students are going for internship after exams. They go to the local libraries. I was in touch with the local government college library and the central state libraries. But at the end, they come and say there's nothing much to learn. It's simply they get accessioning done or some basic classification or things like that. So as I mentioned earlier, you see the professional mobility. Here comes when you are extending invitation, but how many students will reach Delhi? Because I still remember there's only one student who went to American Central Library to for internship. He did go, you know, he's working in the library now, but in a year, three decades, a year of experience, only one or two students are going. So staying, lodging, that's a big issue. So if you can offer that, you know, if they can stay at a place which is safe, especially for girls, because this profession majority are girls. So even if we tell them,
what I
you
was trying
understand
to
what I
hint,
mean?
I do understand. What I was trying to hint at is that since we have libraries across the country, like Patiala, for example, so we can let you have, even let's say in Rajpura you have, you know, we can talk about in Chandigarh you have some of the best libraries that we also know ourselves that and which are, let's say, in a distance of 100 kilometers, because we have in nooks and parts of the country, we have our libraries, we have our own library colleagues, you know, who are being there. So in a closer vicinity, the libraries, the best libraries, we can help you when the students
that would be great. Then that would be great.
We would be very happy to do that.
Resource sharing. Yeah, that's
Exactly,
networking in
that's an
real
expert.
terms.
That's in a real term, and that's what we really want to do. So it's not just a
Thank
static
you.
and so we will be very happy to have that kind of work done in making it possible, because it's a win-win situation for everyone. The students will get benefited, the department you will be able to have, and even this will have a further effect. It's like a, you know, induced effect when even the employers, you have very rightly pointed it out about the skill sets, you know, the future employers. So once the employers come, say, okay, fine, these are my 5 skill sets, and you'll say, yes, my students have already are well aware about it. They have got the internship. They worked in that library. So, and that would be in proximity to the place wherever the department or the university is being there. And we can always suggest, yes.
Yeah. So look forward to hearing from you
Yes,
and
sure.
getting a
Yeah,
list of all the relevant items.
Yes, definitely. We'll be happy. And that's a very open invite to everyone, or to the distinguished panelists, and even to those others, you know, who are attending this session, and but exclusively those who are attending today in the first phase. So we'll be very, very happy, you know, to do that. So any last question now we may like to take, because we could see that we have our next speaker of the session, Dr. C.V. Ramnanji, is already there, and I got a glimpse of him because he was checking his webcam. And but undoubtedly this was one of the sessions that all of us are going to remember, because this generated much of deliberations and many of interactions on the small little things, but which really means a lot when we think about future thinking, when we think about getting our young students prepared for the future. And it's indeed, all of you have contributed so immensely, and many things which are going to be a part. I think last question, which we may like to take from Nirmala. Nirmala, quickly unmute yourself and ask the question. Nirmala, you have raised your digital hand. Quickly unmute yourself and ask the question. If not, opportunity no longer available. We'll quickly move from N to O. We have Paramjeet Singh. Mr. Paramjeet Singh, please unmute yourself quickly. If you may like to ask a question, you have raised your digital hand. Mr. Paramjeet Singh, could you please unmute yourself and ask the question? I'm compelled to mute you now. I unmuted you, but you didn't respond. So, and hearing goes to Potnuru Narayana Rao. Potnuru Narayana Rao, Mr. Potnuru Narayana Rao, could you please unmute yourself and ask the question? Mr. Potnuru Narayana Rao, could you please unmute yourself quickly and ask the question? Yes,
Madam,
good afternoon. Yes.
Madam, good afternoon.
Mr. Ramesh, this is a false identity. You are logged in from someone else's account. Mr.
Yes,
Ramesh?
Narendra, we are both same institute, madam. Hyderabad Institute of Technology and Management.
I know that, Hitam. Yes, please. It's a pleasure to have you. It's a pleasure to have you, Mr. Ramesh. Please.
All of you,
ask
thank you, madam. Very structured program. We all remembering our Kaul sir. Definitely, Kaul sir soul is satisfied with these activities. Madam and sir and LIS, ICT, literacy required, smart services, excellent, madam. Thank you all. Thank you, madam.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Ramesh. Thank you so much indeed for your presence today. Thank you. Thank you indeed. We would now like to just see if we have I'm just quickly now moving towards the end of the list of our attendees. It's an alphabetical list, and there is no provision that we can see that who all have raised their hands. So you have to go. We have Mrs. Reshma Prakash Lad from Maharashtra who has joined us. Reshma, I have unmuted you. Please unmute yourself and ask the question very, very quickly. Reshma, not much of noise coming in. I'll just try once again. If the noise again comes, we really want to hear your question. So just trying again. Reshma, please unmute yourself. Reshma, please unmute yourself. No, I'm so sorry, Reshma, because you have not been able to do that. And we are just have reached to S, and just trying to see if there are any questions further. We have Mrs. Surekha Kaul, AGM from BrahMos Aerospace at Delhi. Yes, Surekha, we have unmuted you. Please go ahead and ask your question.
Good afternoon. Nice to see you again in the year end 2021. I would like to convey that self-motivation and proactiveness is very important for the growth. Library professionals must visit renowned libraries to know about their services and other key activities. In my early stage of my career, I had a chance to visit the Geneva libraries that helped me a lot to achieve my goals. Second example, recently one of my colleagues, she was working with me. She joined as a lecturer in one of the non-university. She is always thankful to me and saying that, ma'am, I am giving the practical knowledge to my students because I have seen all the services what you have been providing. I am giving the sample of those services. So I can assure that this will really help because we are talking about the librarianship growth and growth in all our structure of the library science. So this will really help. This is my opinion. Thank you very much, Sangeeta. All the best.
Thank you, Surekha. Thank you so much for being there with us today and for sharing your views. Just inching towards the end of the list of our attendees, yes, and quickly checking the chat box once again to see if there are any questions. I can see that there are still some questions being posted. My sincere apologies because of paucity of time. We are not able to really take any further questions. We would be very happy to get them addressed through the deliberations and recommendations that we are going to make out of these panel discussions that we also intend to share with everyone. And we may in the days to come would organize yet another session and further deliberating. It has truly been a great honor and pleasure for Delnet to have each one of our distinguished panelists with us. And I must really thank each one of you, Professor Nishat Fatima, Dr. Samir Gul, Dr. Trishanjit Archie, and Professor Dr. S. Ravi for so wonderfully deliberating on this very important topic of future thinking for building best futures, revamping the LIS education in India. We feel so much full of ideas now, how to really head on take this future. What are the strategies we should have in place? What are the things that we can think about, the immediate things that we can think about doing it, which looks very promising to get fulfilled. And yes, a long-term planning, administrative procedures to be in place, accreditation of these LIS schools. I think that's one of the things, the things which are very, very important, but definitely each one of you have so immensely contributed, and we remain much grateful to you, and we really look forward to having today has just been the beginning. Dr. Kaul really is wanting that, each one of us would take, this level of knowledge sharing, resource sharing to the next level, wherein we are able to connect the human intellect, we are able to connect through the medium of libraries, to the medium of library professionals. We are able to spread that light, what should always remain as a guiding force for us. So thank you so very much for such wonderful deliberations. And we would also like to thank all our expert attendees who have been here from various departments of library and information science and other library professionals who have truly, made this session as a very, very enriching session and exciting session with all your participation, true participation in the real way. We remain much grateful to each one of you also for being there with us and for making this panel discussion and highly interactive session. Thank you one and all. Thank you once again to all our distinguished panelists, and we really look forward to welcoming you on board again, and also to have many more collaborative programs with the departments, with the universities, and having everyone together and to spread this message of let's be together and contribute in the best of our capacities. And that's the real magic of networking happens, once we are together and doing the things. So thank you so very much indeed for sparing your valuable time and being there, and for not sharing your vast wisdom and intellect with each one of us. We remain much grateful to you for that. So thank you very much. Thank you once again, each one of you. We really look forward to having you back again. Thank you. Thank you very much again. We have immense pleasure now. We can see that we have now our next session coming up, and we would like to, though it was on our schedule that we would give you a break of in 1 hour, but instead of 1 hour, 60 minutes, I think you deserve to have at least a 6 minutes break, if not 60 minutes break. And the time also says it's 1:53 sharp. And Dr. C.V. Ramanji, you are, it's a pleasure to see you. Namaskar. And it's a profound pleasure to welcome you and requesting you. Why your audio is not coming? I think you.
Thank you, Sangeeta ji. Am I audible now?
You're very much audible. You're very much audible. It's a pleasure to see you.
Thank
it's
you so
really
much.
a pleasure to see you. And so we are, with your permission, we are giving them now, it's sharp 1:54. So we are giving them a break of 6 minutes instead of a 60 minutes.
Yes.
So 6 minutes break for all our attendees of today's session. Please take a quick break of 6 minutes and try to see if you can utilize it in having a quick lunch, and be back here in 6 minutes. Sharp in 6 minutes, Dr. C.V. Ramanji is going to take a session on, which is holes. We have been in the prior session, we have been talking about it, and also otherwise all of you would agree, or we are going to have a session on ethics, attitude, and values for library professionals. And that's what, when we think about this, we think about the great visionary, Dr. H.K. Kaul, who has been a man of great values to the core, to the principles that he had. Everything has just been truly an inspiring one. And today we have Dr. C.V. Ramanji, who is going to deliberate on this and making you all familiarized with what all should be your do's and don'ts, and what are the things that we should have in place when we talk about to become a total quality person in order to achieve a total quality management in your libraries, and to really manage the way that you have been managing your own selves besides managing libraries and managing your users. So we would be taking a break of 6 minutes, and we would sharply start the broadcast at 2 o'clock. Thank you very much, Dr. Ramanan, and we would just be right back. Yeah. So 5 minutes.
Sangeeta ji, thank you very much. My son Gaurav is here to help me set up the slides. If Kushal can also give me the host status.
I'm just doing that. I will just giving it to you. So you please kindly share it.
So nice.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And
Thank you so much.
Convey our thanks to Mr. Gaurav. Gaurav, we must thank you. Can I see you and say hello to
Sangeeta,
you?
He's Gaurav.
Hi, Gaurav. It's a pleasure. We have a profound regard for your father, Dr. Ramanan, and I'm really, really so happy. And you must have imbibed many of his, great values and qualities. God bless you.
He's a computer science engineer.
That's great. That's great. Thank you so much indeed. Thank you. Dr. Ramanan, you can share the screen, and we can be sure. And you can open the presentation file, and we can go for a slideshow. We can go for a slideshow. In a slideshow, yes, yeah. Can we have the full? Yes. This would be perfect. Yeah, if you can click on. Yes, this is very fine, Dr. Ramanan. Pleasure. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you. We just want to, we'll be just using this 2-3 minutes because we have to just, there has been a little, some issue which we are trying to resolve. Not for this, but for the prior session, it was there. So we're just trying to, and we will utilize this 2-3 minutes time. But we will start the broadcast sharp in another 3 minutes time. We will start the broadcast. Perfect.
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you,
Sangeeta.
Dr.
We
Raman.
look forward.
Thank you. Yeah, surely. We too. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Sad day for all of us in Delnet, and his absence is being felt every day. And his absence actually encourages us, his memory actually prompts us to fulfill the task that he After his untimely demise, Delnet has been able to organize itself, continue with the mission and the task that he has undertaken for Delnet. We are happy that with the least possible disturbance and turmoil, we could manage a succession, and Delnet is back in the tracks with its mandate, fulfilling its mandate of networking libraries and making libraries accessible to all. Nothing would have been more appropriate than to celebrate or remember by observing today as
Dr. Ramanan, I just would like to say that we would be firstly be showing this message of our president, Shri K. Jayakumarji. Because of some technical issue from our main GoToWebinar portal, we couldn't really broadcast it in the morning. So firstly, we will do this, and then we will give you a control. So the control is right now with us. So you are button at the driving seat right now for the next session. So you need not to worry. We will give you a control the same way, right? So, and then you have to just accept it and keep your screen as it is right now. Okay?
Okay.
Got it?
I've just
Yeah.
responded.
So, yeah. Just ask Gaurav to be there around for another 3-4 minutes. So we will just, this is for 3-4 minutes, this video clip is there. And then we will do it because we couldn't really do that. There was some issue with the portal and we couldn't really, there was no audio which was coming in. So we have been able to do something because we would like to, show this message from our president for culture. So just would be requesting you, we'll give you a control back, okay?
Sure.
Right, Dr. Yeah, thanks. Thank you. Thank you. This is to acknowledge once again the presence of each one of you to today's online program. That is celebrating the Library Networking Day, commemorating the 80th birthday of Dr. H.K. Kaul, the founder director Delnet, and the great visionary whose life in itself was a great celebration. We would like to firstly show you now, we extremely regret and apologize for that because there was some technical glitch with our GoToWebinar platform and we were not able to broadcast the message of our president, Shri K. Jayakumarji, tribute to Dr. H.K. Kaul, and we would like to now play. We would like to convey that you may not be finding the quality of the audio to the perfection, but we request you to kindly bear with us because there was an issue in uploading, but when we started off, you cannot really do much at the portal once the broadcast gets started. So, but we have tried our best to give you this message from our President, Shri K. Jayakumarji, and we remain grateful to him because he's currently traveling, but was very, very kind enough in sending us a recorded message. So,
this very important online meeting to remember Dr. H.K. Kaul on his, would have been 80th birthday. It's a sad day for all of us in Delnet, and his absence is being felt every day. And his absence actually encourages us, his memory actually prompts us to fulfill the task that he has taken upon himself a few years ago. After his untimely demise, Delnet has been able to organize itself, continue with the mission and the task that he has undertaken for Delnet. We are happy that with the least possible disturbance and turmoil, we could manage a succession. And Delnet is back in the tracks with its mandate, fulfilling its mandate of networking libraries and making libraries accessible to all. Nothing would have been more appropriate than to celebrate or remember Dr. H.K. Kaul on his 80th birthday by observing today as the Library Networking Day. Today, networking is a very common phrase. People are comfortable and people are aware of the value of networking. But when Delnet started as an idea in the vision of Dr. H.K. Kaul a few years ago, maybe 20 years ago, nobody had actually appreciated and understood the tremendous value and meaning of networking of knowledge systems. Today it is accepted. Not only it is accepted, it is going to be the basis on which world is going to emerge. Tomorrow's world is going to emerge. It is said that in the next 20 years, the changes that are going to sweep the world will be more phenomenal than what has happened in the last 200 years. That is the scope and scale of the changes that we are going to encounter. And all these changes are not being created or made possible by machinery, but entered by knowledge. That is why we say it's a knowledge society. And libraries, as the repositories of knowledge, have to play a very pivotal role, crucial role, a cutting-edge role in managing a knowledge society. If librarians fail, and if the libraries fail to live up to this task of networking the knowledge databases, I think we will be failing in our duties. The role of the librarians and the role of the libraries are slowly but steadily undergoing changes, not only changes, mutation. The library of 1990 will look entirely primitive for a young boy or a girl looking at the library of 1990s sitting in 2030 or 2040. libraries are very fast undergoing changes. And what is engineering? What is actually sort of leading this change? The change that is being accomplished today is primarily because libraries have learned to network themselves. Networking of the knowledge that is available, it is common for all. It is a common heritage for all. It is a common property for all. Although there are copyright issues and all that, but whatever is available in the public domain, at least that have to be available and accessible to the large number of people who have to create their lives and career out of that knowledge. Now, the kind of educational scenario that is going to sweep this country in the next 20 years is going to be phenomenal. And if library networks are not able to provide what they are looking for, I think we'll be failing our duties. Dr. H.K. Kaul, with his visionary enthusiasm, had dreamt of a tomorrow where Delnet takes the lead in networking the libraries. And networking today, we cannot underestimate the value of networking. Because if some knowledge is available somewhere, if some information is available in the place X, it should be available not only to Y, but to Z, to A, B, C, and all. There is a sense of justice, information justice, if I may say so, or a knowledge justice involved networking. Without networking, we would be rather monopolizing. Some people will be monopolizing knowledge. It will lead to a feudal system, knowledge feudal system. Now, the biggest bulwark against that kind of a knowledge feudal system or copyrighted islands, inaccessible islands, these things can be broken and addressed only by a very effective library networking. I think library networking not only ushers in an information democracy, knowledge democracy, but it actually works towards a more equitable society at large. I salute Dr. H.K. Kaul, the visionary, in whose mind the idea of Delnet took shape. Not only took shape, and he had the fortitude, he had the tenacity, he had the spirit and the enthusiasm. He was a karma yogi that way, who could translate dreams into visions and visions into action. Today, Delnet is interconnected with thousands of libraries all over the world. At least in this country, we are now reaching to the schools, to the colleges, to professional institutions, and I'm sure in the next few years, growth of Delnet will be more phenomenal than it had been in the last few years. We have a fraternity of people working with Delnet, working on behalf of Delnet, and working on behalf of the knowledge networking system. We are all participants in it. It's a large fraternity which Delnet has been able to bring together. I salute all of them. I remember the far side, the vision of Dr. Kaul once again. I salute him. Let his memory be always be a flame in our mind and lead us from one point of success to another. Thank you all, and let us be party to creating a new knowledge democracy in this world. Thank you very much.
We are much grateful to our Honorable President Shri K. Jayakumarji for his words of wisdom and for paying a very humble tribute to our most revered Dr. H.K. Kaul. We would now like to start the session on ethics, attitude, and values for library professionals. And we have with us Dr. C.V. Ramananji, and I have immense pleasure in welcoming him firstly to today's online session by Delnet. Dr. C.V. Ramananji is the Director of Institute of Marketing and Management at New Delhi. Yes.
Sangeeta-ji, can you give me that control again so that I can share this?
I was just about to do that. Yeah, please kindly. I've given it to you. You can just accept it and we can see the screen. Perfectly fine, perfectly fine. I have immense pleasure in welcoming Dr. C.V. Ramananji, the Director at Institute of Marketing and Management at New Delhi, and also a longtime associate of Dr. H.K. Kaul to Delnet, and we, indeed remain much grateful to him for his, we still remember while introducing you, I've gone back, at least 25 years ago, 97, 98, the workshops that we had been having on QQP. No one in the country, or I think maybe at the global level, no one had heard in those times a total quality person. And it was Dr. C.V. Ramanan-ji who brought really to the world, telling them, sensitizing to the professionals that how and what are the ways in which they can become a total quality person. It's indeed an immense pleasure in welcoming you, Dr. Ramanan-ji, today to the Delnet's online program, which is, we are celebrating our 80th birthday of our most revered Dr. H.K. Kaul as a library networking day. It's a pleasure for me to introduce you all to Dr. C.V. Ramanan, who has a 40 years of corporate, academic, consulting, counseling, mentoring, writing, teaching, and training experience. Difficult to find in one single person, having so many of the accomplishments all together. Dr. Ramanan is a professor in spiritual sadhak, has been an inspirational speaker and life coach, which you are all going to witness very, very strongly. He is serving as a director currently at Institute of Marketing and Management and has been a chief mentor and happiness officer at Prudential Group, Director Center for Joy at Work at Invantech, that some of his past engagements, and also the editor of Pranjana and a visiting faculty at IAPA, IBE, 4 and Great Lakes. Dr. Ramanan he is a prolific writer, and in addition to the articles on a variety of subjects, he has also, to his credit, 6 books, which he has written on personal and professional excellence, the theme being the power to enhance our lives. Since then, he coined a concept called total quality person. Dr. Ramanan, you'll be very pleased to know about it, that Dr. Ramanan has conducted over 800 QQP workshops in 25 years with all segments in 30 cities, pan-India, and also in Dubai at IFTDO 2018 for a worldwide audience, wherein he was the only invited speaker from India. Dr. Ramanan was also honored by a university and got the Best Teacher, Trainer, and Healer Award for his ability related to spirituality and values through his unique concept of total quality person. It's a profound privilege for us to have you with us, Dr. C.V. Ramanan-ji, today. And thank you very much for always helping us out and taking out time for Delnet and for the entire LIS fraternity. It's a profound privilege for me now to request you to kindly deliver your much awaited talk on ethics, attitudes, and values for library professionals. It's over to you, Dr. Ramanan.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sangeeta Kaul. Sangeeta ji, am I audible?
Yes, very much, Dr. Ramanan.
Am I visible as well as the slides are visible?
Yes, everything perfect. Everything is as perfect,
All right, great. So thank you so much, dear Sangeeta ji, for not only inviting me but that wonderful introduction, which you always give me. That shows essentially your goodness and humility and nobility. I'm very happy to be here. Especially because it's our great Eternal Lights, Dr. H.K. Kaul's 80th birth anniversary. And as was pointed out, what better way to commemorate that rather than to declare it as Librarians Networking Day. I have known Dr. Kaul, both the Dr. Kauls, Dr. H.K. Kaul and Dr. Sangeeta Kaul, for, as Sangeeta ji just pointed out, for more than 25 years. And one of the earliest workshops on Total Quality Person TQP was courtesy Delnet, when, as Sangeeta ji just said, when they both invited me to India International Center, where they were having their premises then. And then since then, have been invited several times. I've had the pleasure and privilege and honor of being invited by Dr. Kaul and Dr. Sangeeta Kaul to IIC and to Delnet, the beautiful premises they have in Vasant Kunj. It's like another planet. It's that good and fully deserved by such a wonderful organization. Dr. Kaul, you don't need me to talk about him. All of us know him very well. Such a wonderful person, so humble, so noble, and so good and large-hearted, and did so much for libraries and library professionals all over the country, and indeed outside India as well. So indeed an eternal light, and this day will be a humble salute and tribute to him. And as Sri Jaikumar just Jayashankar just pointed out, the president of Delnet just pointed out, the succession planning, as Jayakumarji said, went off very well, the succession, because I cannot think of anybody better than Sangeeta ji to take over from where Dr. Kaul had left off, because she was also part of the building process of Delnet. So thanks very much once again. So when we talk of ethics, values, and attitudes for library professionals, what are some of the ethical aspects? For example, fairness, truthfulness, transparency, openness, accountability, and responsibility are some half a dozen phrases that come to one's mind as part of ethics or the code of ethics for library professionals towards the entire set of stakeholders, the users, the organizations, institutes where librarians are working for, the publishers, authors, and the society and the nation at large, and plus, of course, equally importantly, to themselves, to ourselves. So, you know, I'll be talking about, as Sangeeta ji said, some of the essence of TQP, the time being very short, a capsule of total quality person, which will highlight the three topics which we have with us for this session: ethics, values, and attitudes. So 25 years ago, when I shifted from the corporate world to academics, that's when TQP began. As Sangeeta ji just said, I had written these 6 little books. I call them pocket books because you can keep them in your pocket. These were the books: Sounds of Inspiration, Calls of Enrichment, Traits for Success, Treasures of Wisdom, Eternal Truths, and Milestones of Excellence. Each of these books contains 101 small, simple thoughts that can be applied in our lives. So that's when I coined this concept and called it Total Quality Person, TQP. Since then, over the last 25 years, Sangeeta ji just said 800 workshops, 30 cities across the country, from Uttarakhand till Andaman and Nicobar Islands. And I've had the pleasure of taking it outside the country as well, to Dubai for a global conference where I was the only invited speaker from India. And the theme of the conference was creating happiness in the workplace. And my presentation was TQP for happiness and success. So generally, these are 2 days workshops, and the end of these workshops, people laugh and cry, and they tell me it was riveting and mesmerizing, soul stirring and life changing. In their kindness, they tell me. So today also, in the limited time we have, I hope to give all of us that kind of an experience along with you. So it's also become some kind of mission of life, as far as I'm concerned, for the last 25 years, to touch people and to try and make a difference by sharing TQP, which I do with people from all walks of life. So when we talk of some of the important challenges that we are facing, the global pandemic raging across the country being the top of them, top of the list, plucking away lives, but there are so many other challenges as well. So being a quality person, having quality interactions and relationships, and delivering quality products and services is not only the best way, it's perhaps the only way to not only delight, but even to survive. So the foundation is total quality person. That is people with character, positive value, the right values, positive attitude, and a desire to serve, seva. SEWA, serve with empathy, warmth, and appreciation. The suggestions given today will be very simple, but hopefully very powerful and effective. I'm sure some of the old timers here, I'm an ancient old man. We have seen this great movie of Rishikesh Mukherjee called Bawarchi, which had the great hero of my time, Rajesh Khanna Sahab, playing a professor turned cook. So Bawarchi has some beautiful thoughts and quotes in Hindi as well as in English. And one of the things which Kaka says in the movie, Rajesh Khanna Sahab says, is it is so simple to be happy, but so difficult to be simple. So people make things very complicated. So today we'll keep it very simple and very powerful and effective, hopefully. Each one of us can create, build, and sustain a quality environment, not only at work, but equally importantly at home. One question which I want to ask you, and perhaps let's figure out the answers in in due course of time. Why are we rude and crude to people we love, and at our politest best with people we hardly know? So it's important to create that quality environment, not only at work, which I'm sure all of us do, but equally importantly at home, which I hope that many of us are able to do. So let us share some simple, powerful and practical pointers for ethics, values, and attitudes for library professionals. So this is about me, the slide which you can see here. IIPA, where you had earlier in the day Dr. Surabhi Pandey talk about leadership. She has been inviting me there for the last many years, where I have the privilege of sharing TQP with senior government officers all over the country, including 1,500 judges we've already shared, and another batch set of judges have started coming. Day after tomorrow, I'm going there. Thursdays, I go there. Also, I had certain interesting designations based on some consulting, counseling, and mentoring work after TQP workshops in certain organizations, like Chief Mentor and Happiness Officer and Director Center for Joy at Work. This was at ISTD, Total Quality Person Happiness and Well-Being. This was for our Delnet at the India International Center. It was an online event where Sri Jay Kumar, President Delnet's book on simplicity. We were talking about being simple. That was released, and there was a panel participating, talking about the book and the works of Jay Kumarji, and I was one of the members of that panel. It was a matter of honor for me to share this panel with such eminent personalities. This was another of them. This was for the Skill Development Committee of Delhi University, and this was an interview that was taken recently. And this was again a global workshop of a total quality person, Singapore, Dubai, and India participating. And also got an award, a gold medal from Association of Indian Management School for the very unique concept of a total quality person. So let us fasten our seat belts, as they say in the aircrafts, and together embark on this beautiful journey in the next hour or so. So this is not a 2 + 2 = 4 workshop. This is not policies and procedures. This is not maths or computers or operations. This is life. And in life, 2 + 2 can be anything we want to be. I hope I'm audible and visible, and the slides are also visible. In case there's any problem, do let me know.
Very much. Perfectly fine, Dr. Ramnan. Everything is fine.
Thank you, Sangeeta ji. Thank you. So 4 human needs: to live, love, to learn, and to leave a legacy. When we talk of the need to learn, we are talking about the mental need. And obviously, humility is the top value for a lifelong journey of continuous learning and improvement. Vinamrata, to be humble. Nobody is too old to learn and too young to learn from. The more we know, the more we realize we don't know. And the fourth being to leave a legacy, the spiritual need. Each one of us given a choice, like Dr. H.K. Kaul, we would also like to leave something behind for the next generation. He has left such a rich legacy behind. He lives on. People like him live on, हमें मरने से पहले मरना नहीं है, हमें मरने के बाद भी जिंदा रहना है. That's what H.K. Kaul Sahib is doing. He lives on in our hearts through his work, through his interactions, through his warmth, through his values. He lives on. That's a spiritual need. Some of the questions we should be asking ourselves: are we a crowd of people, or are we a nation of citizens? Are we going to be like the crores of people who come here, do not do anything much, and leave and go? Or are we going to be like the select few who came here, touched people, and made a difference? Rajesh Khanna Sahab, in another cult classic of his, he says, Zindagi lambi nahi, badi honi chahiye. The quality of life is not about how long, it's about how. So do we have a sense of meaning, a sense of purpose? Are we here to make a difference? We're all breathing, yet how many of us are even aware of our breath? When we talk of integrated personality enrichment, we are talking about physical, mental, emotional. There is this very powerful Hindi Sanskrit word called viveka, vivek, wisdom, intelligence, the ability to discern what is right, what is wrong. So if we talk about life as vivek management, where can there be any vivek without compassion and caring for people? Jo shakti karuna mein hai, wo krodh mein kahan? And as I said, spiritual. We are not human beings on a spiritual journey. We are spiritual beings on a human journey. This is what I have been doing for the last several decades. So at 62, I'm by God's grace feeling fine, counting blessings. Waking up early morning along with meditation and exercise for well-being and health is the foundation of a successful day and indeed life, I think. Pure mind, noble thought, selfless action, good result, invariably resulting in experiencing Anand, Sukh, Shanti. In pure mind, I can't take any guarantees. There could be some temporary hulchal or excitement, but invariably poor outcomes and misery, sadness, sorrow. Scams that are getting exposed left, right, and center are testimony to the fact that Waqt, Kaul, time will catch up with us, so why do it at all? It is not what we get, but what we are able to give that determines the quality of our life, that determines the value, the caliber of our lives. We may make a living by what we get, but we make a life by what we give. Here is a small model that I've designed, which is very simple, very powerful, equally applicable in our libraries, in your libraries, as well as in our personal lives. I am requesting all of you to invest 3 qualities in your colleagues, in your relationships: trust, empathy, and respect. That will result in motivated colleagues who are happy and balanced and therefore inspired and productive. एक सवाल है, एक खोखला इंसान क्या दे सकता है? जो खुद खाली है, कुछ नहीं दे सकते, ना रिश्तों में, ना काम में. And that is why relationships are cracking, because everybody wants something and nobody has anything to give. But if we are fulfilled, bharpoor, with happiness and peace and balance, then we can inspire our colleagues and make them productive. We can give in our relationships, make them enriching, contribute at work for enhanced productivity. This is the logic. That will result in commitment to the library, and the library, happiness and success. And in the context of our personal lives, Sadabahar, evergreen, magical, win-win, permanent relationships. Trust and integrity is the foundation of leadership. Trusting the essence in us, in our people, in our colleagues, in our users, in anybody who comes in touch with us. And all the religions are talking about the same thing. Gita says, Ishvara Sarvabhutanam. Islam says, जब खुद की तलाश में निकला तो खुदा को पाया, और खुदा की तलाश में निकला तो खुद को पाया. And the Bible says the kingdom of heaven is inside of us. So trusting that essence, that which is beautiful, well, may be good, but that which is good is always beautiful. And then integrity. The universe should not be rich enough to buy our votes of integrity. Mathe pe likha hona chahiye, not for sale. And that sign should be clearly visible to all around us. Neither us nor our values are for sale. Well, just like seva, S-E-W-A, can be served with empathy, warmth, and appreciation. Team could be together, everybody achieves more. Ek aur ek 11 wali baat hai. This tremendous synergy is created when people work in a team. And this is the result of teamwork. Sister Shivani says, when I is replaced by we, even illness become wellness. And that is a journey, according to me, from icon to icon. You know, the moment we are asking, mere liye kya hai, what's in it for me, we are still floundering in the sadhana, in the journey of realization, in the journey of greatness, in the spiritual odyssey. But when we start asking, when we develop the mindset of main aapke liye kya kar sakta hu, how can I serve you, what can I do for you, we have become icons who can guide billions of people. We have become lighthouses. This is where I believe various things are stored. And as you can see here, we the soul, we the energy, we carry our values. Just like the buildings where the libraries are situated or where your residences are there will not be strong if the foundation is not strong. We the soul, we the energy will not be strong if the foundation of our values are not strong. Agar values में clarity नहीं है, not very many, just 3, 4, 5 are enough. 3, 4, 5 को जो आपको comfortable लगे, उन्हें select कर लीजिए, जहन में डाल दीजिए, internalize. Just imagine if your speech and action are consistent with your own chosen values. Just imagine the kind of peace and happiness and the power that you're going to experience. Sattva guna is what I'm talking about in the context of gunas, which some of you are aware of. Now, in our journey of becoming a total quality person, the following entities influence us. We ourselves, the person, the parents, primarily, the family generally, but parents and the teachers, the guru. Because of the person herself or himself, the parents and the teachers, we start yearning for quality from deep within, like chahat, ek desire, ek jigyasa, and effortlessly follow and improve upon the overall quality process. There is a place for everything. Everything has a place. We are neat, clean, organized and systematic from inside and outside. और इसके लिए अलग वक्त, ज्यादा वक्त खर्च करने की जरूरत नहीं है, बल्कि वक्त बचाते हैं, because this has become our second nature. Well, I'm not able to see you, but if I were, I would advise you that the first way to become effective is smile more often. If you hide the first letter S, first alphabet S, what is visible is mile. Smile and you travel miles. Everybody likes happy and friendly people, not at the work, not only at the workplace, at home as well. So why deny the world and to ourselves and to our relationships and to our colleagues and to our libraries, the users, the beauty of our smile? It is an unplanned, unaffected connection when one soul recognizes the divinity and the purity and the power of another soul and salutes that soul. That's when we smile. Importance of body language. Non-verbal communication impacting 50% on overall communication skills. More about it a little later. So the only way to ensure, just like humility was the hallmark, was the top value, was the foundational value for our journey, lifelong journey of continuous learning and improvement. Speaking the truth, meaning what we say and saying what we mean is the only way to ensure that body language will always support us. We'll be able to meet people in the eye and talk to them, because छुपाने लायक ना हमने कुछ कहा है ना किया है, तो किस बात का डर? Develop the right attitude. If you cannot change the circumstances, change your attitude towards them. A positive attitude translates into positive energy, which in turn makes our thoughts and actions positive. Studies done in the two premier institutions in the world, Oxford and Stanford, they tell us that a positive attitude is the key for a successful, balanced life. Keep it straight and simple, as we've been discussing. Personal image matters. Before you reach the library, your image has gone. Before you reach your residence, your home, your image has traveled there, and people decide how to behave, how to interact with you, how to develop relationships with you based on your image. And you cannot buy this. We can go to the market and buy 5 kg of aloo. उसके साथ जरा 2 kg respect भी दीजिए ना, ऐसे पूछ के देखिए. Nobody can sell it. You may be able to pay a lot of money. You can't buy it. You have to earn it. And that can happen only by, as we discussed earlier, setting examples, being the person that we want to become the rest of the world. सचिन तेंदुलकर के बारे में किसी ने मुझे आके कहा बहुत साल पहले जब वो खेल रहे थे, Sachin, the best ever, and yet so humble. I said, small correction. Sachin is humble, that is why he's great. वो best ever होके humble नहीं बने, वो humble हैं इसलिए महान बने. Personal image matters. Back to KG. In the good old KG kindergarten, we were taught not only nursery rhymes, but great evergreen values at how to say please, thank you, and sorry wherever necessary. How to care, be fair, and share in life, values that are getting rapidly forgotten. So it's time we revisit these values by revisiting KG. The great man, Abdul Kalam Sahab, a transformational leader who transformed generations of people. So fail, according to him, this is what positive attitude is all about. First attempt in learning. If somebody says end, it is not the end. Effort never dies could be END. And if you get no for an answer, don't be disheartened, because no can also be next opportunity. And a small contribution from my side, ACE. So ACE could be above customer expectations. So how about serving our users, library users, above and beyond their expectations, running the extra mile? So there is this difference between good and great leaders. Good leaders may have many followers doing chamchagiri and so on, but great leaders are not bothered about all this. They just create more leaders. Dr. H.K. Kaul, Dr. Sangeeta Kaul, examples of great leadership. They always have a process going, so that someday when they are not there, nothing suffers. Everything is the same, maybe even better. They have the ability to inspire and ignite by walking their talk, by practicing what they preach, by living and walking their talk. Effective communication. I'll just come back to this. Another great quality, time management. Everybody has got 24 hours in a day. Nobody has 48. सबके पास 24 है. जब वो लोग इतना कर सकते हैं, हम लोग इतना क्यों नहीं कर सकते? So managing ourselves so that we have time to do everything we need to do, want to do in life. Growth, development, and welfare of people is a hallmark of great leadership. Emotional intelligence. Empathy, emotional intelligence. आज दिन तक हमने दवाओं का असर देखा है. ये चीज करके देखिए. Empathize with your colleagues. Give them, show them, be sensitive to their feelings. Emotional intelligence. दुआओं का असर महसूस करेंगे आप. The effect of blessings in your life. You know, आपको कुछ कहने की जरूरत नहीं है. वो आपके बन चुके हैं. They will do anything for you. All you need to do is to care about them. Is that such a difficult thing to do? And it should come from the heart. Leadership is combination of character, effectiveness, and strategy, efficiency. Level 5 and 6 leaders, बड़े ऊंचे श्रेणी के leaders, who combine humility and will. They are humble and courageous. They are polite, but they are fearless, nidder. They are rare and they are unstoppable. And level 6 leaders combine seva bhav along with level 5. They are called servant leaders in the Indian context. So studies have shown that such leadership is the top reason for an organization or for a library or for a department to be catapulted. वो गुलेल वाला jump, catapulted from mediocrity to sustained levels of excellence and greatness. Not computer systems, not automation systems, not decor, not the four walls, but you, and you. You are the primary reason for an organization to become great from being merely good. Situational adaptable leadership, fine-tuning your leadership style as per the situation. Sreshthas, enlightened citizens, and I'm combining or I'm relating the age-old concept of Raja Rishi, a concept of Indian ethos, scriptures, and ancient wisdom on which TQP is based, both Sreshthas and Raja Rishi, Sresht or Sreshthas and Raja Rishis. Great day, modern day leaders, according to me, need to combine the energy and passion of a king or a queen along with the wisdom and maturity of a sage. Raja ka energy or passion, or Rishi ka wisdom or maturity, Raja Rishi, resulting in TQL, total quality leadership. Leadership जिसके वजह से सपने साकार होते हैं. Leadership जिसके वजह से दिव्य शक्ति जो सबके अंदर है, the force, the power, the treasure island which we are carrying in this small body of ours without even realizing it, and leading ordinary lives, वो बाहर निखर के आता है. Not only for our benefit, for our library, benefit of the library, for the organization, for the institution, and for the society at large. So the advantages of emotional intelligence. This is being stable. Sthita pragyastatochate. Sthita pragyastatochate is what Lord Krishna tells Arjuna in the second chapter of the Gita. So not only the morning meditation to set the tone for the day, but maybe setting up an alarm in our watches or mobiles, and for after every hour, suppose we are able to have an alarm. So just be still for that minute. It's an investment of a minute, but your next hour, you'll be at your best. It'll be a quality effort, well worth the investment of a minute. All the 60,000 thoughts which are hitting us, chaos, the traffic inside the mind, we take care of all that. We become aware. Most of the wasteful and negative thoughts go out. Be still. Great leaders blend character and strategy, ethics and competence, and love and skill. सर मैं 20 WhatsApp group के administrator हूं सर, क्या मैं great leader हूं? जी नहीं, that may not be enough. Okay, so how often have we thought that वाह कितने अच्छे अंग्रेजी बोलते हैं, क्या कितने अच्छे communicator हैं, कितने अच्छे हिंदी बोलते हैं, उर्दू बोलते हैं, कितने अच्छे communicator हैं? गलत. कितने अच्छे अंग्रेजी बोलते हैं, कितने अच्छे speaker हैं. Communicator है या नहीं remains to be seen, because 6 things have to fall in place and be blended beautifully. Just like a good dish, उसमें नमक, मिर्च, vegetable oil, सब कुछ, सबका सही मिश्रण होना चाहिए, तब जाके the taste is good. Similarly, effective communication is a beautiful blend of language, tone, how we speak. Are we speaking with love, affection, dignity, and respect, or are we rude and crude, hurting people, shouting, screaming? 40% impact. Body language, 50%. Social graces, etiquette, and manners, character, and listening and building emotional bank accounts with the help of empathic listening. Are we able to listen to the deep communication of a human soul, of our colleague, of our user, of anybody in our life, of a relationship, of our friend? Now, I'm going to give you two extreme examples to drive home the point that while language is important, it is not the only ingredient of communication, as several of us might have thought. The first, let me take a few deep breaths. I'm going to say something and let me know if you're able to understand anything. A doctor was called to doctor another doctor. With the doctoring doctor, doctor the doctor, doctor in the doctoring doctor's way, or with the doctoring doctor, doctor the doctor in doctor's way. Well, perfect English, but was anything clear? Agar language ही सब कुछ था, so everything should have been clear, but nothing is clear. And this is the second example of my good old chemistry teacher who used to come to my class in school with two test tubes, one empty, one full. And this is what he used to tell us. Don't pour it, pour it. And do this, and do this, and do. Very poor English, but everything was clear. Pour it meaning pour it slowly, otherwise it will spill. Do, mix it or shake it. Now, I'm not suggesting each one of us should talk like this, but all I'm saying is language is not the only important thing. All these things are equally important for us to have any claims of being a powerful, effective, wonderful, great communicator. Now, let us think before we speak. Is it true, helpful, inspiring, and kind? Otherwise, we'd rather be silent. This is what I meant. Unless you mean what you say and say what you mean. This was a Hitlerian manager who one day after attending a workshop like TQP thought he can also become democratic, participative, goes to the office and the next day calls his colleagues, and this is what he does. From today, I'm going to become participative manager. I'm going to become participative. कहा ये और किया ये, banging the table. तो यहाँ 50% भी नहीं, 100% impact was body language. And what was it communicating to his colleagues? That we are dealing with a born museum piece, जो कभी नहीं बदलेंगे, कभी भी नहीं सुधरेंगे. So unless you mean what you say and say what you mean, body language will give you away. So 10 commandments, integrity we have already mentioned, excellence, giving our best, doing our best at every point of time, in every item of work. Running the extra mile, I can. Win-win. Interdependence. I depend on you, you depend on me. And together, if we have so many hundreds of brains here, why should we be dependent on one brain? That gives rise to exciting synergy, where 2 plus 2 is not 4 or 400 or 500. 2 plus 2 can be anything we want to be. Like, for example, if I have an idea and Sangeeta ji, if I have an apple and Sangeeta ji has an apple, and if we exchange apples, abhi bhi Sangeeta ji ke paas ek hi seb hai, mere paas bhi ek seb hai. But if madam has an idea, I have an idea, and we discuss the ideas, each one of us has 2 ideas each. That is synergy. Proactive, emotional bank account with empathic listening. That is the basis, foundation for great relationships. Libraries, I'm sure across the country, very many libraries have mission statements. How about a personal mission statement for each one of us, each one of the librarians? For, say, a total quality person or a total quality librarian, a mission statement could be one example. I'm going to lead a life of integrity and I'm going to make a difference in the lives of others. You can have anything you like, but have a statement and lead your life accordingly. एक अजीब सी लहर खुशी और शांति के आप महसूस करेंगे. Very powerful. Happiness and success, we'll just, kind of dive over it because we don't have much time. Now, this is a ready-made chart of about 30 odd values, which I've shown here for your ready reference. You can pick and choose your 3, 4, 5 values. I'm sure you already have many. But just for the purpose of reorientation or reinforcement, since we are discussing this, let me quickly share one or two stories based on some values here. Sangeeta ji, since we had the presidential address also, can I go on till 3:15? Is that possible?
I think because we do have our next speaker also, maybe till 3:05 or 3:10. Can we keep it till 3:10? Because
Okay.
our
Sure.
pre-scheduled session at 3, so around 3:10 if we can. Because there would be
Very
definitely
good. Sure.
questions also. No, Dr. Ramnan, because there would be the questions. The attendees may like to ask many questions, so we have to leave some room for that also. Perfect. Thank you. Thanks.
So till 3:10?
3:05. Let's keep it for 3:05, and let's have then at least 5-10 minutes for questions. So that would come to the 3:15.
All right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
For example, the fifth on the second row, faith. President Kennedy was having a discussion many decades ago with his top scientist of that time, Dr. Werner von Braun. And the topic of the discussion was, what is the most important? What will it take us to reach the moon for the first time? And he was expecting the great man, the great scientist, to come out with responses like, it will take that many people, this much of finance, this much of money, that much of technology. So the question by the president, what will it take us to reach the moon for the first time? And the answer by the brilliant Dr. Werner von Braun, so simple, so powerful, and so true. All that it will take us to reach the moon for the first time is the will to do it, faith. Walt Disney. First he made Disneyland, and then he made Disney World, and then before the inauguration of Disney World some weeks before, he passed away, sadly. So this was the inaugural day where Disney World was getting opened, inaugurated. This was Roy Disney representing his late brother Walt Disney, surrounded by the media people, newspaper people who had come. And there, gleaming, shining, glowing at a distance, was the magic kingdom of the Disney World. So one newspaper person got up, pointed to the kingdom, the magic kingdom, and asked Roy Disney, how sad Walt Disney is not here to see this. Kitne dukh ki baat hai, Walt Disney guzar gaye, he's not able to see Disney World. And Roy Disney replied, he had already seen it, and that is why it is there. Kahan dekha unhone? Yahan. He visualized it and made it happen with his faith and hard work. Sir Edmund Hillary, the first to touch the peak of Mount Everest. Any idea after how many unsuccessful attempts? 5, 6, 8, 17 unsuccessful attempts. During one such attempt, you know what he did? He shook his fist and shouted at the peak, today you have defeated me, but I'll come back and conquer you. Why? You cannot get any bigger, but I can. And he did. The power of faith. Another one mentioned here is courage. I have two stories here, but for the paucity of time, I'll just share one. A hero dies in hospital. The other one is Little Braveheart battles leopard. So hero dies in hospital. The picture is not very clear here. This is the story of a hero, true hero, which happened, I don't know, some of you may be from Meerut. There is, on the outskirts of Meerut, we have Victoria Park. So it happened many years ago. There was an exhibition in that park. Very many people had gathered there. There was a short circuit, and suddenly everything caught fire. So a raging inferno, aag, aag hi aag. So the fire was there. Muhammad Javed was here. All he had to do was to go home. But he was not ordinary. He doesn't go home. You know what he does? He jumps in the fire, saves a little boy, puts him down. Jumps again, saves a little girl, puts her down. Again and yet again, on that fateful day, saves 4 small children from certain death. In the process, gets 90% burns, is admitted in the subsidizing hospital, from where he dies. And his mother was heard weeping and wailing, मेरा बच्चा कितना खूबसूरत था, जल गया. अब आप क्या कहेंगे ऐसे लोगों के बारे में, ऐसे बच्चों के बारे में? All I can say is, ये लोग अपनी जान अपने हथेली पे लेके चलते हैं. मर जाते हैं शायद, but हमेशा जिंदा रहते हैं. In the hearts of the people they love, they are like this Amardeep, eternal light of life and love, who live for others and live forever. Gratitude, counting blessings. Every day in the morning, this is the first thing I do. कुछ मसाला बाकी है कि लुढ़क चुका हूं. अगर मसाला बाकी है, thank you God, one more day to serve. The life energy inside of us is the greatest reason, biggest reason for us to be thankful and grateful. Our family, the place we work, our colleagues, our friends, our hobbies, enough number of reasons for us to be careful, to be grateful and thankful. And that is the surest and the quickest way of experiencing happiness. Generosity, the power to give. IIT flyover के नीचे कुछ भिखारी बच्चे होते हैं. One day, my daughter Disha and I were there in the car. Disha is very generous, compassionate, and giving. She takes care of 35 dogs. We have a dog in the house, a rooster, and a hen as well. And that day, there was a young boy who came out, beggar boy, and he looked at me with shining eyes. I had nothing to give. I said, "Sorry, beta, आज तो कुछ नहीं है देने के लिए." You know what he did? He had a one flower bouquet, एक फूल का गुलदस्ता, जो मेरी बेटी को देते हुए ये कहा उसने, "मैडम, ये आपके लिए है और इसके लिए आपको मुझे कुछ देने की जरूरत नहीं है." मैं हैरान रह गया. अमीर कौन है और गरीब कौन है? Are we rich? We seem to have everything. How often have we thought of helping the poor and the needy? Is that little boy poor? I don't think so at all, because he had no hesitation, no problems at all in parting with the only item he had, which could have been his passport to the next meal. Generosity, the power to give, is not a measure of the bank balance. It's a state of the mind, it's a state of the heart. We can be very rich and generous without much money in the bank, because richness is a quality of the being. Final value I've mentioned here for paucity of time, patriotism. There are two very powerful stories. I'll again share one, that of a person who travels from country to country with a one-point agenda. Wherever he goes, he wants to call heaven. So goes to US, goes to a phone booth and says, "I want to call heaven. How much should I pay?" $500, please. Goes to UK, goes to a phone booth and says, "I want to call heaven. How much should I pay?" £250, please. Like that, he travels from country to country. At last comes to India, goes to a phone booth and tired. He's very tired. He says, "I want to call heaven. How much should I pay?" And the phone booth owner says, ₹2, please. He says, "I've paid through my nose from various countries. How come it is so economical to call heaven from India?" And the proud phone booth owner says, "Sir, aap swarag pahunch chuke hain. Welcome to the only heaven on earth, which is India. And from here, calling heaven is just a local call. And we charge a matra ₹2 for local call. That's how you have to pay, only ₹2. So as I said, if you have 3, 4, 5 values from here, जहन में डाल दिया, आपके बोल और कर्म उन वैल्यूज के हिसाब से है, तो एक अजीब सी खुशी, शांति और पावर आप महसूस करेंगे, जो आप रिश्ते में दे सकते हैं और काम में भी. Umeed, hope, and faith, nothing is impossible. The power of visualization, power of hard work. I won't do it, say, yes, I did it. Through several steps, we can reach. Just do nothing, it is impossible, is one way of looking at it. Just do it. Nothing is impossible. I am possible, is what Dr. H.K. Kaul obviously believed when he founded Delnet along with Dr. Sangeeta Kaul. Grateful, as I said. You can't enjoy a better life unless you appreciate what's already in it. Well, this is also one reason to be grateful. I think many of us would have done this when we were working from home. Now, of course, some of us have started going to the office. Work from home as well as work for home. Well, we cannot stretch it so far, too far. Otherwise, we might be sounded off by something like this. Well, success. This cannot be success. We've touched the moon, we don't know the neighbors, advanced medicines, poor health, high intelligent quotient, hardly any EQ, emotional quotient, spiritual quotient to khair zyada nahi hai hi nahi. Costly watches, where is the time? This also cannot be success. Till about 2025 we seem to be fine. उसके बाद धक्के खाके रगड़ती हुई जिंदा लाश की तरह जिंदगी गुजारते हैं. मरने से पहले मरते रहते हैं. Obviously not success. What is success? Laying equal emphasis on work, family, friends, relationships, leisure, personal growth, and spiritual attainment. It's also work-life balance, focus, conserve, compartmentalize, marketing orientation, human resource mindset, treasure island, how to bring that out. Success is feeling light, beautiful, and stable. हर इंटरैक्शन में पॉजिटिव एनर्जी एक्सचेंज करना, हर परिस्थिति में स्टेबल रहना और हर रिश्ते में देना. instead of give and take, can we believe in the philosophy from today, this moment onwards, of give and give? Success is santosh, satisfaction, also khushi, happiness, as we discussed, icon to icon. So Sangeeta ji has asked me to stop
Doctor,
at
no,
3.
not to stop you, but to tell you, please carry on till 3:15, because there have been couple of our attendees who said that please let Dr. Ramanan to speak till 3:15. So that's because
Oh, so nice.
everyone is feeling, yeah, so I'm not here to stop you. So please kindly,
Oh, so
because
nice.
I could, so yeah, please, Dr. Ramanan. We are enjoying. I'm also listening to it, and please. So 3:15.
Thank you, Sangeeta
let
ji.
me ask the questions.
Thank
And I'm
you.
requesting, I'm requesting Dr. Narendra, who has joined us from Haridwar, from Patanjali University, to stay tuned in, so it would be a pleasure. So please kindly, Dr. Ramanan, I'm sorry for this interruption. So I was not wanting to do
No,
this
no, thank
intrusion.
you.
Yeah. Thanks, thank you.
Thanks a lot, Sangeeta ji. And thank you, dear participants, for your generosity. Very touched and very grateful. That is another reason for me to be grateful and thankful. You made me so happy. Thanks a lot. God bless you. Ancient old man is happy. So this could be some better representation of success. I'm leaving the chart for you for a minute. In the meanwhile, I'm going to show you two posters. One is the beauty of a smile. A smile is the shortest distance between two people, which is what you all made me do by your generous approach of giving me more time till 3:15. And the second is our final module, happiness. Thousands of candles can be lit from a single candle, and the life of the candle will not be shortened. Happiness never decreases from being shared. बहुत कम चीज है दुनिया में जो देने से कम नहीं होता, उसमें से एक है खुशी, हैप्पीनेस. देने से हमें हमारे अंदर और बढ़ती है खुशी. और दूसरी जो लाइब्रेरियंस जिसको रिप्रेजेंट करते हैं वो है नॉलेज, ज्ञान. As a teacher or a trainer, when I share knowledge, it seems to increase in me, and that's all courtesy you, dear librarians. I'm sure for you and for me, all of us, the library is nothing short of a place of worship. That's how we look at libraries, with all respect. So, ये है कहाँ? John Lennon, the celebrated singer of my time, Beatles के lead singer थे. तो जब वो स्कूल में पढ़ते थे तो उनके टीचर ने एक असाइनमेंट की तरह एक क्वेश्चन पूछा, जो मुझ जैसे बुजुर्ग बड़े इरिटेटिंग तरीके से बच्चों से एक अजीब सा एक्सप्रेशन बना के पूछते हैं, बेटा जरा बताओ तो सही क्या बनोगे बड़े होके, शाबाश बताओ. And we expect an answer also. It's so irritating. So that was the assignment given. Dear children, what would you like to be when you grow up? Somebody said, I want to be an architect, I want to be a librarian, I want to be in the management, I want to be a teacher, I want to be a judge, I want to be in the government, I want to be in the corporate world. John Lennon's turn came. John, what would you like to be? And John Lennon said, ma'am, I want to be happy. So the teacher said, I'm afraid, John, you haven't understood my question. And John Lennon replied, I am afraid, madam, you haven't understood life. मुझे सवाल शायद बेशक समझ में नहीं आए, आपको लगता है जिंदगी की समझ नहीं. So that is the importance of being happy. There is a book called Acres of Diamonds written by Russell Cornwell, which tells a story of a poor man who sells his small house and goes far and wide in search of diamonds. And the story goes on to say that at the end of a certain point of time, पैसे तो खर्च हो गए, diamonds नहीं मिले, और एक जिंदा लाश की तरह इधर-उधर भटक रहे. And ironically, the person who had bought this house from this poor man finds those diamonds in the backyard of that very house. Isn't that happiness for us? कहाँ ढूंढते हैं? रिश्तों में, परिस्थितियों में, achievements में, acquisitions में, उस चीज को जो सिर्फ हमारे अंदर ही थी हमेशा, बल्कि हम खुद हैं. Our identity is that of a happy being, and the cup of happiness is already full. We just have to do some tightrope walking like those buffoons and jokers do in circus to ensure that we don't spill from the cup. Every time we are getting irritated and upset and angry, we are spilling from the cup, और हमें लगता है कि हम खुश नहीं हैं. खुश तो हम हमेशा से थे, भरपूर खुशी थी हमारे पास. We don't know how to recognize it, and hold on to it. So we are born privileged and programmed to be happy. Just like this software, this laptop software is programmed for software. We are programmed to be happy. JATC syndrome में कभी मत पड़िए. Just around the corner. काश वो नौकरी मिल जाती, I'll be happy. काश वो इंक्रीमेंट, थोड़े से पैसे और मिलते, I'll be happy. वो रिश्ता टिकता, I'll be happy. ऐसे कंडीशंस डालते रहते हैं और हम कभी भी खुशी नहीं होती, महसूस नहीं कर पाते. Happiness is here and now. The paradigm has to change. Reverse paradigm. खुशी से काम करना. काम के बाद खुशी, पैसे के बाद खुशी नहीं. खुशी से काम करना, खुशी से रिश्ता निभाना. Just imagine the quality of our relationships and the richness of the world and the power we'll have. Happiness. नस नस में खुशी है या होनी चाहिए. A to Z of happiness is what I share in my 2 days workshop. Here I'll tell you about ABCDs. The cup is already full. Give and give. A for accept, appreciate. B, balance and be in the moment. Zindagi ye pal, har khushi bhi yahi pal. When the great celebrated Albert Einstein was asked the secret of his happiness, of his success, you know what he said? When I comb my hair, I comb my hair. जब बाल बनाता हूं तो बाल ही बनाता हूं. I don't think about the theory of relativity. There is energy, enthusiasm, the soft cheeks of a child, the dewdrops in the grass. Everything is available इसी पल में. अगर इस पल को हम भरपूर बनाते हैं अपना बेस्ट दे के, एक्सेलेंस, निष्काम कर्म, कर्मण्येव अधिकारस्ते मा फलेषु कदाचन. See, the Bhagavad Gita is full of logic and practical anecdotes like this, practical learnings. It's an action-oriented manual of living, of life. तो इस पल को भरपूर बनाते हैं निष्काम कर्म, एक्सेलेंस से, तो अगले पल की रचना कर चुके हैं. So that is how we create our own destiny. C for count blessings, create thoughts of happiness, choose to be happy. And D, lead a life of dharma. Satyam vada, dharmam chara. Lead a life of values, as we discussed. Do not be judgmental. वो हमेशा झूठ बोलते हैं, वो हमेशा लेट आते हैं. इनके जूते को तो देखिए, उनके घर में खाना नहीं बनता ठीक. वो ब्लू कलर के सूट क्यों पहन के आए हैं? ऐसे वेस्टफुल नेगेटिव थॉट से ना किसी का फायदा हुआ है और सबसे ज्यादा नुकसान हमारे खुद का. और इसको प्लूरल बनाने के लिए ABCDs of happiness, S could be for seva, simple, spiritual, smile. These are the new paradigms. So some cartoons for you. A man approaches a monk and shouts at him, I want happiness. And the monk calmly says, first remove want, that is desire. फिर I को निकालो, अहंकार है वो, ego. What is left? You're already happy, don't worry. Why are you so happy? Somebody is asking another person. And this man says, I have no idea. मुझे नहीं पता मैं इतना खुश क्यों हूं. Isn't this better? Be happy for no reason, because if you're happy for a particular reason, you could be in trouble because that reason can be taken away from you. Choose to be happy. Where did you find that? I've been looking for it everywhere. I created it myself. The art of being happy is to be satisfied with what we have. Santosh, contentment, satisfaction. The best way to multiply our happiness is to share it with others. Happiness defies, explodes the laws of mathematics. गणित के सारे नियमों को तोड़ देती है खुशी. जब देते हैं, डिवाइड करते हैं, तो बढ़ जाती है हमारे अंदर. We seek outside the wonders we carry inside us. सारे सवालों के जवाब अंदर हैं, अंदर के कायनात. So Satchidananda, be blissful. We have discussed many of these things. Ekatvam is we all have the same essence. We are in different points of the same journey, but the treasure island, the essence, the spark, the divine spark is the same. I am a blissful being. My every thought creates happiness and health. ये आप रोज ये कह सकते हैं अपने आप से. It will have a profound effect. Another one on seva could be paropakarartham idam shariram. Just like the rivers flow and give water to every entity. The trees, when you even throw stones, give flowers and fruits. The flower, when you crush it, gives fragrance. एक हम ही है जो हमेशा लेने में लगे हुए हैं. So if you also realize that that is the work of God, that is how God intended to give and give. Paropakarartham idam shariram. This body is meant to serve. So the journey of life, before we come to this is a few questions for yourselves. How has this impacted your life? मुझे बताने की जरूरत नहीं है. You're all very accomplished women and men of experience, of expertise in your respective fields. You can think about it yourself. What is the purpose of your life? जिंदगी का मकसद क्या है? क्योंकि एक मकसद आप रखेंगे. Let me tell you, this is a glass of water. If I pour water, more water, after a while it's going to spill. But if I replace this with a 2-liter bottle, it's going to hold more water. Similarly, अभी इतने से मन में, माइंड में इसी सवाल के लिए जगह है, मेरे लिए क्या है? उससे ज्यादा कुछ होता है तो pressure is directly converted into stress, tension, insecurity, fear. But just like we expanded this to 2 liters, 5 liters jar, this can also expand if we have a purpose in life, which is above and beyond our day-to-day selfish requirements. Helping children, poor children, education, empowerment. There are so many. Environmental conservation, wildlife, any purpose. And then see what it does to you, apart from what it does to the entity you're serving. It'll just make you so Vishal, Mahan, and elevated. Where is the question of stress? My 5 blessings. What are the 5 reasons for you to be thankful, grateful? 5 values you're going to internalize and lead your lives. I leave it to you. You select. How would I like to be remembered? Generally, when I ask this question, I get answers like, I want to be remembered as a person who worked hard, as a person who was helpful, as a person who served. So I'm very pleased. I'm very proud of these answers. Who won't be? So I just make a gentle request or a rider. I tell my participants in the 2-day workshops, which are very interactive. Here we couldn't make it very interactive because of the time limitation. So I tell the participants gently, softly, if you want to be remembered as somebody, make sure that you have become that somebody. You want to be remembered as somebody who worked hard. Are you working hard? You want to be remembered as somebody who helped and served. Are you actually doing that? Because we cannot be what we are and expect the world to remember us in glorious terms. It may not happen that way. Alfred Nobel realized this the hard way. Alfred Nobel, as many of you are aware, you're all librarians, very learned. You must have gone through several books. Alfred Nobel is the one who is credited or rather discredited with the discovery of the dynamite, जो explosions का cause बन गया था. So one day बड़े शान से एक चाय के कप के साथ न्यूज़पेपर देख रहे थे, and then he was stunned and shocked to see his own picture sharing back at him, श्रद्धांजलि की तौर से. Obituary was there. He is alive, and yet उसकी श्रद्धांजलि आ चुकी थी, and his picture was looking at him like this. So that was his shock number 1. What had happened? A small but important mistake on the part of the media people. His brother had passed away, and the newspaper people thought that he had passed away and promptly wrote the obituary. So जैसे गोविंदा के pictures आते थे, hero number 1, चाची number 1, अनाड़ी number 1, बीवी number 1. So this was the shock number 1. अब एक और shock था, shock number 2. As if this was not bad enough. What was actually written there? कईयों के अच्छे obituaries होते हैं, श्रद्धांजलि होते हैं, बड़े अच्छे इंसान थे, नेक दिल आत्मा थी, मदद किया, ये वो. इनके इसमें heading was the merchant of death dies. अच्छा हुआ गुजर गए. He was shocked and stunned and dazed. He didn't want to be remembered like that. Who would? Then he founded the Nobel Prize Peace Foundation. And today, Sir Alfred Nobel, as he is called, is remembered more for the Nobel Prize than for the dynamite. उनके केस में उनको वो मौका मिला. क्या मौका? जीते जी श्रद्धांजलि देखना. हमें शायद वो मौका नहीं मिलेगा. So we have to decide this right now. Because if this is decided, if this is clear in our minds, how do we want to be remembered after you, at every point of time? When you retire, when you leave, when we leave the body, at any point of time, how do we want to be remembered by people behind us, we have left behind? If that answer is clear, all the other things will fall in place. Now, ladies and gentlemen, my revised time is also about to be up, 4 minutes more, so I won't misuse your generosity. Just 2 or 3 little things and we finish sharp at 3:15. The first, this is a 500 rupee note. And so is this. This is rumpled and wrinkled and crushed, but still retains the same value. एक बार मैंने वर्कशॉप में पूछा, अब ये क्या है? पहले ऐसे पूछा तो 500 रुपए का नोट, वैसे करके पूछा ये क्या है? तो किसी पार्टिसिपेंट में कहा सर ये पीस ऑफ पेपर है सर। मैंने कहा अच्छा छोड़ के जाऊं? तो अभी भी ये 500 ही है. It is wrinkled and crumpled and crushed, but retains the intrinsic value of 500. Now, obviously, I don't want anything like this to happen to any of you. But regardless of what we want, sometimes life can do this to us. शायद हमने कुछ गलत निर्णय ले लिया या किसी ने पीछे से हमें कुछ चोरा भूंग जो भी हुआ है, backbiting, politics, होते रहते हैं ये सब. And we might feel wrinkled and crumpled and crushed and pushed to that corner. And we might start thinking that we are worthless. Always remember that regardless of what happened to this note, it still retains the 500 rupee value. Nothing has happened to the value of the note. Similarly, nothing is going to blemish or dent your intrinsic divine essence. That remains unfazed and undiminished. You are and you will always be special. The second incident, we are driving through a big highway and there is a big stone. We are driving through a busy highway and there is a big stone right in the middle of the traffic. So what do most of us do? We go around the stone. वही नहीं, 2-4 बातें देश के बारे में कहते हुए जाते हैं, इसलिए इस देश का सत्यानाश हो रहा है ये वो. I would like to think that when some of you are driving, especially the younger librarians, when you see a big stone in the middle of your traffic, you will stop your car, stop your vehicle, get out of the vehicle, heave and push and pant and sweat and move the stone away. Who knows, when you come back to where the stone was, you can see a small piece of paper on which can be written the words in gold, sunehre aksharon mein, invisible but true, that you are the true wealth of the nation. You are the future leaders and nation builders. You are the future of this country. And whenever somebody like me serves you, I get the feeling that I am serving my country. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your generosity. We ended up sharing quite a few things, making full use of the hour plus time we had. The highlight of what we discussed, I believe, was some of these little stories. So I'm going to end this small capsule workshop in the last minute of sharing my final story for the day. This is the story of a school teacher who gives an assignment to her young students, school children. And the assignment is to list the top 7 wonders of the world. So after some discussions and votings, the following 7 wonders emerged as the top 7 wonders of the world. Taj Mahal of India, Egypt's Great Pyramids, Grand Canyon, Panama Canal, Empire State Building, St. Peter's Basilica, and China's Great Wall of China. So the teacher observed that one little girl was squirming, fidgeting, as if tentative, uncertain, unsure, doubtful. So she approaches the girl and says, "Beta, kuch problem hai? Main aapki kuch madad kar sakti hu?" Lady teacher. So the girl says, "I don't know, ma'am. I've written something. Aap dekhiega." So the teacher, when she looks at what the girl had written, comes back to the podium and shares with the rest of the class what that little child had written. The little girl had written, "I think the top 7 wonders are or should be to touch, to taste, to see, to hear, to feel, to laugh, and to love." A small, gentle reminder to all of us that some of our most important, most precious things are right here. Whether it's our great country, whether it's our family, our faith, the place we work, our colleagues, our friends, our users, let us never ever take them for granted. The fact that hundreds of you, all of us assembled from all over the country online, thanks to the tremendous initiative of Dr. Sangeeta Kaul in the tribute of the memory of our eternal light, Dr. H.K. Kaul, Om Shanti. The fact that all of us assembled here and you gave me so much of love, affection, dignity, and respect, and you gave me extra time, you were so generous, to me is as interesting, as exciting, as powerful, and as wonderful as any of these wonders of the world. ये 7 अजूबे ही नहीं, ये भी एक wonderful experience था. Thank you very much. God bless. Take care. Stay safe. And Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ramnan. I'm entirely speechless after this stupendous talk of yours. Truly enlightening, truly stimulating, truly inspiring, inspiring everyone to do introspection and to make them what they should be. Thank you so very much. You always radiate so much of positivity. You radiate so much of happiness. Your presence in itself is it has got an healing effect, and we truly feel
Thank you
so.
so much, Sangeeta.
We truly feel really blessed to have such a long-time association with you, and can't
Same here.
really thank
Same
you
here.
enough. Thank you is a very small word. Sometimes it happens, very rare occasions happens when you're not able to borrow any vocabulary to express, and there are no, still the
So
technology has not developed to an extent wherein they can measure your sentiments. We do have analysis happening, but they cannot really put your emotions into words, and I'm really gasping right now, to say how to thank you. So
you're
it's
too kind. Thank
much,
you.
yeah,
It's
no,
like
it's
coming
much
home,
grateful.
Sangeeta ji. Every time you
No,
call me, it's for
it
me,
is
it's homecoming.
always,
Thank you so much.
always,
Because it's where it all
always.
began.
And it's a timeless connection that we always greatly value and admire. It's a timeless connection. So thank you so very much, and truly feel blessed enough, to have you with us once again on this platform, and especially on this day in the fond memory of Dr. Kaul, and we indeed remain much grateful to you. I'm pretty confident that many of our attendees there already have posted in great appreciation, and they have been posting saying that, Madam, please do give further time. We would like to listen to Sir. And I'm pretty confident that many of them would be wanting to further ask you some question. We are keeping the floor open for quick questions because we have our next session. Our speaker, Dr. Narinder Singh, has already joined in from University of Patanjali from Haridwar. But with the permission of him, we would like to take a quick question, some 2-3 questions that you may like to ask to our distinguished speaker. You are most welcome to do that. So you can also can post the questions if you want. You can post the question in the chat box also, and we will be more than happy to take the questions from the chat box. So please kindly quickly do so if you are really wanting, I think everyone has entirely, they will take some time to come out of this. It's like experiencing something. So they just want to keep themselves in that position, and it's like a completely in a state of being in immense meditative mood right now, because what you have really told them, they will take some time to come out of it, and then they will start sensing what's happening around. So it seems so that they all have been deeply impressed with your great presentation. Not only presentation, there is a need of the hour to really think about. And as you have said, I have also jotted it that at least you should have this stitha pragya, stillness for 1 minute. I jotted it, I said, let me also start practicing it if it can be done, if it can be achieved, if we can have a stillness for 1 minute. And not many things that you have said, and every time, whenever we listen to you, always there are so many things that you always feel like, in some ways to practice it. It is really has been a true great occasion for us to have you, and we can say, yes, they're asking for this presentation. Please kindly share your contact details. This is 2 or 3 of our attendees are wanting. Mr. Vinay Shaligram and also a few more.
Sangeeta ji, you have them, so anytime you want, you can share.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay, sure. So we will be requesting, okay, fine, with your permission. So Mr. Vinay, we will be very happy to share. And also I would just like to inform all our attendees that we are going to make now one particular special web link on our website. And that would be for the Library Networking Day, wherein we are going to place every year the entire deliberations, the presentation files, also the video lectures of this entire, and that would be in the fond memory of Dr. Kaul. So we're going to have a special link now being developed on our website, and all our presentation files, all deliberations, even the video recording of these entire sessions would be available. So we request you to kindly give us a couple of days time. We have to do for NACLIN as well as we will be doing it now for this. So once again, Dr. Ramanan, it's indeed much grateful for your presence. Looking forward to having many more occasions and to further strengthen this wonderful association that we have. And thank you so much always for accommodating and our request. Feel truly blessed. God
Thank you
bless
so
you,
much, Sangeeta.
and may you keep on
Bye-bye.
spreading, this positivity always. God bless. God bless you, Dr. Ramanan.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Indeed
Thanks
a
a lot.
pleasure. Indeed
Thank
a
you. God
pleasure.
bless.
Indeed a pleasure. Thank you. God bless you too. Thank you. Thank you so much indeed.
Bye.
Thank you. Thanks. Thank you. Bye. It was indeed truly a great experience listening to Dr. Ramanan, and now we would like to take you to our next session, and we already have our next speaker, a very distinguished speaker, Dr. Narendra Singh, who is going to speak. Firstly, Dr. Narendra, I would like to request you to please share your webcam. Dr. Narendra Singh, can I request you please share your webcam? I have sent you the webcam request. Yes. Namaskar. Narendra ji, namaskar. No audio, Narendra. आवाज नहीं आ रहा. Narendra, आवाज नहीं आ रहा है. Just please say something. Dr. Narendra, no audio. There is no audio which is there, Dr. Narendra. Just check it once. Because we are connected. In fact, I have muted you and again unmuting you. Please say something. नरेंद्र जी कुछ कहिए ताकि हमें मालूम पड़े आपकी आवाज आ रही है या नहीं. Dr. Narendra, say something. Dr. Narendra, could you please speak? It seems that we are having some issue with Dr. Narendra right now. Narendra ji, आपका आवाज नहीं आ रहा है. आप Dr. Narendra, we are not able to hear you. No. I'm requesting my colleague Kushal to kindly contact Dr. Narendra. We had a trial run and this happens with the technology, highly unpredictable. And when you require it the most, it won't really come to your rescue. So that's why we call it as a disruptive technologies, and we are experiencing it right now. It does bring in some disruptions also at times. Narendra ji, we had a very smooth trial. Yes, Narendra ji, it's working. Speak. आप बोलिए. आवाज आ रहा है. Okay, good. Happy. Just मुझे ये था कि कहाँ पर क्या डिफिकल्टी हुई है कुछ. एंड थैंक यू वेरी मच. फर्स्टली हम ढेर सारा आपका अभिनंदन करते हैं डेलनेट की तरफ से. And thank you very much. हमारे लिए आप लोगों ने आपने समय निकाला. You are very occupied, but you have been able to come and join us. I would just like to brief majority of all our library and information science fraternity also aware about it. And I also briefed to Dr. Narendra Singh ji to tell that Dr. H.K. Kaul started his career as a yoga practitioner in Lakshmi Bai College in Gwalior. I had an opportunity. We went for a workshop there, and then he showed me that it was a college which has now become a university altogether, and had shown, and that was in 1966. And he was appointed by Major General Karyappa. And he used to tell me that, Sangeeta, there were many of sadhus who came right from Banaras and other places. And Major General Karyappa asked them that do one of the toughest asan. And it was in the final rounds. And he came all together from Kashmir. He traveled to Gwalior because from a very small age of around 14 years of age, he has been practicing yoga, as one of his very close friend was a very high yogic, and also would like to tell it to Dr. Narendra ji, because since you are in Haridwar, Dr. Kaul was very, very close to Swami Ram also. And that was in Swami Ram hospital now we have in Dehradun. And Swami Ram, he went to US, and Dr. Kaul was very close to him. And in fact, Swami Ram, he invited him in 1981 or 82 to Houston, wherein they have a Swami Ram main ashram in US, to deliver a talk on Patanjali Yoga Sutra only. So Dr. Kaul went and he delivered that talk. So he was a very high, and even always, like, he was a person, his day always used to be, and he always used to say that unless and until 1.5 to 2 hours of the yoga, he used to practice it every day. And that he always used to mention that this his vision to look into, had closely seen large number of instances what he spoke about and thought about what the world started looking after at least 15-20 years. And he was able to visualize that. He was able to and he always used to mention that this was all because of the yoga, that he was able to have that visionary instinct in him to look into the things. So I was just wanting to tell you, because today we are celebrating as a library networking day, and that is to pay our humble homage to a very great soul who was entirely a yoga practitioner, and that was a part of his everyday life for around 1.5-2 hours to do the yoga every day. So I was just wanting to say that he started off his career as a yoga practitioner, and then he moved to the libraries. Then he did his bachelor's and master's in library science, but originally he started off as a yoga practitioner. So it's a pleasure once again. हमें बहुत खुशी है डॉक्टर नरेंद्र जी कि आप हमसे जुड़ पाए हैं, और मैं ये भी सभी को बताना चाहूंगी कि यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ पतंजलि हरिद्वार डेलनेट के मेंबर इंस्टीट्यूशन है, और ये जो सेशन है उनके कोलैबोरेशन में हम कर रहे हैं, और हम बहुत आभारी हैं डॉक्टर नरेंद्र सिंह जी के. एंड ऑल्सो आई वुड लाइक टू also thank Miss Ruchi Dhiman, the librarian, because she was the one. I called her up and I requested her that can we have someone, because we were very much wanting that today on a special day in the memory of Kaul sir, we were very much keen that the day would not be complete if we don't have a session on yoga. So thank you very much, Narendra Singh ji, for coming to our help. And at a very short notice, you have been able to do that. Dr. Narendra Singh ji is an assistant professor in Department of Yoga Science at University of Patanjali Haridwar. और हम आपसे ये भी गुजारिश करना चाहेंगे कि थोड़ा सा यूनिवर्सिटी के बारे में भी बताइए, because it's a very, very unique university which is working in the area of yoga. So we request you also to throw some light in the beginning. Let us, because all our attendees, they are from different nooks and parts of the country, थोड़ा सा यूनिवर्सिटी के बारे में भी बताएं कि क्या यूनिवर्सिटी है, and because you have got a very massive setup now there, and it's a very, very unique also at the same time. So we will be very, very happy to further even collaborate in the days to come. So it's over to you, Narendra ji, and you can enlarge this screen, and so now I request you, Narendra ji, please put it in the slideshow. आपका वॉइस फिर गया, कुछ दिक्कत आ रहा है वॉइस में. I think some issue. Narendra ji, no voice. आपका कहीं कुछ कनेक्शन का कुछ इशू है, आई थिंक. Requesting all of you to please kindly stay tuned in. This is a part and parcel of the online programs. Narendra ji, could you please speak? आप कुछ बात करेंगे? हेलो. यस, हाँ जी आवाज आया. अब आवाज आया. अब हम आपको फिर से प्रेजेंटर बना रहे हैं, आप स्क्रीन शेयर करिएगा. ओके, वी आर जस्ट सेंडिंग इट टू यू. हाँ, इसको आप एक्सेप्ट कर लीजिए, इसको बस आप एनलार्ज कर लीजिए स्लाइड शो के अंदर. in the slideshow. हाँ जी. This is perfect. And नरेंद्र सिंह जी कुछ दिक्कत है? Again voice gone. क्या कुछ कहीं पर क्या दिक्कत आ रहा है? किस चीज का दिक्कत है? कहीं पर कुछ दिक्कत आ रहा है. एक सेकंड, हम आपसे वापस कंट्रोल लेते हैं, लेकिन देखें कि इसकी वजह से तो नहीं है. कहीं क्या हो रहा है ये? नरेंद्र जी फिर से आप बोलिए, कुछ कहिए. We request you all, please bear with us. हाँ जी, आपका उसमें दिक्कत है. Now it is fine. ये आपका, मुझे लगता है इसका जो ऑडियो का है ना, उसमें कुछ दिक्कत आ. अभी आवाज आ रही है नरेंद्र जी? आवाज आ रही है? आवाज आ रही है? आप बोलिए अभी. हेलो नरेंद्र जी, आवाज आ रहा है? आप हाँ जी, आवाज आ रही है, आवाज आ रही है. अभी आप कुछ मत करिए. अभी बस मैं आपको एक भेज रही हूँ यहाँ से लिंक. एंड एक बार पहले बोलिए, आप कहिए कुछ, आप बोलिए.
हाँ ठीक. ओम मैडम, ओम आवाज आ रही है?
हाँ हाँ जी, आवाज आ रही है. ओम आवाज आ रही है. मैं अभी आपको बस भेज रही हूँ. हाँ, आपका स्क्रीन मैंने किया, आप उसको एक्सेप्ट कर लीजिए. मुझे लग रहा है कहीं लूज कनेक्शन आपका कहीं पर है इसका सिस्टम के साथ में ना. हाँ, अभी बस अभी कुछ मत करिए, अभी कुछ मत करिए. अब आप स्क्रीन को एनलार्ज कर लेते हैं. बस परफेक्ट नरेंद्र जी, परफेक्ट. थैंक यू वेरी मच.
सबसे पहले तो मैडम बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. डेलनेट, मैं पूरी टीम का धन्यवाद करना चाहूंगा कि आपने इस ओकेजन पे योग से संबंधित जो योगा फॉर एवरीडे लाइफ के एक विषय के रूप में मुझे प्रवक्ता के रूप में आपने मौका दिया. और पतंजलि विश्वविद्यालय की अगर हम बात करें तो पतंजलि विश्वविद्यालय 2005 से ये जो है पूज्य स्वामी जी महाराज और पूज्य आचार्य श्री के आशीर्वाद से शुरुआत की गई. और 2009-10 में पहला हमारा योग साइंस का डिप्लोमा हमारे यहाँ से पास आउट बच्चे हुए हैं. और 2009 से अभी कंटिन्यू बीए, बैचलर्स इन योगा साइंस, बीएससी और बैचलर इन आर्ट्स, योगा एंड आयुर्वेदिक डिप्लोमा, डिफरेंट कोर्सेज अभी वर्तमान में यूनिवर्सिटी संचालित किए जा रहे हैं. और योग विषय को लेके, और योग में भी विशेषकर जो हमारा शास्त्रोक्त पक्ष है उस पर पूज्य स्वामी जी महाराज का विशेष फोकस रहता है. क्योंकि योग आज प्रत्येक व्यक्ति का एक लाइफस्टाइल जीने का जो तरीका है वो प्रत्येक व्यक्ति का बन चुका है. क्योंकि योग के बिना हम अधूरे हैं. आज अगर हम वर्तमान परिप्रेक्ष्य की बात करें तो पतंजलि योगपीठ, पतंजलि विश्वविद्यालय और पतंजलि योगपीठ से संबंधित जितने भी प्रकल्प हैं, जितने भी यूनिट्स हैं, वो सभी कहीं ना कहीं देश हित में, समाज हित में और युवाओं को, या ये कहें कि जो नई जनरेशन है उनको कैसे संस्कृति से और हम उनको जागरूक करें. तो उस हेतु परम श्रद्धेय स्वामी रामदेव जी महाराज और परम पूज्य आचार्य श्री जी अनवरत उनका प्रयास रहता है कि इस तरह के प्रकल्प और सेवाएं पूरे देश ही नहीं अपितु विश्व में इस तरह के आयोजन किए जाएं. तो पतंजलि विश्वविद्यालय बड़े ही विस्तारित रूप में धीरे धीरे अपने विस्तार को प्राप्त कर रहा है. और आने वाले समय में पूज्य स्वामी जी महाराज का जो विजन है उसमें डॉक्टर्स की, चाहे एमबीबीएस है, एमडी है, वर्तमान में बीएमएस हमारे यहाँ चल रहा है, बीएनवाईएस हमारे यहाँ संचालित हो रहा है. तो विभिन्न प्रकार के जो कोर्सेज हैं वो संचालित हैं और भविष्य में और विस्तारित होगा. तो आज उसी एक पतंजलि योग पीठ का जो विजन है उससे रिलेटेड मेरा टॉपिक है सॉल्यूशन टू लाइफस्टाइल डिसऑर्डर विद रेफरेंस टू हठ योगिक टेक्स्ट. योग की बात करते हैं तो योग केवल हमने आसन प्राणायाम तक सीमित कर दिया, जबकि योग केवल फिजिकल एक्सरसाइज तक सीमित नहीं है। हम योग की बात करते हैं, चाहे वो अष्टांग योग है, सप्तांग योग है, चतुरंग योग है, ये योग का जो भी वेरिएशन है, हमने आज केवल उस योग को फिजिकल एक्सरसाइज तक सीमित कर दिया, जबकि ऐसा नहीं है। योग फिजिकल फिटनेस के साथ साथ हमारी जो मेंटल फिटनेस है, मानसिक स्थिरता है, उसे भी ठीक करता है। और आज वर्तमान में मैक्सिमम जो व्यक्ति हैं, मैक्सिमम जो पॉपुलेशन है, वो लाइफ स्टाइल डिसऑर्डर से ग्रसित है। क्यों? क्योंकि हमारा लाइफ स्टाइल ठीक नहीं होगा तो हम आगे अपना जो जीवन है, जो एक निश्चित एवरेज आयु हमारे यहाँ 100 वर्ष की मानी जाती थी, लेकिन अब शायद एवरेज 60 या 70।
नरेंद्र जी, we are not able to hear you. नरेंद्र जी, आवाज नहीं आ रहा है आपका। नहीं, आवाज नहीं आ रहा है। नहीं, कहीं कुछ कनेक्शन का कुछ दिक्कत है। आप इसी का जो आपका वायर है ना, उसको आप देखिए एक बार, ऑडियो का जो वायर लगा है, नहीं उसको आप थोड़ा जैक को हिलाइए, क्योंकि वो उसी से कुछ लग रहा है दिक्कत। यहाँ से नहीं है कुछ ऐसा, वो हाँ जी, हुआ, अभी ठीक हुआ, अभी ठीक हुआ। नरेंद्र जी, ठीक हुआ, ठीक हुआ।
हाँ,
इट्स फाइन।
तो ये बार बार तो ऐसे, चलिए ठीक है मैडम, मैं ट्राई करता हूँ कि
कोई बात
दोबारा इस
हाँ
तरह का।
नहीं
जी,
नहीं नहीं, कोई नहीं, कुछ है कहीं पर थोड़ा हिल रहा है, उस वजह से है। नो प्रॉब्लम्स।
तो ये जो लाइफ स्टाइल डिसऑर्डर की मैं बात कर रहा था, इसमें कहीं ना कहीं हमारी जो दिनचर्या है वो अस्त व्यस्त है। और जो 5 कॉमन डिजीज की हम बात करते हैं, ये केवल हमारे लाइफ स्टाइल डिसऑर्डर के कारण है। अगर हम अपना जीवनचर्या ठीक कर लें, अपना डेली लाइफ स्टाइल ठीक कर लें, तो हम इन सभी जो लाइफ स्टाइल डिसऑर्डर्स हैं, टाइप 2 डायबिटीज है, हाइपरटेंशन है, हार्ट डिजीज एंड स्ट्रोक है, स्मोकिंग, अल्कोहल, ड्रग एब्यूज से रिलेटेड डिजीज हैं, ओबेसिटी है, तो इनसे हम बच सकते हैं। और इसका एक मैं आपको अभी एक जो चाहूंगा, उसमें जो है कहीं ना कहीं जो आंकड़े हमारे सामने हैं वो बड़े ही विचित्र हैं, क्योंकि लाइफ स्टाइल रिलेटेड जो डिजीजेज हैं आर नाउ द लीडिंग कॉज ऑफ डेथ वर्ल्ड वाइड, किलिंग 36 मिलियन पीपल ए ईयर, जिसमें कार्डियोवास्कुलर डिजीज 48%, कैंसर 21, क्रोनिक रेस्पिरेटरी डिजीज 12% और डायबिटीज 3%. Much of the toll is in low and middle income countries, and this is where efforts must be focused. India has 61.3 million people with diabetes. Globally, diabetes caused 4.6 million deaths in 2011. Additionally, there are around 250,000 cancer cases in India. One third Indian triglycerides and 30 to 70% have low level of HDL. Cardiovascular diseases will be the largest cause of death and disability in India by 2050. India number one in cardiac patient, 10% population affected. US, Europe number two, 7% each. China 4%. Heart attacks kill 1 in every 10 Indians. Prevalence of CAD, cardiovascular disease, up from 17 to 5% to 35 among corporate executives in past decade to full rise. तो ये कुछ फैक्टर्स हैं जो हमें ये सोचने पर मजबूर करते हैं कि हम अपना लाइफ स्टाइल ठीक क्यों ना करें, क्योंकि ये सभी जितने भी डिजीजेज हैं, ये सभी हमारे लाइफ
नरेंद्र जी फिर आवाज गायब हो गया। ये फिर आया है शायद, आप कहिए
अभी
कुछ।
आवाज आ रहा है मैडम?
हाँ जी आवाज,
अभी
हाँ
आवाज
जी
आ रहा है?
क्या, हाँ जी हाँ जी।
ये मुझे बार बार कनेक्ट करना पड़ रहा है मैडम, ये फाइल में जाके जो
नहीं
प्रेफरेंसेस में
आपका,
जाके।
या तो नहीं वो आपका हो रहा है, या तो फिर वो जो इंटरनेट है ना वो डिसेबल हो रहा है, मतलब इंटरनेट डिस्कनेक्शन हो रहा है इसका, हाँ वो उस वजह से हो रहा है शायद। नो प्रॉब्लम्स, कोई दिक्कत नहीं, वी डू अंडरस्टैंड, नो प्रॉब्लम्स प्लीज।
तो ये जो हमें सोचने पर मजबूर करता है कि लाइफस्टाइल जो डिसऑर्डर्स हैं वो कहीं ना कहीं हमें काफी जो बुरी स्थिति है वहां तक ले जा सकते हैं। आवश्यक है, जो कि पूज्य स्वामी जी महाराज का मेन उद्देश्य भी है कि भारत ही नहीं, इंडिया ही नहीं, अभी तो पूरा विश्व योग को अपनाए और योग के सैद्धांतिक और उसका जो फिजिकल एस्पेक्ट है उन दोनों को ही वो जीवन में अपनाए। तो जो लाइफस्टाइल डिसऑर्डर्स हैं ये कहीं ना कहीं हमारी दिनचर्या अस्त व्यस्त है। हमने जो अपना डेली रूटीन है, सुबह जो हम 4 बजे उठना या 5 बजे मॉर्निंग में जो वेकअप टाइमिंग होता है, तो उसको हमने 8 या 9 AM तक हम ले जाते हैं, ब्रेकफास्ट 10 या 11, और फिर जो हमारा लंच है, डिनर है, वो ऐसे स्किप करते करते काफी टाइम आगे बढ़ा देते हैं, जो कि हमारे जो रोगों का मेन कारण है। श्रीमद् भगवद गीता में कहा गया है, युक्त आहार विहारस्य युक्त चेष्टस्य कर्मसु युक्त स्वप्नाव बोधस्य योगो भवति। है कि हमारी जो चेष्टाएं हैं, हमारा आहार है, विहार है, वो सभी युक्त हो, उचित हो, राइट हो, और यहाँ तक कि जो हम स्वप्न देखते हैं वो भी हमारे जो है सम्यक होने चाहिए, राइट होने चाहिए, तभी जाके हम अपने आप को एक शरीर और मन से अपने आप का प्रबंधन कर सकते हैं। अन्यथा हम केवल आजकल जो युवाओं की अगर हम बात करें, न्यू जनरेशन आप देखेंगे, जो छोटे बच्चे हैं 15-20 ईयर्स के या फिर उससे भी अगर ऊपर एज की हम बात करें, तो सभी का फोकस रहता है कि फिजिक हमारा कैसा हो, हमारी बॉडी कैसी हो। इस विषय पर फोकस नहीं रहेगा कि हम मानसिक रूप से कितने स्वस्थ हैं या हमारे सैद्धांतिक पक्ष कितना मजबूत है, बल्कि इस विषय पर फोकस रहता है कि हम दिखने में कैसे हैं, अट्रैक्टिव हैं कि नहीं है, हम कितना अपने आप को शारीरिक रूप से मेंटेन कर पाते हैं, और उसके लिए अधिक प्रोटीन का इस्तेमाल करना या स्टेरॉइड आदि का इस्तेमाल करना।
हाँ जी नरेंद्र जी, इट्स बैक।
जी मैडम,
आप प्लीज, थैंक्स।
तो बार बार डिस्कनेक्शन में तो समस्या हो जाएगी मैडम, तो बीच में फिर
नहीं कोई बात नहीं, कोई बात नहीं, ये
चलिए
कोई दिक्कत नहीं, नो प्रॉब्लम।
तो इसमें जो है युवा विशेषकर आपने देखा होगा कि आजकल केवल फिजिक तक सीमित है कि हम फिजिकल रूप से कैसे दिखाई देते हैं, लेकिन मानसिक रूप से हम कैसे दिखाई दें या समाज में हमारी कैसी पहचान हो, उस रूप में विशेष फोकस नहीं रहता है। और आपने अभी देखा होगा पिछले 2-3 सालों में मानसिक रूप से स्ट्रॉन्ग थे, उन्होंने उस समय में सरवाइव किया, और ऐसे अनेक एग्जाम्पल आपको मिल जाएंगे कि जो शारीरिक रूप से फिट थे, जिनके पास ना ही धन की कमी थी, लेकिन सुसाइड किया। तो इसका मतलब कहीं ना कहीं हम फिजिकल फिट होते हुए भी, हमारे पास मेहनत होते हुए भी, हम कहीं ना कहीं मन से ग्रसित हैं, मन से रोगी हैं। उस मन का प्रबंधन ये योग करता है, और उसके लिए विशेष कुछ भी जो हम एक्स्ट्रा की बात करते हैं, एक्स्ट्रा कुछ नहीं करना है, केवल लाइफ स्टाइल को फॉलो करना है। हमें अपने केवल जो हमारा डेली रूटीन है, हमें उसे फॉलो करना है, और उसके माध्यम से ही हम अपने आप को अपने पूरे जीवन में स्वस्थ रख सकते हैं। समस्या यह आती है कि हम लगभग 60 ईयर्स तक पैसा कमाते हैं, अपनी हेल्थ को हेल्थ के बदले हम पैसा कमाते हैं, और 60 ईयर्स के बाद उस जो धन है, जो पैसा है, उससे अगर हम हेल्थ को लेना चाहते हैं, जो कि पॉसिबल नहीं है, उससे अच्छा ये है कि हम जो कि हमारा आधार है, जो ब्रह्मचर्य काल जिसको बोलते हैं, जो 25 वर्ष तक का समय है, या हम 40 या 45 ईयर्स तक भी अगर हम योग को अपने जीवन में एक एज ए रूटीन के रूप में अपना लें तो हमारे 60 ईयर्स के बाद का जीवन है बहुत अच्छा हो सकता है। पूज्य स्वामी जी महाराज एक बात कहते हैं कि व्यक्ति कभी भी शरीर से वयस्क नहीं होता है, वो हमेशा मन से होता है। एक 60-70 ईयर्स का अगर वृद्ध है, बूढ़ा व्यक्ति है और वो भी एक युवा की तरह एनर्जेटिक है, वो युवा है। और एक युवा अगर वो आलसी है, प्रमाद में है, जो अधिक कार्य करने की एफिशिएंसी उसकी बहुत कम है, वर्क एफिशिएंसी नहीं है, तो ऐसा व्यक्ति युवा होते भी वृद्ध है। तो उसके लिए हमें योग को जीवन, तो योग जो है जो नॉर्मलाइज करता है बॉडी वेट को, एडिपोजिटी को, ब्लड प्रेशर को, ब्लड शुगर को, लिपिड प्रोफाइल को, ऑटोनोमिक बैलेंस, इनहेंस क्वालिटी ऑफ लाइफ। जो हम चाहते हैं आजकल जो युवा चाहते हैं कि क्वालिटी ऑफ लाइफ को इनहेंस कैसे किया जाए, तो उसमें भी एक महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका ये योग निभाता है। रिड्यूस इंसुलिन रेजिस्टेंस, और आजकल जो टाइप 2 डायबिटीज, टाइप 2 का मेन कोज स्ट्रेस और हमारा लाइफस्टाइल डिसऑर्डर है, जिससे कि हमारी काफी जो पॉपुलेशन है इस टाइप 2 डायबिटीज से ग्रसित है। तो इसके लिए हमें योग को जीवन में अपनाना पड़ेगा। और योग को अपनाने के लिए दो तरह के लोग होते हैं। एक तो आपने देखा होगा कि आजकल योगा ट्रेनर को रखने का एक फैशन चल गया है। जो बड़ी-बड़ी सोसाइटी में जो जिनके पास काफी जो धनाढ्य व्यक्ति हैं, तो एक फैशन है कि हाँ आपके पास योगा, लेकिन टाइमिंग क्या है? टाइमिंग 11 बजे या 12 बजे के बाद टाइमिंग मैच नहीं करती। जबकि योग का जो इफेक्ट है वो तो मॉर्निंग में अगर करें और पॉजिटिविटी के साथ करें तो उसका इफेक्ट ज्यादा आता है। जैसे प्लेसिबो और नोसिबो इफेक्ट है, इस इफेक्ट में एक व्यक्ति को अगर हम विश्वास के साथ हम उसको एक केवल खाली कोई भी हम किसी प्रकार के टैबलेट दे दें फीवर है किसी व्यक्ति को, और उसको विश्वास हो कि हाँ ये डॉक्टर अच्छा है, और वो विश्वास ही उसको ठीक करता है, नहीं कि उसके टैबलेट, और वहीं उसको फीवर की टैबलेट दी जाए और विश्वास अगर नहीं है तो वो पेशेंट ठीक नहीं होगा। तो हमें पॉजिटिविटी के साथ काम करना होगा। जब पॉजिटिविटी के साथ काम करेंगे तो व्यक्ति की जो मेडिसिन है वो ना होते हुए भी व्यक्ति का अंदर से जो सिस्टम है, इम्यूनिटी है, व्यक्ति का अपना जो इम्यून सिस्टम है वो कार्य करता है और व्यक्ति को ठीक करता है। को अपनाने के लिए सबसे पहले हमें पॉजिटिव होना होगा, योग के ऊपर विश्वास रखना होगा। कि ऐसे बहुत से लोग हैं कि केवल योग करने के लिए करते हैं, केवल सुबह योगाचार्य आएगा और हम जो है योगा ट्रेनर के साथ 1 घंटा जो हमें योग की दिनचर्या फॉलो करनी। जबकि योग केवल फॉलो करने तक 1 घंटे तक सीमित नहीं है। योग तो हमारे जीवन का अंग है। हमारे सुबह उठने से लेके रात्रि शयन तक योग हर समय हमारे साथ रहता है। बस ये है कि उसको हमें जीवन में अप्लाई कैसे करना है। और यौगिक क्रियाओं को करने से पहले सबसे पहले आहार की बात की गई है। युक्त आहार विहार, आहार विहार, हम आसन प्राणायाम तो करते हैं लेकिन अपने डाइट के ऊपर फोकस नहीं करते। ऐसे ही आई थिंक 80% या 70% ऐसे पेशेंट हैं जो, या ऐसे व्यक्ति हैं, पॉपुलेशन है जो योग का तो जीवन उचित नहीं है। वो नॉनवेज भी लेते हैं या हैवी डाइट लेते हैं, स्पाइसी फूड लेते हैं, इस तरह के उनके आलसे रहते हैं। जबकि योग करने के लिए शास्त्रों में कहा गया है कि सबसे पहले आपकी डाइट ठीक हो। हठ प्रतिपिका में कहा गया है ब्रह्मचारी मिताहारी त्यागी योग प्रायणः अभ्यास ऊर्ध्वम भवेत् सिद्धो नात्र कार्य विचार, कि अगर व्यक्ति ब्रह्मचारी है, मिताहारी है, अगर वो केवल मिताहारी है, बैलेंस डाइट का अपने जीवन में प्रयोग करता है, अनावश्यक आहार का सेवन नहीं करता, अनावश्यक डाइट नहीं लेता, तो ऐसा व्यक्ति भी योगी है और उसको कुछ अनावश्यक करने की आवश्यकता ही नहीं, क्योंकि इन सबके मूल में आहार है। और आजकल मैं आहार इसलिए बता रहा हूं क्योंकि आजकल हम देखते हैं कि जैसे हम आधुनिक हुए हैं, आधुनिक होने के साथ साथ हमने कुछ चीजें पाई हैं तो कुछ चीजें हमने खोई है। ये स्पष्ट बहुत कुछ दिया है लेकिन हमसे बहुत कुछ छीना भी है। आजकल सभी के घर में फ्रिज है, सभी के पास माइक्रो ओवन है, सभी के पास सभी लगभग सुविधाएं होती हैं, लेकिन लगभग 13वीं शताब्दी में स्वामी स्वात्माराम ने कहा है कि दोबारा गर्म किया गया भोजन नहीं खाना चाहिए। भोजनम अहितम विद्यात पुनरतूष्णीकृतम वृक्षम अति लवण अम्लयुक्तम कदसन साकोत्कटम वर्ज्यम। वहां कहा गया है कि दोबारा गर्म किया गया भोजन शरीर के लिए बहुत ज्यादा हानिकारक है। अधिक नमक वाला, अधिक तीखा, ये सभी प्रकार के भोजन हमारे शरीर और मन दोनों के लिए काफी हानिकारक होते हैं। लेकिन आपने देखा होगा कि क्योंकि पति पत्नी दोनों ही जॉब पे जाते हैं, तो एक जबकि भोजन जितने बार वो प्रयोग में लाया जाएगा उसकी टेंडेंसी उतनी ही ज्यादा एसिडिक होती चली जाती है। और आज मेन रीजन है जितनी भी डाइजेस्टिव सिस्टम संबंधी प्रॉब्लम है, चाहे वो कॉन्स्टिपेशन है, क्रॉनिक कॉन्स्टिपेशन है, अल्सर है या अल्सरटिकोलाइटिस है, एसिडिटी है, हाइपर एसिडिटी है, ये सभी प्रकार के रोग केवल हमारे उचित राइट डाइट ना होने के कारण, अगर हम उचित डाइट रखें तो व्यक्ति अपने आप को इन रोगों से स्वस्थ रख सकता है। छांदोग्य उपनिषद में कहा गया है आहार शुद्धौ सत्व शुद्धि सत्व शुद्धौ ध्रुवा स्मृति स्मृति लब्धे सर्व ग्रंथि नाम विप्रा मोक्ष। आहार शुद्ध होगा तो अंतःकरण शुद्ध होता है और इससे ईश्वर में स्मृति या जो है एक दृढ़ता आती है और स्मृति प्राप्त हो जाने से हृदय की अविद्या सभी गांठें खुल जाती है। है नॉलेज के ऊपर, जो ज्ञान के ऊपर एक अज्ञानता का जो पर्दा है वो दूर हो जाता है। तो आहार श्रीमद् भगवद गीता में कहा गया है सत्वात् संजायते ज्ञानम रजसो लोभ एव च प्रमाद मोहो तमसो भवतो अज्ञानमेव च। अगर हम सात्विक जीवनचर्या जीते हैं, यौगिक जीवनचर्या जीते हैं, यौगिक आहार का हम सेवन करते हैं। यौगिक आहार का मतलब ये नहीं कि आप उपवास पे रहें या केवल आप फल फूल या केवल आप फ्रूट्स तक ही सीमित रहें। यौगिक डाइट का मतलब कि सात्विक आहार हो और समय से हो। अगर हम केवल इतना हम फॉलो करते हैं तो सत्वात् संजायते ज्ञानम, तत्व की वृद्धि से ज्ञान की वृद्धि होती है, बुद्धि हमारी विकसित होती है, सोचने की क्षमता बढ़ती है, राइट कंसेप्ट हमारे दिमाग में आते हैं। जो सोसाइटल टेंडेंसी है वो उस तरह की निगेटिव आहार शुद्ध कर लें और उसके बाद आहार शुद्ध होगा तो सत्व शुद्धि होगी, सत्व शुद्ध होगा ध्रुवा स्मृति, और फिर जो है अज्ञानता की सभी गांठें जो है वो खुल जाती हैं। जो हम योग से अध्यात्म की हम बात करते हैं या मानसिक शांति की, शारीरिक स्थिरता की बात करते हैं तो वो प्राप्त होती है। तो इसलिए आसन करने से पहले, योग अपनाने से पहले हमें अपने जीवन में डाइट को अपनाना होगा। और जो फिजिकल विजन फॉर ए वेजिटेरियन डाइट का क्या है, उस विषय में भी यहाँ ये थोड़ा सा मैंने बताने का प्रयास किया है। इसमें जो है according to modern medical science, high cholesterol and uric acid contained in the meat along with additives and preservatives give rise to a number of diseases like HBP, heart attack, arthritis, gout, स्ट्रोक, कॉन्स्टिपेशन, कैंसर, etc। तो इस तरह के जो है अगर हम वेजिटेरियन डाइट को फॉलो अगर हम नहीं करेंगे और उसमें जो है काफी जो अनहेल्दी हम डाइट लेंगे तो इस तरह की चीजें आ जाती हैं। और आजकल जो मांस का सेवन, जो हम नॉनवेज जो नॉन वेजिटेरियन डाइट है उसके हम काफी मतलब उसके भी आजकल काफी फॉलोअर्स हैं कि जो नॉनवेज को काफी प्रेफरेंस देते हैं। So it is said that when meat is eaten, the hormones that cause fear and panic in the animal at the time of slaughter get transferred into our body। जैसा उस जो भी हम जिस मांस का सेवन कर रहे हैं उसकी जैसे उस समय प्रवृत्ति होगी वैसा ही हमारे अंदर जो है उसके विचार, वैसे ही हमारी जो है बुद्धि, वैसे हमारे जो है कर्म होंगे। Also non-vegetarian food involves hinsa। ओम
Om,
आवाज आ रही है
Om, 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 Om. Om.
तो मैडम आपको बीच बीच में सचेत करना पड़ेगा कि आवाज कब नहीं आ रही है। तो ये जो है वेजिटेरियन और नॉन वेजिटेरियन डाइट का जो कंसेप्ट है वो हमें इस पर सब समझ लेना चाहिए कि किस तरह से हमें जो है अपने आप को वेजिटेरियन रखना है, जिससे कि हम अपने शरीर और मन का अच्छे से मैनेजमेंट कर सकें। क्योंकि हम शरीर का मैनेजमेंट कर लेते हैं, मन का मैनेजमेंट नहीं। तो मैं बैलेंस डाइट की बात कर रहा हूँ, जो मिताहार की हम बात करते हैं, तो वहां कहा गया है तो मधुर आहारस्य चतुर्थांत विवर्जिता भुज्यते शिव संपृच्य मिताहार स उच्यते, कि आहार जो है हमारा मधुर हो, तो स्निग्ध हो, और जितना भोजन हम करते हैं उसका 1/4 हिस्सा में कम खाना चाहिए। अगर हमें 4 रोटी की भूख है तो हमें केवल 3 ही चपाती खानी चाहिए, तो वो एक बैलेंस डाइट में आता है। अधिक तीखे मसालों का, इस तरह के जो स्पाइसी जो मसाले हैं, या फिर अधिक ऑयली फूड है, जंक फूड है, फास्ट फूड है, इस तरह के भोजन से हमें बचना चाहिए। इसके बाद क्या नहीं खाना चाहिए, उससे संबंधित हम यहाँ जो है उसमें बताया गया है कि कटु, अम्ल, तीखा है, नमकीन है, गरम हरी शाक है, खट्टी भाजी है, तेल, सरसों, नॉन वेज में इन्होंने मछली की बात की है, बकरे, छाछ, कुल्फी, तो ये सारी ऐसी चीजें हैं जिनका हमें जीवन में सेवन नहीं करना चाहिए। मतलब ऐसा नहीं कि बिल्कुल नहीं करना चाहिए, लेकिन अगर एज ए योगा प्रैक्टिशनर हमें इन चीजों का जितना कम हो सके, अगर हम अपने आप को स्वस्थ रखना चाहते हैं और लंबे समय तक अपने आप को जैसे हैं वैसा ही देखना चाहते हैं, तो हमें कहीं ना कहीं अपने आहार के ऊपर नियंत्रण करना होगा। हमें खाना क्या चाहिए? गेहूं, चावल, जौ, साखी, या सुपाच्य अन्न, मक्खन, मिश्री, मधु, परवल, 5 प्रकार के साग, मूंग आदि, इस तरह के भोजन का जो सुपाच्य हो, जल्दी डाइजेस्ट हो जाए, इस तरह के भोजन का हमें सेवन करना चाहिए। इसके बाद जो हम योग की बात करते हैं, योग में पूज्य स्वामी जी महाराज या पूज्य आचार्य श्री हमेशा योग अपितु मन के प्रबंधन की बात करते हैं, और ऐसा कोई क्षेत्र नहीं है, फील्ड नहीं है जहां योग की पहुंच ना हो, चाहे वो व्यवसाय है या जॉब है या फिजिकल एजुकेशन है या एजुकेशन है, कोई भी क्षेत्र हो, सभी में योग की एक अलग इंपॉर्टेंस है, अलग एक भूमिका है। तो सबसे पहले महर्षि पतंजलि ने कहा है स्थिर सुखम आसना, कि आसन वह है जो हमें शरीर और मन दोनों में स्थिरता प्रदान कराए, दोनों को स्थिर रखे। हम केवल शरीर की स्थिरता तक रह जाते हैं और मन की स्थिरता नहीं हो पाती, तो ये भी उचित नहीं है। हमें मन और शरीर दोनों का बैलेंस करके चलना है। मन की स्थिरता शरीर की स्थिरता से ज्यादा आवश्यक है, क्योंकि अगर मन स्थिर है तो शरीर हमारा अपने आप स्थिर हो जाता है। तो उस रूप में yoga has been practiced for more than 5,000 years, relieve stress and anxiety, boost positivity, energy and mood, help normalize blood pressure, speeds up a sluggish digestion by massaging surrounding muscles, increase muscle flexibility, strength, endurance, increase feelings of calm and well-being. केरल संहिता में एक श्लोक है, आसनेन भवेत दृढ़म, कि आसनों से शरीर में दृढ़ता आती है। और हठपतिका में कहा गया है, कुरिया तद आसनम स्थैर्यम आरोग्यम च अंग लागू, कि आसनों के अभ्यास से शरीर में लघुता आती है, आरोग्यता आती है, सभी रोग दूर होते हैं और स्थिरता आती है। तो वो सभी की आसनों का हमारे शरीर पर इफेक्ट क्या पड़ता है, किस रूप में वो कार्य करते हैं, मसल्स के रूप में भी, बोन्स के रूप में भी, यानी कि जो भी हमारा जो सप्त धातुएं हैं, मतलब रक्त, मांस, मेद, अस्थि, मज्जा, शुक्र, उन सभी धातुओं को पुष्ट करने वाला ये हमारा योग है, आसन है। और आसनों से पहले जो मैंने डाइट की बात की है वो भी जरूरी है, उसके बाद आसन की बात आई। अगर हम महर्षि पतंजलि की बात करें तो महर्षि पतंजलि ने सबसे पहले यम, फिर नियम, फिर आसनों की बात की। इसका मतलब कि आसन आवश्यक तो है, फिजिकल एक्टिविटी, फिजिकल एक्सरसाइज, आसन काफी आवश्यक है, लेकिन उससे पहले कहीं ना कहीं मन को स्थिर करना आवश्यक है, मानसिक स्थिरता आवश्यक है। तो उस रूप में यहाँ जो है आसनों से पहले मन को स्थिर करने की बात की गई है। एक आसन है मत्स्येंद्र आसन। मैं यहाँ शाश्वत आसनों की बात करूंगा, क्योंकि आजकल जो है योगा, डोग योगा, पावर योगा, अनेकों प्रकार के वेरिएशन है, उनका भी लाभ होता है। लेकिन अगर हम जो ट्रेडिशनल योग है जो हमारे शास्त्रों में दिया हुआ है, अगर हम उसे फॉलो करें तो हम अधिक लाभ ले सकते हैं। हम वेरिएशन और जो ट्रेडिशनल योग है दोनों को अगर कंपेयर करें तो ट्रेडिशनल योग से, ट्रेडिशनल योग के पोस्चर से हम वेरिएशन जो योग में आया है उससे कई गुना अधिक लाभ ले सकते हैं। एक मत्स्येंद्र आसन हठ प्रदीपिका में दिया हुआ है, वहां कहा गया है मत्स्येंद्र पीठम जठर प्रदीप्ति प्रचंड रोग मंडल खंडन स्तरम अभ्यास कुंडली प्रबोधम चंद्र स्थित्वम चैतदाती पुंछा। कि ये मत्स्येंद्र आसन बहुत कठिन भी नहीं है और इतना आसान भी नहीं है। सभी व्यक्ति लगभग अर्ध मत्स्येंद्र तो सभी कर सकते हैं के प्रभाव से जठराग्नि प्रदीप्त होती है। जठराग्नि प्रदीप्त होगी, हमारे शरीर में 7 धात्वाग्नि होती है, रक्त, मांस, मेद, अस्थि, मज्जा, शुक्र, और 5 भूताग्नि, पृथ्वी, जल, अग्नि, वायु, आकाश। एक होती है जठराग्नि जो कि हमारे पाचन तंत्र को स्ट्रॉन्ग बनाती है, जिससे कि भूख अच्छी लगती है, और भूख अच्छी लगेगी तो डाइजेशन आपका अच्छा होगा, तो पाचन तंत्र आपका अच्छा होगा, तो उससे क्या होगा कि आप जो भोजन लेते हैं उसका डाइजेशन समय से होगा। और क्योंकि अधिक जो रोग हैं, रोगों का कारण हमारा पाचन तंत्र सही न होना है। वात पित्त कफ संबंधी दोष जो है, अगर पाचन तंत्र सही नहीं है तो इससे ही हमारे शरीर में वात पित्त कफ संबंधी विकार आते हैं। तो ये जो मत्स्येंद्र आसन है ये कहीं ना कहीं हमारा जो है जठराग्नि को प्रदीप्त कर और उदरस्थ रोगों को ठीक करता है। पश्चिमोत्तानासन सभी जानते हैं, सभी कर सकते हैं। हाँ, बैक पेन वाले पेशेंट है वो उनको नहीं करना चाहिए, उनको अवॉइड करना चाहिए। मौनम पश्चिम वाहिनम करोति उदयम जठरनालस्य कुर्याद उदरे कार्शम आरोग्यताम च पुंसाम। आजकल सभी अपना फैट कम करना चाहते हैं, चाहे वो छोटा बच्चा है, युवा है, वृद्ध है, अति वृद्ध है, सभी अपने आप को एक आइडियल फिजिक या फिगर के रूप में दिखाना चाहते हैं, जो कि उचित है, होना चाहिए। तो उसके लिए पश्चिमोत्तानासन के विषय में कहा गया है कि पश्चिमोत्तानासन समस्त रोगों को दूर करता है, कॉन्स्टिपेशन को दूर करता है, और जो स्टमक के आसपास का फैट है, एक्स्ट्रा फैट है, उसे वो दूर करता है। तो इस पश्चिमोत्तानासन के अभ्यास से हम एक्स्ट्रा फैट को दूर कर सकते हैं अपने जो स्टमक के आसपास का है। एक मयूरासन है, हालांकि इतना मतलब ये कॉमन नहीं है, बहुत अधिक लोग नहीं कर सकते, लेकिन अगर ये आसन करें, हठ प्रदीपिका में इसका वर्णन है। तो इस मयूरासन के विषय में कहा गया है कि जो मयूरासन का नियमित
Narinder ji, voice gone. Yeah.
ओम
Om.
जी। तो आसन जो है ये मयूरासन विशेषकर डाइजेशन सिस्टम को काफी एक्टिव करता है। और विपरीत करणी आसन की बात की गई है, विपरीत करणी आसन उसके विषय में कहा गया है देखने में सुंदर लगे, अट्रैक्टिव हो। तो विपरीत करणी बहुत सिंपल आसन है, उसके विषय में कहा गया है कि व्यक्ति की अगर उसका अभ्यास नियमित करे तो चेहरे पे झुर्रियां पड़ जाती हैं, बाल सफेद हो जाते हैं, बाल झड़ने लगते हैं। तो इन सभी रोगों में, इस तरह की जो बीमारियां हैं उनमें विपरीत करणी आसन बहुत ज्यादा फायदेमंद, काफी लाभ हम ले सकते हैं चेहरे की झुर्रियों में, या फिर बाल झड़ने लगते हैं, बाल सफेद हो जाते हैं, इन सभी में काफी हद तक हम अपने आप को केवल विपरीत करणी आसन के अभ्यास से हम ठीक कर सकते हैं। तो ये शास्त्रोक्त जो आसन है, तो ये कहीं ना कहीं हमें काफी हद तक जो वेरिएशन की हम बात कर रहे हैं उससे कई गुना अधिक लाभ पहुंचाते हैं। और इसी प्रकार से जो षटकर्म की अगर हम बात करें तो षटकर्मों में नेति क्रिया, धोती क्रिया, उनके विषय में कहा गया है कि धोती, अगर हम धोती की बात कफ रोगान से मुंचती, कि 20 प्रकार के जो कफ रोग होते हैं वो अकेले धोती क्रिया के लाभ, उसका सेवन करने से, उसका अभ्यास करने से ही ठीक हो जाता है। 20 प्रकार के कफ रोग। और जो बस्ती क्रिया है उसके विषय में कहा गया प्रमेहम च उदावर्थन क्रूर वायुम च निवार्य, की जो डायबिटीज है, शायद 13वीं शताब्दी में डायबिटीज के विषय में कोई जानता भी नहीं होगा, लेकिन हमारे जो ऋषि मुनि है कितने दूरदर्शी थे कि उन्होंने पहले ही उसका प्रबंधन दिया हुआ है, मैनेजमेंट दिया हुआ है, जो मैनेजमेंट दिया हुआ है। और उसमें कहा गया है प्रमेहम च उदावर्थन क्रूर वायुम च निवार्य भवेत स्वच्छंद देह से कामदेव समो भवेत, कि जो ये बस्ती क्रिया है इसके अभ्यास से व्यक्ति जो है अपने उदरस्थ विकारों को और प्रमेह, मधुमेह, डायबिटीज में बहुत ज्यादा लाभ उसका हमें मिलता है। सामान्यतः जो हमारा शास्त्रोक्त जो आसन है जिनका हम काफी हद तक अभ्यास करके सभी व्यक्ति इसका लाभ ले सकते हैं। इसके अलावा पूज्य स्वामी जी महाराज और पूज्य आचार्य श्री, उनका एक पैकेज है जो अगर उसको हम अपने डेली रूटीन का हिस्सा बना लें तो उससे व्यक्ति काफी हद तक अपने आप को ठीक कर सकते हैं, जिसमें कि 8 प्राणायाम दिए हुए हैं, जिसमें भस्त्री का, आपका कपालभाति, बाह्य प्राणायाम, उज्जय प्राणायाम, अनुलोम विलोम, भ्रामरी, उद्गीत। तो ये जो 8 प्राणायाम हैं, इनका ये इस तरह के प्राणायाम है कि व्यक्ति केवल 5-5 मिनट अगर इनका अभ्यास करे तो अपने आप का मन और शरीर दोनों का प्रबंधन बड़े अच्छे से कर सकता है। उसका जो, क्योंकि मैंने मन और शरीर दोनों की बात मैंने शुरू में की थी कि हम शरीर के ऊपर फोकस होते हैं, मन के ऊपर फोकस नहीं होते, और उसके लिए प्राणायाम सबसे बेस्ट है। चले वाते चलम चितम निश्चले निश्चलम भवे। अगर हम अपने प्राण को नियंत्रण में कर लें तो हमारे मन में जो नेगेटिव अनावश्यक थॉट्स आते हैं उनको हम कंट्रोल में कर सकते हैं, और अनावश्यक थॉट्स के कारण ही व्यक्ति नेगेटिविटी की ओर जाता है और फिर सुसाइडल टेंडेंसी की उसकी आदत हो जाती है। अगर मैं आंकड़ों की बात करूं तो शायद ज्यादा पीछे जाने की आवश्यकता नहीं है, 10 से 15 या 20 साल पहले तक सुसाइडल टेंडेंसी बहुत कम थी, और अब हम आधुनिक हो गए हैं, सब कुछ जानते हैं, सब सुविधाएं हैं, फिर भी आज सुसाइडल टेंडेंसी बहुत ज्यादा है। उसका मेन कारण है कि हम सब साथ में होते हुए भी अकेले हैं। इस टेक्नोलॉजी ने, विशेषकर मोबाइल या जो भी ये मल्टीमीडिया टेक्नोलॉजी है, उसने हमें एक साथ रहते हुए भी अलग कर दिया है। तो मन कहीं ना कहीं से हमारा उससे मानसिक रूप से स्ट्रांग होने के लिए प्राणायाम सबसे बेस्ट है। उसमें भस्त्री का प्राणायाम, कपालभाति, अनुलोम विलोम या बाह्य प्राणायाम, भ्रामरी, उद्गीत, ये सभी प्राणायाम कहीं ना कहीं हमें, हमारे मन को इफेक्ट करते हैं और मन का और शरीर का दोनों का ही प्रबंधन करते हैं। और आज विशेषकर छोटे बच्चे, हालांकि वो मेडिटेशन नहीं कर सकते, लेकिन लगभग 8 साल के बाद, जब बच्चे की आयु 8 वर्ष के आसपास की होती है, तो उसके बाद उसको त्राटक कराया जा सकता है। त्राटक एक ऐसी क्रिया है कि किसी भी एक बिंदु के ऊपर या कैंडल की लो के ऊपर या देसी घी के दिए के ऊपर बिना ब्लिंक किए देखना, और इसका रिजल्ट इतना इफेक्टिव है कि जो हमारी मेमोरी पावर है वो बूस्ट अप हो जाती है। इंजेक्शन के रूप में काम करता है त्राटक बच्चों की मेमोरी को बढ़ाने के लिए। तो विशेषकर जो आजकल अगर हम पूछें कि इस वर्ड की स्पेलिंग क्या है, तो बच्चे मोबाइल में सर्च करके सब बताएंगे, क्योंकि उनको खुद केवल 2 वर्ड टाइप करते हैं तो पूरा वर्ड आ जाता है, 2 अक्षर लिखेंगे पूरा वर्ड आ जाता है डिक्शनरी। तो इसलिए बच्चों की मेमोरी को बढ़ाने के लिए, उसकी मेमोरी पावर को बूस्ट अप करने के लिए प्राणायाम और त्राटक सबसे बेस्ट क्रिया है। त्राटक के माध्यम से, हालांकि मेडिटेशन का ही एक रूप है त्राटक। मेडिटेशन जो है वो थोड़ा डीप हो जाता है और उसको छोटे बच्चे नहीं कर पाएंगे, लेकिन त्राटक उसका एक सरल रूप कह सकते हैं, मन को एकाग्र करने के लिए, मेमोरी को बूस्ट करने के लिए। तो उस रूप में त्राटक का अभ्यास बच्चों को कराया जा सकता है। तो इन सभी की अगर हम बात करें, जो मैंने आपको आसन, प्राणायाम, षटकर्म की आदि की बात की, मेडिटेशन की बात की, तो इनका ऐसा करने से होगा क्या, लास्ट में का कंक्लूजन क्या है? तो वपुहु कृषक नयने सुंदरमले आरोगता बिंदु जयो अग्निदीपनम नाड़ी विशुद्धि हर्ष सिद्धि लक्षणम। कि अगर हम योग का नियमित अभ्यास करें, सुबह हम 4 बजे उठें, 4 नहीं तो लगभग 5 बजे के आसपास हम सुबह उठ जाएं, और रात्रि में 9:30 या 10 लास्ट, उसके बाद हम बिल्कुल भी ना जगें, और सोने से लगभग 2 घंटे पहले तक भोजन अवश्य कर लें। अगर इस तरह की दिनचर्या हमारी रहे तो हमारा शरीर पतला हो जाएगा, चेहरे पर प्रसन्नता रहेगी, चेहरे पर एक चमक रहेगी, वाणी में एक स्वस्थाव रहेगा, आपकी आंखों में एक निर्मलता आ जाएगी, आप स्वस्थ रहेंगे, शरीर और मन दोनों से स्वस्थ रहेंगे, जठराग्नि प्रदीप्त हो जाएगी, और जो हमारी नाड़ियों की शुद्धि की बात की गई है वो सारी शुद्ध हो जाती है। तो इस प्रकार से ओवरऑल योग के अभ्यास से, जिसमें आपका सैद्धांतिक पक्ष भी है और प्राणायाम, मुद्राएं, षटकर्म, मेडिटेशन, इन सभी के माध्यम से हम ये लाभ ले सकते हैं। और अपनी आयु को जितना हम सोच के चल रहे हैं, आजकल हम सब ने एक मन में एक माइंडसेट क्रिएट किया हुआ है कि आजकल औसत आयु 60 या 70 वर्ष है, इतने ईयर्स रहेगी, लेकिन ऐसा नहीं है। हम योग के अभ्यास से उस मिथ को तोड़ सकते हैं, और जो शतायु की हम बात करते थे, हम जो आज हमारे जो बड़े बुजुर्ग हैं वो भी आशीर्वाद देते शतायु की बात करते हैं, तो केवल योग ही एक माध्यम है, और उस योग को अपनी दिनचर्या का हमें पार्ट बनाना होगा। दिनचर्या का पार्ट बनाकर हम अपने आप को शतायु भी बना सकते हैं, शरीर मन का प्रबंधन कर सकते हैं। वसुधैव कुटुंबकम की जो भावना है वो हमारे मन का प्रबंधन करती है। तो इस प्रकार से अपनी संस्कृति की ओर लौटकर अपने पूर्वजों की जो धरोहर है, योग, आयुर्वेद, उसे जीवन में अपनाकर प्रबंधन कर अपने आप को लंबे समय तक स्वस्थ रख सकते हैं। तो आज बस यही, अंत में सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः, सर्वे सन्तु निरामया, सर्वे भद्राणि पश्यन्तु मा कश्चित् दुःखभाग्। ये हमारी संस्कृति की एक महानता है कि हम सभी के सुख की बात करते हैं, सभी के निरोग की बात करते हैं, सभी के ऊपर ईश्वर की कृपा हो, हम ऐसी बात करते हैं। हम अपनी बात नहीं करते, हम परमार्थ की बात करते हैं। ये हमारी संस्कृति हमें सिखाती है, ये हमें योग से सीखने को मिलता है। तो इसलिए हम योग को अपने जीवन का हिस्सा बनाएं और आगे आने वाली आयु को वैचारिक और शारीरिक, सैद्धांतिक सभी रूपों में हम उसे सफल बनाएं, तभी जाके हम एक जो सर्वांगीण विकास की हम बात करते हैं, ओवरऑल जो हम वेलबींग की बात करते हैं, तो उसके लिए योग के सभी पक्षों को जीवन में अपनाना आवश्यक है। तो इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ मैं इस योग के माध्यम से आप सभी अपने आप को स्वस्थ रखें, और आदरणीय जो डेल नेट का जो पूरा टीम वर्क है, उन्हें मुझे यहाँ अपने शब्द रखने का मौका दिया, उनका पुनश्च बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
थैंक यू वेरी मच। ढेर सारा आभार आपको नरेंद्र जी, आपने आज बहुत ऐसे पहलू पे बात की और बहुत कुछ ऐसा बताया जो मेरे को, मैं बहुत कॉन्फिडेंट हूँ कि बहुत सारे जो योग करते भी हैं, योगा करते हैं, डेली करते हैं, लेकिन आहार पे कितना लोग इस पे फोकस रहते हैं कि किस टाइप का आहार लेना चाहिए। इस बात पे डॉक्टर एच के कौल भी हमेशा कहते थे, कौल से बेबाद, कि किस टाइप का उन्होंने खुद एक्सपेरिमेंटेशन किया था, बिकॉज बीइंग कश्मीरी पंडित्स, तो जो नॉन वेजिटेरियन बहुत खाते हैं और खाते थे, मतलब जिस टाइम पर वो बहुत ज्यादा पीक पर करते थे, और वो कहते थे कि इसका फर्क जरूर पड़ता है ऑन द काइंड ऑफ फूड हैबिट्स, क्या हमारी फूड हैबिट्स हैं और हम योगा कर रहे हैं, सो दिस वेजिटेरियन फूड एंड अदर थिंग्स, इसका बहुत कुछ फर्क पड़ता है। सो ही ऑल्सो एक्सपेरिमेंटेड ऑन दिस सम 40 years ago, जब ज्यादा वो प्रैक्टिस करते थे उस टाइम पर। सो थैंक यू वेरी मच। और कैसे योग करके हम निरोग रहे, ये आपने आज बहुत और बहुत जरूरत है इस चीज की, क्योंकि जैसा लाइफस्टाइल हो रहा है, सेडेंटरी लाइफस्टाइल्स है, लाइब्रेरीज के अंदर भी हमारे जो प्रोफेशनल लाइफ सर्कल्स में भी यही इशू होती है कि आप आते हैं, आप बैठे हैं सीट पे, काम कर रहे हैं, लेकिन अगर आपको अपना एक फिट माइंड रखना है, फिट बॉडी है, तभी आप किसी के लिए कुछ कर पाएंगे और अच्छी सोच रख पाएंगे। सो आज बहुत कुछ ऐसी चीजों पे आपने आपके प्रेजेंटेशन के माध्यम से आपने हमें बताया, और बहुत सारे जो हमारे अटेंडीज हैं, अराउंड 400 प्लस अटेंडीज, वो जरूर हमें बहुत इस चीज का, आई थिंक there's someone who is wanting to ask. तो थैंक यू वेरी मच नरेंद्र जी। और अभी हम थोड़ा सा आपसे और समय चाहेंगे, क्योंकि हम चाहेंगे कि कोई भी अगर क्योंकि टू हैव एन एक्सपर्ट लाइक यू, जो इतनी स्पेशलाइजेशन है आपकी योग विद्या के अंदर, तो अगर कोई पूछना चाहते हैं, कोई भी क्वेश्चन पूछना चाहते हैं, एनी वन ऑफ अटेंडीज, इफ यू वांट टू आस्क एनी क्वेश्चन to Dr. Narinder ji, would like to request you, please kindly come forward and you can ask your question. You can post your question in the chat box also if you want to ask, and you're most welcome to ask any question whatsoever you may have. We are just okay, there is a question coming in for you, and that is नरेंद्र जी, ये आप थोड़ा बताइए कि एक दिन में कितनी बार हमें खाना चाहिए? How many times should we eat in a day? एक दिन के अंदर, और क्या क्या गैप होना चाहिए आइडियली, अगर हम जब बात करते हैं एक अच्छे शरीर के लिए? नरेंद्र जी, आपको आवाज नहीं आ रहा है। हाँ जी नरेंद्र जी, हाँ जी, हाँ जी, ओम ओम।
इसके लिए हमें दिन में कितनी बार भोजन करना चाहिए? अगर हम शास्त्रों की बात करें तो योगा करने के या प्रैक्टिस, जो हम योग की प्रैक्टिस करते हैं, लगभग आधे से 1 घंटे बाद हमें कुछ भी लिक्विड या सॉलिड लेना चाहिए। और हम केवल 3 बार, सुबह हम ब्रेकफास्ट की बात करते हैं, दोपहर में हम लंच की बात करते हैं, रात्रि में डिनर की बात करते हैं। लेकिन इन 3 समय जो हम ये ब्रेकफास्ट, लंच, डिनर की बात करते हैं, समय फिक्स हो, इसमें केवल आधा घंटा आगे पीछे हम कर सकते हैं, लेकिन इससे ज्यादा नहीं। क्योंकि जब हम डेली एक निश्चित समय पर हम भोजन करते हैं, तो हमारे शरीर में वैसे ही रिएक्शन हार्मोन्स का जो है वो क्रिएशन, निश्चित समय पर भोजन करना चाहिए। हाँ, कभी कभी हो सकता है ऊपर नीचे, लेकिन हमेशा आधा घंटा, अगर ठीक है हम 2 बजे दोपहर में भोजन करते हैं, तो 2 बजे नहीं कर सकते, तो आप 1:30 तक या 2:30 इसके बीच में ही भोजन कर लें, तो उसमें हमारी जो पाचक ग्रंथियां हैं वो एक्टिव रहती हैं, तो भोजन जल्दी डाइजेस्ट होगा। दूसरा, रात्रि में जो रात का भोजन होता है, ये सबसे ज्यादा हमें रोगी बनाता है। किस वे में? एक तो रात्रि में कभी भी पेट भर के भोजन नहीं करना चाहिए। चतुर्थांश विवर्जिता कहा गया है कि भोजन का चौथाई भाग छोड़कर हम भोजन करें। और रात्रि में सोने से, अगर आप रात्रि में 10 बजे सोते हैं, तो हर हालत में आपको 7:30 या 8 PM तक भोजन कर लेना चाहिए। उसके बाद आप केवल दूध वगैरह ले सकते हैं और कुछ भी नहीं। अगर आप लेंगे तो इंडाइजेशन की समस्या होगी, एसिडिटी होगी, हाइपर एसिडिटी हो सकती है, और आगे हो सकते हैं। तो रात्रि में अवश्य ध्यान रखें कि सोने और आपके भोजन में 2 घंटे का गैप होना चाहिए। जैसे कि आप दोपहर में 1 या 2 बजे भोजन करते हैं, तो गैप ज्यादा हो जाता है शाम तक, तो 4 या 5 बजे के आसपास हल्का फुल्का स्नैक्स वगैरह, फ्रूट्स वगैरह, जूस वगैरह ले सकते हैं, लेकिन वो भी स्नैक्स में स्पाइसी ना हो, सात्विक ही हो, तो हल्का फुल्का ले सकते हैं। लेकिन सॉलिड फूड दिन में 3 बार ही लेना चाहिए, इससे ज्यादा नहीं।
थैंक यू वेरी मच नरेंद्र जी। एक और क्वेश्चन है, ये क्वेश्चन हमारे कुलीग हैं, लाइब्रेरी कुलीग है इरमा आनंद से, सौरभ, एंड वो जानना चाहते हैं कि जो शाकाहारी लोग होते हैं, वेजिटेरियन लोग होते हैं, यूजुअली उनमें देखा जाता है कि विटामिन B12 की डेफिशिएंसी हो जाती है। जो बिल्कुल प्योर वेजिटेरियंस हैं, मतलब B12 डेफिशिएंसी आती है इनमें, तो क्या कोई प्रिवेंटिव मेजर्स हम कर सकते हैं इस प्रॉब्लम के लिए? जो बिल्कुल ही स्ट्रिक्टली वेजिटेरियंस है, वो नॉनवेज नहीं लेते हैं, और जो विटामिन डेफिशिएंसी, स्पेशली B12 का डेफिशिएंसी है, उसको कैसे वो एड्रेस हो सकती है प्रॉब्लम?
वैसे तो विटामिन की पूर्ति के लिए तो विटामिन ही फूड के माध्यम से लेने पड़ते हैं, लेकिन फिर भी हम जो प्राणायाम है, प्राणायाम हमारी बॉडी में सूक्ष्म लेवल पर जो एक जो उसका लाइट वे है, प्राणायाम सूक्ष्म लेवल पे जाके काम करता है। तो प्राणायाम के माध्यम से हम अपने शरीर में जो धातुएं हैं उनको हम बैलेंस कर सकते हैं, विटामिन को उसमें आहार की ऐसा नहीं है कि हम उल्टे सात्विक हैं तो विटामिन B12 बढ़ जाएगा, उसकी एफिशिएंसी ऊपर नीचे कुछ हो सकता है, ऐसा नहीं है, क्योंकि B12 के अगर बढ़ जाता है तो उससे क्या होता है कि थोड़ा इनबैलेंस हो जाता है, नर्वस सिस्टम में थोड़ी सी समस्या आ जाती है। तो उसके लिए और हम आहार को अपने एक डाइटिशियन से कंसल्ट करके और कहा भी गया है कुरिया तदासनम स्थैर्यम आरोग्यम च अंग लाघवम, कि स्थिरता, आरोग्यता और लघुता तीनों चीजें आती हैं। और प्राणायाम से भी हम अपने अंदर जो हार्मोन जो इनबैलेंस है उसको हम बैलेंस कर सकते हैं। तो प्राणायाम अगर हम डेली योग का अभ्यास करते हैं और यौगिक डाइट लेते हैं, सात्विक आहार लेते हैं, वेजिटेरियन डाइट लेते हैं, तो इस तरह की कोई समस्या होगी ही नहीं, कभी भी विटामिन में या फिर हमारे हार्मोन इनबैलेंस होगा ही नहीं, अगर हम प्रॉपर डेली रूटीन फॉलो करते हैं।
थैंक यू नरेंद्र जी। नरेंद्र जी, एक और क्वेश्चन आपसे जानना चाहेंगे, हमारे कुलीग हैं फ्रॉम बिलासपुर और जानना चाहते हैं कि अभी उनका हर्निया का ऑपरेशन हुआ है और डायबिटीज टाइप 2 है इनको। वो जानना चाहते हैं कि क्या मैं योगा की एक्सरसाइजेस कर सकता हूँ या कुछ समय रुक करके मैं बाद में एक्सरसाइज करूँ, योगा कर सकते हैं क्या? हर्निया
कोई भी
ऑपरेशन हुआ है?
ऑपरेशन जी जी, किसी भी प्रकार का अगर ऑपरेशन हुआ है, हार्निया के ऑपरेशन में लगभग
सॉरी,
और उसके
आवाज गायब
बाद
हो गया। नहीं नरेंद्र जी, फिर से बोलिए, आवाज आपका बीच में गायब हो गया था। नहीं, बाकी है वापस।
अभी अभी आवाज
हाँ जी हाँ जी हाँ जी
अभी
हाँ
आवाज
जी
आ
हाँ
रहा
जी
है?
हाँ जी हाँ जी, आवाज आ रहा है।
मैं कह रहा था कि अगर अगर ऑपरेशन हुआ है तो उसके
हर्निया का
लिए
हुआ है।
हाँ, हार्निया का ऑपरेशन अगर हुआ है तो हार्निया के ऑपरेशन में 5 से 6 महीने बाद वो योग का अभ्यास शुरू करें और धीरे धीरे करें, उसमें बाह्य प्राणायाम जरूर करें। अगर हार्निया का ऑपरेशन है, हार्निया के पेशेंट रह चुके हैं वो, तो एक बाह्य प्राणायाम होता है, उसका अभ्यास करें। और उसके साथ साथ अर्ध मत्स्येंद्र आसन है, वक्रासन है, गोमुख आसन है, तो 3-4 आसन है, इनका अभ्यास करेंगे तो उनको काफी लाभ मिलेगा, लेकिन अभी नहीं, लगभग 5 से 6 महीने के बाद अभ्यास करें। अभी वो कोई अभ्यास, अभी तो केवल रेस्ट करें और सूक्ष्म क्रियाएं वगैरह, जॉइंट्स का क्लॉक, एंटी क्लॉक मूवमेंट, इस तरह क्रिया कर सकते हैं। ज्यादा एक्सरसाइज करने की अभी फिलहाल आवश्यकता नहीं है।
और नरेंद्र जी, आपसे एक और ये क्वेश्चन है, ये जानना चाहते हैं, हमारे प्रोफेशनल कोलीग हैं जम्मू से, और वो जानना चाहते हैं कि बिटिया है और उनको थायराइड इट इज हाँ जी, जो अभी है 100 थायराइड का है, थायरॉक्सिन ले रहे हैं, मस्ट बी इन हाइपरथायराइड। 85 mg स्टार्ट किया था थायरॉक्सिन विद 85 mg और कंटिन्यू कर रही हैं अभी भी 75 mg से। और एंड अब वो जो थायराइड लेवल है, दिस इज नाउ 3 and it is stable, बट वो जानना चाहते हैं कि जरूरी है क्या ये मेडिकेशन पे रहे, क्योंकि डॉटर है, यंग डॉटर है, बिकॉज आई नो दिस प्रोफेशनल कोलीग ऑफ आवर्स फ्रॉम जम्मू, शी इज herself is too young, so must be a young daughter, एंड सो वेदर ये मेडिसिन पे ही रखना है या कुछ थायराइड के लिए। एक और क्वेश्चन भी है, थायराइड के लिए जानना चाहते हैं, क्या कोई आसन आप सजेस्ट कर सकते हैं थायराइड कंट्रोल करने के लिए?
अभी तो उनको मेडिकेशन पे रहना पड़ेगा, अभी हम तुरंत जो है नहीं छोड़ सकते, वो धीरे धीरे जो है टेपर डाउन करके और किसी अच्छे योगा ट्रेनर या फिर वैद्य की सलाह से ही मेडिसिन को छोड़े, वरना भी मेडिकेशन पे ही रहे। लेकिन साथ में वो उज्जयी प्राणायाम होता है योग में, उज्जयी प्राणायाम गले में कसन करते हुए श्वास को अंदर लेते हैं, भ्रामरी प्राणायाम है, ये 2 प्राणायाम काफी इफेक्टिव है। इसके साथ साथ उद्गीत प्राणायाम कर सकते हैं और एक सिंहासन होता है, जीभ को बाहर निकाल के गले से आवाज करते हैं। तो ये 3-4 आसन और प्राणायाम जो है काफी इफेक्टिव होती हैं थायराइड को बैलेंस करने में। टीएसएच जो हार्मोन T3, T4 और टीएसएच होता है, इनके बैलेंस के लिए काफी हद तक सिंहासन, भ्रामरी प्राणायाम, उद्गीत प्राणायाम और विशेषकर उज्जयी प्राणायाम और साथ में अनुलोम विलोम प्राणायाम, तो इनका अगर अभ्यास करें तो उनको काफी रिलीफ मिल जाएगा। दूसरा, इसके साथ साथ वो आयुर्वेदिक ट्रीटमेंट शुरू कर सकते हैं, ट्रीटमेंट में भी उनको काफी लाभ मिलेगा, तो ये चीजें वो कर सकते हैं।
नरेंद्र जी, ये लगता है थायराइड का ज्यादा प्रॉब्लम है एंड स्ट्रेस से रिलेटेड है ही, बिकॉज हमारे बहुत 6-7 हमें क्वेश्चंस जो पोस्ट हुए
थायराइड
हुए
का
हैं।
जो पर्वतीय क्षेत्र में काफी समस्या रहती है। पर्वतीय क्षेत्रों में थायराइड से संबंधित काफी समस्याएं रहती हैं, तो उनको थोड़ा सा इस तरह के जो, एक तो अपने आहार में आयोडीन की मात्रा प्रॉपर हो, और उसके अलावा योग दिनचर्या अपने ठीक रखें, और आयुर्वेदिक ट्रीटमेंट वो जरूर लें। मैं एलोपैथी से बेटर आयुर्वेद को वो प्रीफर करें। इमरजेंसी में एलोपैथी लें, नो प्रॉब्लम, लेकिन उसके साथ साथ आयुर्वेद और योग का अभ्यास करें, तो वो 3 से 4 महीने के अंदर एलोपैथी छोड़ चुके होंगे और आयुर्वेद से ही अपने आप को बिल्कुल क्योर कर चुके हैं। ऐसे बहुत से पेशेंट हमारे यहाँ आते हैं और वो बिल्कुल ठीक होके जाते हैं।
परफेक्ट। एक बार आप थोड़ा सा फिर नरेंद्र जी बता दीजिए, एक तो वो जो आपने आसन इसके लिए बताए हैं, जो थायराइड के लिए बताए हैं, जो इजीली हो सकते हैं, 1-2 आसन बता दीजिए।
हाँ,
और अगर आप वो कर सकें, जैसे वो
वो नेट पे सर्च करेंगे, मिल जाएगा। सिंहासन,
ठीक है।
एक तो सिंहासन, उज्जयी प्राणायाम,
मुझे पता है।
भ्रामरी प्राणायाम, उद्गीत प्राणायाम और अनुलोम विलोम।
परफेक्ट, थैंक यू, बिकॉज
ये सभी
क्वेश्चन
चीजें
बहुत था, इसीलिए नरेंद्र जी एक और क्वेश्चन है हमारे, क्योंकि बहुत इसमें फीमेल हमारी प्रोफेशनल कोलीग्स हैं जो इस आज जुड़े हुए हैं हमारे साथ, और सब सोच रहे हैं कि आज सब आप जितने भी उनके क्वेश्चंस हैं
नहीं,
सब
कोई
चाहते
बात
हैं कि
नहीं।
आप उनका जवाब दें। और एक क्वेश्चन ये है कि विपरीत करनी आसन, क्या ये रिंकल्स को रिमूव करता है क्या? विपरीत करनी
ये
आसन।
ये मैं नहीं बोल रहा हूँ, ये हठ प्रतिपिका में मुद्राबंध प्रकरण आता है, वहां पे स्पष्ट लिखा हुआ है कि अगर विपरीत करनी सुबह शाम किया जाए। आवाज आ रही है?
नहीं, अब आ रही है, हाँ जी, हाँ हाँ।
तो लगातार किया जाए, तो उसमें स्पष्ट कहा गया वलितम पलितम, यानी कि जो बाल झड़ते हैं और चेहरे पर रिंकल्स आ जाते हैं, उसके लिए सबसे बेस्ट जो आसन है वो विपरीत करनी आसन है। ये मैं नहीं कह रहा हूँ, ये शास्त्र कह रहे हैं, वहां
नरेंद्र जी,
स्पष्ट लिखा
लगता
हुआ है।
है इस सेशन के बाद में सबने YouTube के ऊपर देखना है कि ये आसन कैसे किए जाते हैं, तो आप थोड़ा सा हमें ये आप बताइए कि यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ पतंजलि की वेबसाइट पर, मैंने कल देखा था साइट पर, कुछ आपने क्या कुछ ऐसे वीडियो ट्यूटोरियल्स कुछ डाले हैं जनरल पब्लिक के लिए जो लोग देख
नहीं
सकते
नहीं,
हैं, कुछ
उसमें
ऐसा
ऐसा नहीं है।
आसन का?
पतंजलि
ओके,
योग पीठ की वेबसाइट पे मिल जाएंगे, यूनिवर्सिटी पे नहीं मिलेंगे।
अच्छा,
पतंजलि योग
योगपीठ के।
पीठ की वेबसाइट, हाँ, तो वहां वो सर्च करेंगे जाके, तो वहां उनको इस तरह
ओके,
के वीडियो, या पूज्य स्वामी जी महाराज का यूट्यूब चैनल है, तो उसमें वो सर्च करेंगे तो उनके इस हर डिजीज से संबंधित की वीडियो डले हुए हैं।
अच्छा नरेंद्र जी, मैं आपको सेपरेटली आपसे मैं वो डिटेल्स लूंगी, क्योंकि हम
जी जी
चाहेंगे
जी
कि हमारे अटेंडेंट्स, क्योंकि क्वेश्चंस बहुत सारे हैं, तो हम चाहेंगे कि हम उन्हें बताएं ताकि वो यूट्यूब चैनल भी सब्सक्राइब कर सकते हैं, ताकि उनको
जी
और
जी
इन्फॉर्मेशन मिले। एंड इवन नरेंद्र जी, एक हमारे डॉक्टर एनसी घटक हैं जो वेस्ट बंगाल से हैं, कलकत्ता से, और कह रहे हैं कि वो आपके यूनिवर्सिटी में आना चाहते हैं जनवरी 2022 में, और आपकी डिटेल्स लेना चाहते हैं। सो डॉक्टर घटक, वी आर नोइंग हिम वेरी वेल, तो आपकी परमिशन से नरेंद्र जी आपका डिटेल्स हम उन्हें देंगे, और वो आपके यूनिवर्सिटी को विजिट करना चाहते हैं टू
हाँ
नो
हाँ,
मोर
बिल्कुल आप
अबाउट।
डिटेल्स आप शेयर कर देना, नो प्रॉब्लम, वो
ठीक
आ
है,
सकते
फाइन
हैं।
फाइन
हाँ
फाइन। ये
जी
कैलकाटा से हैं डॉक्टर एनसी घटक, और वो मेडिकल हॉस्पिटल में पहले लाइब्रेरियन रह चुके हैं।
जी
एक और
जी।
क्वेश्चन आ रहा है कि हाउ टू ओवरकम कॉन्स्टिपेशन थ्रू द योगिक एक्सरसाइजेस? इज देयर एनी स्पेसिफिक योगिक एक्सरसाइजेस टू ओवरकम कॉन्स्टिपेशन?
मैंने शुरू में कहा था कि अगर जो डाइजेस्टिव सिस्टम संबंधी प्रॉब्लम बहुत ज्यादा है, उसका मेन कारण है हमारा आहार और दिनचर्या। क्योंकि जो जॉब पे जो व्यक्ति हैं या बिजनेस में हैं, वो बीच बीच में स्नैक्स वगैरह या फिर चाय, 2-3 चाय रहती हैं, या कभी कभी तो 5 से 7 चाय तक हो जाती है, कॉफी है, या अनहेल्दी फूड कहीं बाहर हम ले लेते हैं, तो सही से आहार का रूटीन ना होने का कॉन्स्टिपेशन हो जाता है। इसके लिए सबसे बेस्ट क्रिया है षटक्रमिक शंख प्रक्षालन होता है, वो नेचुरल क्रिया है, वो हम करा सकते हैं, लेकिन किसी योगा टीचर के निर्देशन, उसे अपने आप कोई भी व्यक्ति ना करे, कोई अच्छा योगा ट्रेनर हो, उसके निर्देशन में 1.5 से 2 घंटा उस क्रिया को करने में लगता है। और पाचन तंत्र हमारा माउथ से लेके एनस तक सिस्टम क्लीन हो जाता है, पानी से वो क्रिया कराई जाती है, गुनगुने पानी से। तो किसी अच्छे योगा ट्रेनर के अंदर उसको निर्देशन में करें, उससे काफी लाभ होगा। इसके अलावा वज्रासन है। आवाज आ रही है मैडम?
हाँ जी, हाँ जी, अब आए, हाँ जी, हाँ जी।
वक्रासन है, अर्धमत्स्येंद्रासन, गोमुखासन, पश्चिमोत्तानासन, पवन मुक्तासन, मकरासन। तो ये सभी आसन ऐसे हैं जो हमारे उदर संबंधी रोगों में लाभ करते हैं, कॉन्स्टिपेशन में काफी लाभ करते हैं। तो इन आसनों का अभ्यास करें। भस्त्रिका प्राणायाम है, कपालभाति प्राणायाम है, बाह्य प्राणायाम है। तो इनसे हम कॉन्स्टिपेशन में काफी लाभ ले सकते हैं। और अपने आहार में फाइबर युक्त भोजन को ऐड कर दें। अधिक फाइबर वाला खाना खाएं, फ्रूट्स हैं, चाहे वो जो भी डाइट में अपना वो लेते हैं, तो फाइबर अधिक हो तो उससे वो काफी अपने आप को ठीक कर सकते हैं।
नरेंद्र जी, एक और क्वेश्चन आ रहा है ये, और हमारे प्रोफेशनल कोलीग जानना चाहते हैं कि उनको स्लिप डिस्क का प्रॉब्लम है, L5 and S1। L5 and S1 डिस्क स्लिप का प्रॉब्लम है, कौन सा योग करना उनके लिए सही होगा?
बैकवर्ड बेंडिंग आसन कराए जाते हैं।
नरेंद्र जी फिर से कहिएगा, आवाज चला गया था, फिर से प्लीज रिप्लाई करेगा।
अभी आवाज आ रही है?
हाँ जी, हाँ जी, आवाज आ रही है नरेंद्र जी।
हाँ, जो बैक पेन संबंधी, जैसे सर्वाइकल है, लंबर में प्रॉब्लम है, तो इनसे संबंधित जो आसन है वो बैकवर्ड बेंडिंग आसन किए जाते हैं। लेकिन स्लिप डिस्क की अगर प्रॉब्लम है तो बहुत अधिक जिसमें हमारी जो स्पाइनल बैंड होती हो, ऐसे आसन नहीं करते, केवल सिंपल, जैसे कि अर्ध शलभासन है, जैसे कि अर्ध भुजंगासन है, या मरकट आसन है, या अर्ध मकर आसन है। तो इस तरह के आसन करके, और स्पाइन संबंधी जो डिजीज है जैसे कि स्लिप डिस्क वगैरह, इसके लिए एक्यूप्रेशर, योग के साथ साथ एक्यूप्रेशर का अगर वो कराएं किसी से, तो उससे उनको बहुत जल्दी रिलीफ मिलेगा। आसन से मिलेगा, लेकिन जी मैडम आवाज आ रही है?
हाँ जी, हाँ जी, आवाज आ रही है।
तो उसमें जो है वो आसनों के साथ साथ बैकवर्ड बेंडिंग आसन सिंपल, बहुत अधिक कठिन नहीं, और उसके साथ साथ एक्यूप्रेशर कराएं, तो उससे उनको बहुत जल्दी रिलीफ मिलेगा। और कोई भी फॉरवर्ड बेंडिंग आसन वो ना करें, अधिक जैसे कि बाइक है, बाइक में किक मारना, इस तरह की एक्टिविटी वो अभी ना करें। तो थोड़ा बेड रेस्ट पे ही रहें, अधिक वेट ना उठाएं। तो इस तरह के आसन, और ये थोड़ी सावधानी रखें, और एक्यूप्रेशर कराएं तो डेफिनेट लाभ होगा।
नरेंद्र जी, एक और क्वेश्चन आपसे जानना चाहते हैं, क्योंकि यूनिवर्सिटी है ये, एक हमारे प्रोफेशनल कोलीग जानना चाहते हैं कि क्या सिग्निफिकेंस है योगा का न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी के अंदर। ये जो न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी निकली है, इसके अंदर कुछ योगा का कुछ बहुत ही वैसे फोकस है। अब तो योगा एज एन इंटरनेशनल डे सेलिब्रेट होता है, पूरे वर्ल्ड के अंदर सेलिब्रेट होता है। तो ये जानना चाहते हैं कुछ क्या न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी के अंदर कुछ योगा के ऊपर कोई स्पेशल फोकस दिया गया है क्या?
हाँ, बिल्कुल दिया गया है। और योगा जो है, जो न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी है, उसको जो न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी है उसको व्यवसात्मक रूप में ज्यादा उसको प्रेजेंट किया गया है, यानी कि वो स्किल बेस्ड हो। कोई भी कोर्स हो वो स्किल बेस्ड होना चाहिए। और योगा अपने आप में स्किल बेस्ड है, और शरीर और मन का पूरे जीवन का प्रबंधन करता है। और जो हम योग की बात कर रहे हैं, आज योग इसलिए आवश्यक है, और जो न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी की से जोड़ते हुए बता रहा हूं मैं, कि आजकल यूनिवर्सिटीज हैं या कॉलेजेस हैं, वहां आप देखेंगे कि बच्चों का जो बिहेवियर है वो थोड़ा सा बहुत परिवर्तन उनमें आ रहा है। और विशेषकर नशे की प्रवृत्ति बहुत ज्यादा बढ़ रही है। छोटे बच्चे भी 15 साल या 20 साल के आसपास, या 25 ईयर्स तक, 15 से 25 ईयर्स के बीच में जो बच्चे हैं, उनके अंदर नशे की टेंडेंसी बहुत ज्यादा बढ़ गई है। और उसका मेन कारण है ये जो हम अनावश्यक मल्टीमीडिया का जो प्रचार हम करते हैं, या हमारे पास बच्चों के पास मोबाइल होते हैं, वो कुछ भी सर्फिंग कर सकते हैं, तो वो एक मेन कारण है। तो न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी में इन सभी पक्षों को देखते हुए योग को रखा गया है, जिससे कि आने वाली जो पीढ़ी है, जो बच्चे हैं, वो उसको एज ए स्किल बेस्ड अपनाकर अपने जीवन में योग को अपनाएं, और आगे कम से कम अपना भविष्य वो सुरक्षित करें। तो उसमें इसको एक ओम
ओम
ओम।
हाँ जी,
हाँ जी
आवाज आ
मैडम,
गई।
आप
अब हाँ जी, हाँ
जी
जी, हाँ जी, हाँ जी, हाँ जी। एंड मैं वही अब देख रही हूँ क्योंकि क्वेश्चंस आ रहे थे, लेकिन आई होप सो कि सारे क्वेश्चंस जो हैं आपने बहुत हमारे को समय दिया, बहुत सारे हम आभारी हैं, हम सभी आभारी हैं आपके। और थोड़ा सा आप जल्दी से आप हमें नरेंद्र जी यूनिवर्सिटी, एक तो पतंजलि यूनिवर्सिटी का और कुछ ऑनलाइन वे से जहां पर हमारे जो प्रोफेशनल कोलीग्स हैं वो कुछ जिनको इन्फॉर्मेशन मिल पाए, क्योंकि हम देख रहे हैं इस सेशन ने बहुत इंटरेस्ट जनरेट किया है। तो किस टाइप के कोर्सेज हैं जो पतंजलि यूनिवर्सिटी दे रहा है, कुछ क्या सर्टिफिकेट कोर्सेज हैं, डिप्लोमा है, कुछ वीकेंड कोर्सेज हैं क्या आपके यहाँ पर, या कुछ रेगुलरली कोर्सेज है वहाँ आके करना होता है? थोड़ा सा आप हमें अगर इसके बारे
हाँ
में थोड़ा इस
जी।
पे प्रकाश डालेंगे।
यहाँ 1 ईयर 3 डिप्लोमा चलाए जाते हैं, जिसमें एक योगा साइंस का डिप्लोमा है, एक योग हेल्थ एंड कल्चरल टूरिज्म का डिप्लोमा है, और एक अभी हमने 1 साल से ही शुरू किया, 2019-20 में पहला बैच था, योग एंड आयुर्वेदा, तो काफी उपयोगी है। 3 डिप्लोमा हमारे यहाँ 1 ईयर डिप्लोमा चलाए जाते हैं। बाकी 3 इयर्स कोर्स में बीए इन योग साइंस, बीएससी इन योग साइंस, मास्टर्स में एमएससी इन योग साइंस, एमए इन योग साइंस, और पीएचडी भी हमारे यहाँ शोध कार्य भी कराया जाता है। इसके अतिरिक्त बीएससी बायोलॉजी है, बीएससी बायोलॉजी ऑनर्स कोर्स हमारे यहाँ चलता है, बैचलर इन फिजिकल एजुकेशन का कोर्स चलाया जाता है, म्यूजिक में डिप्लोमा कराया जाता है। इसके अलावा अभी हमने इसी सत्र में BNYS का कोर्स शुरू किया है, डिप्लोमा इन नेचुरोपैथी का कोर्स शुरू किया है, जिसमें अभी एडमिशन चल रहे हैं, और बी चल रहा है, लेकिन वो यूनिवर्सिटी से एफिलिएटेड नहीं है, उसका हमारे यहाँ कॉलेज है, उसके एफिलिएशन उत्तराखंड आयुर्वेद विश्वविद्यालय से है, लेकिन वो हमारा ही प्रकल्प है, तो आयुर्वेद कॉलेज हमारा है, BMS। लेकिन BNYS और जो डिप्लोमा इन नेचुरोपैथी है, ये हमारी यूनिवर्सिटी में चल रहा है। तो ये कोर्स वर्तमान में चल रहे हैं। तो अभी ऐसा कोई कोर्स नहीं है कि जो वीकली या त्रैमासिक हो या 6 महीने का कोई कोर्स हो, ऐसा नहीं है। 1 ईयर डिप्लोमा हमारा सबसे मिनिमम जो टाइम का कोर्स है वो डिप्लोमा कोर्स है।
नरेंद्र जी, ये जानना चाहेंगे इंडिया के बाहर से भी बच्चे आते हैं आपके यहाँ, एनरोलमेंट्स हैं इंडिया के बाहर से या इंडिया से ही?
इंडिया के बाहर से भी हैं, लेकिन उसका थ्रू प्रॉपर एम्बेसी, उसका प्रोसीजर है,
अच्छा
उसके थ्रू आ सकते हैं, डायरेक्ट उसमें एडमिशन नहीं हो पाएगा, उसके लिए प्रॉपर एक प्रक्रिया है, तो वो उसके थ्रू ही एडमिशन होते हैं जी।
थैंक यू वेरी मच नरेंद्र जी, आपने इतना समय दिया और अपना इतना सारा, आपका तो अब खुद अपने में ज्ञान का भंडार है, इतना सारा योग विद्या, और बहुत आपने, क्योंकि इतना क्वेरीज था और बहुत रिपीटेटिव था क्योंकि वो प्रॉब्लम्स एनकाउंटर हो रहे हैं, और आप जैसे एक्सपर्ट आज आए और इस लाइब्रेरी फ्रेटर्निटी को आपने इतना सारा मार्गदर्शन किया, बताया कि कैसे ये वो अपने आप को एक बहुत अच्छा, मतलब जरूरी है कि एक अच्छा मन रहे, एक अपना प्रॉपर टू हैव अ the best of the mind, the body, and then they can really can take care of the profession. Much grateful to you, Narinder ji. इतना समय आप दे पाए, टेक्निकल ग्लिचेस के थोड़ी बहुत हुई, लेकिन आपने फिर भी अपना स्पिरिट अलाइव किया, एंड आई थिंक ये इसलिए हो पाया क्योंकि आप खुद इतने बेहतरीन योगा प्रैक्टिशनर हैं, इसीलिए इसको हम सस्टेन कर पाए और हुआ भी, पॉजिटिविटी रिमेन्ड, एंड देन वी वर एबल टू कंडक्ट दिस सेशन। एंड
थैंक यू
हम
मैडम,
आपको
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपका भी।
हमें बहुत अच्छा लगा, और हम इवन टू द यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफिशियल्स, आई विल बी सेंडिंग एन फॉर्मल थैंक्स लेटर आल्सो टू द यूनिवर्सिटी फॉर डिप्यूटिंग यू टू बी देयर विद अस। हमें बहुत सारी ढेर सारी खुशी हुई कि आप हमसे जुड़ पाए हैं आज, और थैंक यू वेरी मच। आपने हम सबको बहुत सारी चीजें बताई जो हम अदरवाइज कोई मालूम कर पाना बहुत मुश्किल था। सो इट इज रियली a very befitting tribute to Dr. Kaul himself throughout the life. As I told you, from an age of 14 or 15, he was practicing yoga, and he has just been doing it. जैसे आपने कहा कि वो आप अपनी हर दिन की रोजमर्रा जिंदगी का एक हिस्सा बना के रखिए, and he was a person who was following it, and he used to do that, and that made him kept him so fit. He was in his mind, in his body, and it was really so remarkable to hear about it also from you about it. So thank you very much Narinder ji, फिर से ढेर सारा हम आभार
थैंक यू
प्रकट
मैडम,
करना
बहुत
चाहेंगे
बहुत समस्या आपका, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
की तरफ से और हम सभी की
भविष्य
तरफ से। या थैंक यू वेरी मच Narinder ji, thank you so much, thank you। Now, it's indeed has been a profound privilege for us. And the session, I must thank each one of you for being so much, not only participative, also to have immensely get benefited. And your questions had definitely, this is the essence of asking questions. You may ask a question which may hold significance for lot many others also, because lot many others may also be wanting to ask the same question. So thank you so very much. Indeed, it was indeed truly a wonderful session, and we remain grateful to Dr. Narendra Singh Ji, and our special thanks. This is what is the magic of library networking. So it was all made possible because of the connection being established with our own librarian, Ruchi Dhiman at Patanjali University. If Ruchi is there online, I would like to convey my sincere thanks to her, because she was the one who connected us to Dr. Narendra Singh, and we had such a wonderful deliberations. Now we are towards the closure of today's online program, all being dedicated in the fond everlasting memory of Dr. Kaul. I would just like to make the floor open for anything that any of you may like to say. We are just keeping the floor open for that. You may like to pay tribute to Dr. Kaul. You may like to say something about anything that you may like. Please kindly feel free enough. We would be very, very happy to hear from you. The floor is entirely open now for anyone. If you may like to say or ask anything, please feel free enough, and we will be very happy to give you an audio control and also to hear from you. If there is anything that you may like to say, please kindly do let us know, and we will be glad to hear from you. I'm just quickly going through it to see if there are any questions or anything whatsoever. If you may like to say, we have Geeta N who may like to say something. Geeta N, Geeta, I have unmuted you. Please unmute yourself. Geeta N, could you please unmute yourself? Geeta N, could you please unmute yourself? Geeta, I have unmuted you. Geeta is not able to do that. Let me just quickly see if we have some of our other professional colleagues. We have Mr. Kuppuswamy Maniekam who may like to say something. Mr. Kuppuswamy Maniekam? Yes, we are connected. Dr. Kuppuswamy, we are connected.
Yes, again?
Yes, good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Yes. Okay, am I audible?
Yeah, you're audible very
Good
much, Dr.
afternoon,
Kuppuswamy.
Yeah,
very good.
Today's we had a wonderful program in commemorating Dr. Kaul, celebrating the Library Network Day. It's wonderful program. The presenters are given a wonderful PPT and other things. Once again, thanks for the Delnet for giving the immense help to users, library user far away from Delhi. Thank you once again, ma'am. Thank you so much for the Delnet and its services.
Thank you so much. We all are connected, Dr. Kuppuswamy. As we say, we have lost that sense of distance. Everything is just connected, and it's all being made possible because of the tireless efforts of no one else other than Dr. Kaul. So we all are connected, and we all are going to stay connected and to further take his wonderful work of networking the libraries. So no one is far away. Everyone is just together, and everyone is just being connected. It's indeed an honor and pleasure that we are able to have all our professional colleagues along with us in this task of bringing the libraries together and helping the users in the true sense. We have Mr. Shesh Narayan who may like to say something. Mr. Shesh Narayan, yes.
Hello.
Connected. Hello, yes, connected. We are connected, Shesh.
Good afternoon to all of you.
Good afternoon.
Ma'am, I would like to ask about how may keep a soul conscious.
How to keep your soul conscious?
Yeah.
If you're true to your own self, the things they happen, means you be what you are. Don't pretend, and you are able to do that, you should just keep yourself true to your own self. That is what I can say. You know, if you want to be conscious enough, the soul will keep on guiding you. There are forces and they will keep on guiding you. You will always see that light around you which will guide you through. So you should remain inside out. It should always be in the no disparity to happen, you know. So if you are able to do that, bring in, as our other speaker, Dr. Ramanan has pointed it out, be empathetic, have humility in you, be compassionate for others, and you will find the forces to always guide you through. And you become conscious if you are having a high level of integrity in you. You become conscious of it. You know, you know that what is the forces, they also keep on guiding you then. It will never happen that you will go into the wrong path. It will never happen. You won't even take one wrong step, not even one single step in the wrong direction, because the forces will really obstruct you in doing so. But that happens if we remain true. We really mean what we are doing, and we do what we really mean. So that's very, very important enough, and you will always find the forces to guide you through.
It's
Visible or
okay, ma'am.
invisible? Yes, yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, and thank you for being there with us. Thank you for being there, Shish. Thank you, thank you. Indeed, a pleasure through any platform to keep on connecting with our, we have, okay, Surekha Kaul is there. Surekha may like to say something. Yes, Surekha, we are connected. Surekha, just unmute yourself. Yes, we are connected, Surekha. Yeah, hi.
Hello,
Good afternoon. Good evening,
हमारे रेवर्ड सोल डॉक्टर H.K. कोल जी एक योगिक थे और रहेंगे हमारे दिलों में हमेशा। वो ऋषियों की वादी से कश्मीर से बिलोंग करते थे। माय गुरु, माय गाइड, डियर संगीता, टेक a lead as you are to fulfill his dream. That is my wish, and that I want you always flourish and achieve your dreams. Our best wishes are with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Surekha. Thank you. Dr. Kaul remains our the guiding light. He will always be. He was always, he is, and he will always continue to be like that. So he's showing us the path. He's showing us the way, and we're just following him. We are just following him. We have Dr. Vivek and Patkarji from Mumbai. Dr. Patkar, it's a pleasure that you are there with us, and a long-time associate of Dr. Kaul and of Delnet, a great well-wisher. Dr. Patkar, may I request you to please unmute yourself? Yeah, we are connected, Dr. Patkar.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Sangeeta. Yeah, thank you very much. Good evening. I think it is the best way to celebrate 80th birthday of Dr. H.K. Kaul, the way you have organized this whole day seminar. Because as I see, Dr. Kaul has really contributed to three aspects of our life. One is the allies profession itself. Second is his poetry love. And third is yoga. So, and one outstanding feature of his contribution to all the three is that he wanted to achieve always the excellence. And the excellence should be the mantra now. Whatever we are doing, we must try to achieve the highest position there so that we get maximum satisfaction and in turn contribute to the field we are working in. So the dream of building a knowledge center, knowledge society in the long run, for which he tirelessly worked, I think we should take that mission and do our best to contribute and take the field further. I think that will be the best tribute to Dr. H.K. Kaul. Thank you very much, Sangeeta.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Patkar. Thank you. Undoubtedly, Dr. Kaul, he was a man of great perfection, and the person who just contributed, kept on contributing every single breath and in such a constructive manner, establishing institutions as all of us knows about it. It's not an easy task, but he was, because of his own perseverance, because of his the great vision. It was a blending of everything. It was like a yogic person, and a person with so much of humility in him, and he was able to just see the things, and whatever he did, one could not have thought of even venturing into the areas in those days and times, 30 years ago, 35 years ago, and a person who was always wanting to transform. Transformation was something which was very, very core to Dr. Kaul. Always he was wanting that the society to get transformed, how to bring in some change in some ways. And also he was the one who used to focus a lot on self-sustainability, whether technology, but I think today was a day wherein in the morning we encountered an issue and again. But anyhow, we should never give up, and so perseverance always pays, and it's always good enough to keep on, keep your spirits high. So we would like to thank each one of us for making this day a very special day, and it's the first library networking day that has been observed as a token of our warm homage to Dr. H.K. Kaul for his outstanding work that Delnet will, not only Delnet, but the entire LIS fraternity is going to remember him. And we remember him every moment through our work, and he will stay forever. He's going to live forever through the wonderful work that he has left behind. And it's not only the responsibilities on Delnet, but we are of the strong opinion that all the library and information science fraternity has to come along with Delnet in ensuring that we are able to fulfill all the unfulfilled dreams of Dr. Kaul to ensure that we are able to work together and bring the desired changes, the way the libraries, the kind of services and resources which are being offered. And we have to, as being also said by Dr. Patkar, some of the projects on which Dr. Kaul was very keen for Delnet to work on, including on the knowledge centers. We are pretty confident that with the warm cooperation from our institutions, from our professional colleagues across the country, we would be able to accomplish them. And that's a kind of a tribute that what Dr. Kaul even would always have been desiring that the professional should do. We can only say that the efforts made by him, would always be, it's being etched in the golden letters and would always stay relevant, would always stay, with Delnet, and he's an inspiration, and he would always keep on guiding us to move ahead and to keep on doing this wonderful work of networking the libraries. On behalf of the entire LIS fraternity, on behalf of each one of us at Delnet, we pay once again our respectful homage to our most revered Dr. H.K. Kaul for the great legacy of work. It's very hard for a human being, for one person to have accomplished what he has done and what he has given to the society. And we are highly committed to ensure that we carry forward, his work and bring more glory to the work that he has, left behind for Delnet. We remain much grateful to the warm support being always extended by our member institutions, by the library professionals, by the library fraternity in the country, and we remain grateful to them. And today, again, we have witnessed throughout since morning, we had got our most distinguished speakers, the old-time associates of Delnet, the close associates of Dr. Kaul, and also the well-wishers of Delnet who have been there throughout the day with us, and many more of you who have been connected with us today. And I would like to place the vote of thanks to convey our gratitude firstly to our President Shri K. Jayakumarji. In spite of being occupied, he was traveling, but he could manage to send us a video message. And we are also grateful to Shri K. Banerjee, Mrs. Kalanjan Datta, to Dr. Surabhi Pandey, to Professor Nishat Fatima, Dr. Samir Gul, Dr. Kishanjeet Kaur, Dr. Ravi, Dr. C.V. Ramanan, and also to Dr. Narendra Singh. Much grateful for each one of you for being there with us today, and to further take, it's hard to take the deliberations further because of I believe we are still encountering some issue. I can see that we are still being stuck a bit, in our connections right now. But it has been, on behalf of Delnet, would like to convey warm, sincere thanks and gratitude to each one of you for making this as a memorable day for us. And this is, as I said, this is the first ever library networking day. And in the years to come, we would really like to see to it that we are able to do in the physical spaces and paying the homage to the great legendary Dr. Kaul on his birthday, that is on 21st of December. Thanks for being such a memorable part of today's program. And we would like to end this program of today and paying once again a homage, our homage to Dr. H.K. Kaul. We would like to end this program by a prayer, and I would like to request Ms. Sriparna Nandi now to kindly do. But before, I would also like to thank my own staff colleagues at Delnet for all their assistance in organizing this program. And we remain ever grateful to the very kind support being extended by each one of you. We remain much grateful to you. And we assure you that Delnet is committed to carry forward the work of Dr. Kaul with all our efforts, the best of the efforts, and and we always would look forward to your cooperation and support. Would be requesting now Ms. Shripala Nandi to kindly do the rendition of the, I think we are stuck with it's creating a little issue with our network right now, not with the network, but with the portal itself we are having. So may I request you, Shripala, to kindly do the rendition, please. Yeah, so it.
हमको मन की शक्ति देना, हमको मन की शक्ति देना, मन विजय करे, दूसरों की जय से पहले खुद को जय करें। हमको मन की शक्ति देना, मन विजय करें, दूसरों की जय से पहले खुद को जय करें। हमको मन की शक्ति देना, भेद भाव अपने दिल से साफ कर सके, दोस्तों से भूल हो तो माफ कर सके, झूठ से बचे रहे, सच का दम भरे, झूठ से बचे रहे, सच का दम भरे, दूसरों की जय से पहले खुद को जय करें। हमको मन की शक्ति देना, मुश्किलें पड़े तो हम पे इतना कर्म कर, साथ दे तो धर्म का, चले तो धर्म पर, मुश्किलें पड़े तो हम पे इतना कर्म कर, साथ दे तो धर्म का, चले तो धर्म पर, खुद पे हौसला रहे, बदी से ना डरे, दूसरों की जय से पहले खुद को जय करें। हमको मन की शक्ति देना, मन विजय करे, दूसरों की जय से पहले खुद को जय करें। हमको मन की शक्ति देना, हमको मन की शक्ति देना, हमको मन की शक्ति देना।
Thank you, Shriparna. Thank you so very much. Thank you indeed. With this, we close the first library networking day dedicated in the most revered memory of Dr. H.K. Kaul, the founder director Delnet, our mentor, our guiding light, and he will always be there. Thank you so very much for being a part of this very special day and a very special occasion, commemorating the 80th birth anniversary of Dr. H.K. Kaul. We look forward to your continued cooperation and support of this network of libraries, Delnet, all being conceptualized and nurtured by the sweat and blood of Dr. H.K. Kaul, and will ensure that we are able to carry forward his work with the same determination, zeal, and vision that with which he worked tirelessly for more than 30 years for Delnet and for the profession, 54 years that he gave away more than his own life to the entire profession. Thank you so very much. We indeed remain grateful to the presence of each one of you, and we look forward to your continued cooperation with us. Stay blessed, stay happy, do stay connected with Delnet today and always. Thank you very much, one and all. With this, we close the Post Library Networking Day, commemorating the 80th birth anniversary of Dr. H.K. Kaul, and we look forward to the 81st birth anniversary of Dr. H.K. Kaul next year, and to have you joining back on 21st of December 2022. And yes, indeed, and many more programs that Delnet would be organizing from time to time. Thank you very much, one and all. God bless you all. And thank you so very much for being a memorable part of today's program. Thank you very much. God bless you. Do stay connected and do stay blessed. Thank you very much. Thank you. Indeed, much grateful to the presence of each one of you. Thank you very much.